Players, the Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Today marks the beginning of the playoffs here at MCT America North 2026. After weeks of intense competition, close series, and non-stop action, the stakes are now higher than ever before. The Swiss stage is behind us, and now every match carries more weight because some teams tonight could be their last. Seed 5 through 8 enters the playoffs and fighting to keep their tournament hopes alive in a brutal single elimination phase. There's no second chances anymore, and one bad draft, one failed team fight, one small mistake. That's all it takes for a team's playoff run to come to an end. Welcome everyone to MCT AMER North 2026, the playoffs. Now, I'm your host, Layla, and joining me today at the desk today, we have Kronos, ready to break down the draft strategies and key moments that decide who survives and who goes home tonight. And joining us today from the South group, we have caster Private Dancer, bring a fresh perspective and insight that also signature high energy cast and high energy jacket to his this week's broadcast. Welcome, everyone. All
I bet
right.
she wasn't lying, was she? She wasn't lying when she said it was going to be a long speech.
It was a long speech, but welcome. That's what I'm trying to say in the end. So the playoffs are finally here, and for these lower seeded teams going into single elimination today, how different is the pressure compared to what we saw during the Swiss stage? Kronos.
You weren't lying. The spiel was fantastic, by the way. Thank you so much for the wonderful intro, Layla. But yes, in the playoffs, if you are the teams that don't really get that extra chance, right, to go into the lower bracket, yeah, you're really fighting for survival. You don't want to be one of those teams, but unfortunately, Stamina and U2 Esports are those teams, and of course, Lyon and Leviatan as well. And you don't want to be one of those teams. So technically today, we're going to see two teams bowing out of the competition. So yes, stakes are high. Nobody wants to be in the bottom two.
Private.
Yeah, I think today actually just really kind of calls up for a lot of these teams are not where they think they should be. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at the how it's all going to go down.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into two regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas Finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas Finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
Yeah, and if you guys are just joining us, we've been watching teams fight for their position here in the playoffs. And the sad news that we've been discussing is that for 2 teams here tonight, it will be a lonely road home.
Yes, that's the path ahead for these teams here at MCT AMER North 2026 playoffs. So, Kronos, when you look at the teams playing today, which roster stands out to you as a team that already has that playoff mentality and the ability to perform under pressure?
I mean, if you're talking about all 4 teams that are taking part today, of course, we know Leviatan, they've been a standout roster. They have gold medalists in their lineup, right? Every single one of them have won tournaments like the NACT before, represented North America in the global stage as well. So yes, I think if I'm looking at a championship mentality coming out of players, it's gotta be Leviatan.
Yes, so speaking of Leviathan, you know, they're probably really good at performing under pressure, being the champions that they are. And speaking of the pressure, there's another important rule that could completely shape today's matches, which is the global ban system that we have. Let's take a look at the global ban system.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
And that's how the global ban will continue shaping the playoffs here. And with the teams constantly forced to adapt and expand their hero pool, this format really rewards flexibility and preparation under pressure. With all that pressure, some teams might perform well and some team might not. So make sure you don't miss any of those moments and follow our socials. There's plenty of actions coming your way during the playoffs, so don't miss that. Make sure you're following everything across all the platforms that we have for the highlights, the updates, and exclusive content throughout the tournament.
Yeah, an exciting time, and especially if you guys maybe get a little busy. I know we are streaming during the week. Some people gotta go to work, some people gotta go to school. If you miss any of the action, right down there, that's where you're gonna catch up on all that you may have missed, including little tidbits about the teams, the drafts, everything that's been going on in MLBB North America.
Private, I have a question for you in regards to the global ban. So which team today do you think is best equipped to handle the challenges of something like a global ban in a high-stake elimination match?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of these teams, especially here when we're talking about 8 through 5, a lot of these teams are kind of even when it comes to what they lean on. And I maybe not to the drasticness that we've seen from teams like what is it, a Night Horde or something, who like to pick outside the box. But before that, let's talk a little bit what makes all of this possible for us.
And yes, to make it possible, let's take a moment to thank our sponsor, runestone.gg, for supporting MCT AMER North 2026. Today's broadcast is proudly supported by runestone.gg Esports infrastructure built for people shaping the future of competitive gaming. For real-time data to live fan tools, Runestone works to make esports more interactive, more insightful, and more rewarding for everyone involved. By working alongside tournament organizers, publishers, and event operators, they help transform passive viewership into active engagement across the esports ecosystem. So be sure to check out runestone.gg and see what they are doing to help power the next generation esports experience.
And I think not just that, right? It creates such an experience with MLBB Esports growing as a whole, not just in North America, globally as well. But at the moment, North America needs all the help that it can get to make sure MLBB is at the top. And for one of those to make that possible is the MWI Open Qualifier that's going to take place from the 2nd to the 11th of May. The registrations are open for the 2nd and 11th of May. Of course, you can scan the QR code over there. And girls, Layla, you got to make sure you get everybody in for the MWI.
If I was, any more pro, I would definitely want to grab my team, grab my girls, and go for that competition. Unfortunately, I'm not quite there yet, but I know that there are going to be amazing, amazing players out there. Like what we talked about, we have Ashley that is in team. Is it GG? Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge opportunity for a lot of the females. We do know that there are a growing number of women in this, not just in this region, but in regions all over. They're tired of seeing just all the men represented there. It's time for the females to start representing and maybe earn themselves a shot going to MWI.
Hey man, I'm telling you, with the amount of opportunities everybody else has got, but the women coming in 2nd place last year, that was the biggest game changer, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you best believe that we will all be streaming the MWI and cheering them on. While cheering them on, let's just have a look at today's schedule because we'll be cheering these teams on as well. So for today, we have a Stamina versus U2 in a best of 5, and also Lyon against Leviatan in a best of 5 as well.
Damn.
Yeah, it is a entire night of best of 5s. I know you brought up earlier about the hero pools and who might be successful with it. That question is about to be answered here tonight.
Kronos, what team are you cheering on?
You know what? I'm not cheering. I'm not like you, Layla. I'm unbiased, unfortunately. I'm unbiased, unlike you. But one thing is sad to see that it's a possibility that both the Mexican teams, both the Mexican representatives can be knocked out of the tournament. And that's a sad day to be if you're a fan of Mexican MLBB. Of course, you'll be looking into U2 Esports, who had a little bit of high expectations coming into this MCT with a solid roster. Some names like Ziggy and Zultra, even Private knows about them from a long time. And Lyon, with Bernoulli stepping up, maybe it was 1 week too late. They didn't find the right tempo or the momentum to get to the top half of the bracket. So if you're a Mexican fan, of course, it's not going to be a happy day for you unless both of them make it out. But to go against giants like Stamina Esports and Leviatan, who have a star-studded lineup, good roster, yeah, I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill battle, but it's not impossible.
Private. Both of these teams have shown flashes of strong performances throughout, well, 4 of those teams throughout the tournament, but consistency has been a challenge at times. What do you think will be the biggest deciding factor in this these 2 series today?
Well, I mean, the biggest deciding factor is going to be who can come to the playoffs and play like it is the playoffs. I think one thing is for sure, all of these teams, I think there has been an aura of, I know that these guys can put out better. We've seen them put out better, and we're waiting to see if that today will mark the day for them to be able to come online and finally prove everybody correctly. Stamina Esports, we have Dez on there, which I know a lot of people have had a lot of backing for. U2 has some of those older Mexican players from New Wave, from Ignis. He already mentioned them. Ziggy and Zultra there. A lot of history behind that team and North America, as well as Lyon and Leviatan, who've been going through a few roster changes and have yet to really settle on like those core members to kind of bring them forward. Tonight is the night. No more excuses, and only 2 teams will be moving forward.
Moving forward, they will, and also going home, they will. The 2 teams that will be losing in the 2 matches are going home. The stakes are very high in this playoffs. Which roster feels more playoff ready after the roster change? Kronos?
I mean, Private and I were discussing this. He was telling in the back, right? Like making these changes just when it's time for you to get ready. It's not a good thing, but at the same time, it can be. It's a double-edged sword, and most of the time, it doesn't work out in your way. So just to see which team is playoff ready, if you ask me, I think it is going to be U2 Esports for the first series, and I think Lyon for the second. Not a lot of changes. I don't think they've made any change, to be honest. So yes, I think we're looking to those lineups, but at the same time, maybe the change coming in for Stamina Esports or the changes coming in from Leviathan can benefit them tonight, because then it's not a regular game, it's the playoffs. You gotta wake up, you gotta come in with that playoff mentality, and to make sure you're able to lock in, take the victory. Otherwise, hey, the season wasn't for you. There's always next season.
Oof. Harsh words. Private. Based on the what's the biggest concern you have for each team heading into this series right now?
Synergy. I think each and every one of these teams that we've been seeing out here, there has been a little problem with being at the same place as your team, being at the same call, everybody focusing on the same thing. Maybe when it comes to objective, when it comes to ganks, when it comes to being on the right side of the map. Synergy is such an underrated thing, whether it's everybody understanding where everybody is on the map, communicating to your team. Those little basics are so important for team cohesion. And while I feel like every single person on these teams, I know them, I've recognized them, I've grown up casting with most of these players, I know they're skillful and I know they have what it takes. It's just melding together has been a problem for some of these teams, and that is what I want to see here in the playoffs. That's what's going to make or break a team here and lead them to that road of success.
And out of these teams, we know I kind of want to touch on team synergy for Stamina, because we have Dez, and he's working with these players that are wasn't part of his team before. So with that kind of team synergy, how long have they playing together? You know, the Stamina team, right? So it's hard for you to pull a team together and work on team synergy when you just don't have that kind of time. We do, though, good news, right, is a song is one of the players that will be changing and joining the roster for Stamina, who has been playing with Dez for a really long time. So we're hoping that today Stamina can do better with a new roster change like that.
No hoping. We're not hoping. It's today. It's now or never. You gotta show up. I mean, come on. We've been okay. Let's be honest. All of us, privates here too. Private been talking about this. We've been on this Dez train for a while, Private, haven't we? We want to see him perform. He's got the fans. He's putting in the work. He's there. He's on the tip of the tongue of every single player, everyone that's a fan of North America. He is there at the moment, right? He's the next generation that could take over from all the players that have left and all the players that are about to leave probably at the next season. We don't want to talk about it. We'll find about that later. But yes, he's the one that we want to see step up to the plate. And right now, he's been, you know, a little bit okay. We saw Demon Time Dez come online a couple of days, but we want to see that be consistent. So how are they going to be able to do it? We got to find out. And today's the day. Stamina Esports show up or they're out of the competition.
And whether they're in and or out of the conversation, let's quickly have what they would have to go up against or what their journey would be like if they do make it. Let's look at the knockout stage and our brackets. Private, take us into the bracket.
I mean, as we take a look at the bracket, first we're going to have Stamina taking on U2 here tonight, best of 5. Lyon taking up with a Leviatan. Winner of those will move on to the second round, which will be taking on a Rage Origins and taking on Vendetta. And I know a lot of people have been looking at those 1 and 2 seeds that it seems like we haven't watched these guys in a very long time, at least 2 weeks here. Alpha 7 North sitting there very comfortably in round 3 alongside a Nighthorde, which I know has gotten a lot of a fandom when it comes to their outside the box picks.
I think you're right, Private, with the expect the unexpected. That's what the Nighthorde has been the entire time. But of course, Alpha 7, we haven't seen them play for a while. So do they still got it? Do they don't? I mean, of course they do. We're going to find out later on. But the next few ones that are looking at Influence, Rage Origins, I think that's been one team that has made a new fans as we've gone along throughout the season. At least the fans of everyone on the desk. And Vendetta, the same. We've had high expectations, but at the same time, you know, there's been ups and downs with lots of roster changes. They've had roster changes again, so hopefully it works out in their favor. But tonight, it's about those two teams who will be moving to the next stage and those 2 teams that will be going home.
And it's a very, very important day today for these 4 teams. What do you guys think? Other than mentality, what tools would they still need to be able to come out with a win tonight? Let's talk about the first series. Let's talk about the first series and the lineup for the teams first. Today, for the lineup for Stamina Esports, we have Instinct, we have Dez, Yomel, Little Rosa, and Ricky.
No, they changed it. We're not gonna see Diamond anymore. I mean, I was just telling Private, like Diamond's him. He's the Dez and Diamond duo. We wanted to see that happen. Now, I think, what can we say at this point? Lil Rosa comes in. Ricky is playing in as well. So hopefully Lil Rosa can make the change, but to be honest, it wasn't him that was necessarily needed to be the change. Right? Diamond was performing at a very high level for Stamina Esports. I don't know, maybe it's a synergy thing. Maybe there's some hopefully we get to see more out of Stamina Esports, because I don't think these are the changes that I was expecting, at least. But hey, we'll find out about what these players have to say in a small video. Layla,
let's have a look at the video.
Diamond. Finales de 2018. Alice o Balmond, uno de los dos. Amon. Jung. Jung. Yo diría que Cloud. La ulti de Johnson. El parpadeo. La Yori Yagami. Yo diría que es Jin en Bajo Elo. Cíclope. Saber. Marcel. Ricky. Ricky. Diré que yo. Esto, Dalika esto. Sí, sí. Late game. Carry player.
A great little video to get to know Diamond, who won't be playing with us. But for U2 Esports, who will be playing for us today, will be Pika UXP, Sykes, Ziggy, NK, and Zoltra. Private?
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting lineup here. Like I said, familiar names here that I've been seeing, and they don't really have a lot of juggling they do. I want to say Pika UXP might be a little different for me than what I've been seeing through a lot of the research and the matches I've been watching, but a pretty standard team here for U2 Esports, and I'm very excited to see what they can bring to us through the playoffs.
And let's see what they're gonna bring to us in terms of a little question and answer segment in this next video.
De Romer escogería Tamal porque se me hace que tiene mucha experiencia y es muy buen jugador. De XP Lane yo escogería Nats porque es un jugador que viene de Filipinas y tiene un ritmo diferente. De mid laner o mago yo escogería Jun porque se me hace que es muy bueno dando calls a su equipo. De tirador escogería Sia porque se me hace el mejor tirador mecánicamente. Y de jungla escogería Best Player porque se me hace mejor mecánicamente que los demás también.
And that was a little bit of video about these players or what they think of the games. Now, going into the first series today with these teams, I'm kind of sad that Diamond won't be playing for Stamina because we've been really praising Diamond for doing a really good job, even though the team is not working with him. So that's unfortunate, but let's go see why that is, and maybe, like Chrono said, better team synergy. Let's have a look. We're going into the draft. Let's have a look.
Oh,
yeah.
Flying Cloud, that's the first indication. We're gonna have faster games. At least that's what we'd like to see. 2 best of 5s today. But yes, about U2 Esports, what Private mentioned, the Pika UXP coming up. So he's going to be in the EX lane. Ziggy is rocking in the mid lane, but Ziggy what is an EX player that we know of? So accuracy being taken off, maybe that could get a better change. They had a lot of time to prep for this particular game, we can say, because well, it's been 2 weeks since we've seen them play as well. So hopefully U2 Esports have found their footing, found the right way to approach this game mentally, and then maybe they might as well just put out a rabbit out of the hat, because Stamina Esports, with all the shuffling they've had throughout the entire season, finally they've landed with Lil Rosa in the goal lane and Ricky in the roam. So hopefully they find a way to make things work. Otherwise, some of their other subs, if I'm not wrong, they kind of made one, which is probably going to be there in the next week. You might not even see the light of day.
For me, looking at this, and especially with all the little changes that have been going on, it's basically we're going to be starting fresh here. I know some players on the side of U2 might be playing some different positions than they're used to. On the side of Stamina, we know Little Rose has got some big shoes that he needs to fill as well when it comes to some of the positioning. A lot of fans out there for Diamond. So like we said, big shoes that he's going to need to fill. Big things for me when it comes to this draft is, especially when it comes to the North, we still have Marcel, a priority ban for a lot of people, but I believe up North, unless I'm mistaken, he's at about a 0% win rate so far. So very unsuccessful. Have been a lot of teams. Even Shark, who many consider one of the top roamers in North America, has expressed difficulty when it comes to being able to find a place for him inside composition. So it always kind of I almost feel like, why not leave that out? Why not, especially at a best of 5 where you can like just, let's see if they go ahead and take the bait. Can we maybe get something over on the other team here? Boxia going to be a prime example of one of those really big forced bans, as well as the Freya, who has become like this complete. I'm not even sure if, I think we've seen her once or twice completely in the MCT AMER as actually getting out on the gold lane, and she is an absolute menace as well.
Going into the bans from Stamina, I know we have talked about this, of the South being able to kind of also know how to deal with something like a Zhu Xing. So there wasn't much of a ban out there. So can you give some more insight about that, Private? So how are they able to deal with a Zhu Xing on the enemy team?
Well, for the most part, it's just being able to really control the early game and be able to control the ability to kind of close the distance onto the back line that a lot of teams have really kind of put into like huge compositions over. Right now, it just, I feel like Zushin is, it takes a good amount of team coordination, even with counters out there, that you need to be able to close the distance on her and kind of like be able to shut her down here. Very interesting picks to start it off. We have the Harley picked up for the side of U2. It's going to get you a decent early game, but a decent amount of mobility and maybe not a lot of staying power when it comes to a lot of these Lord exchanges. One thing that he does have in his pocket is just his ability to kind of be in a lot of different areas of that objective area. Just because he can teleport in there, you're not going to know that he's in there. So you really have to do your due diligence if you're a roam on the other team, making sure you're getting that huge vision of all the areas, checking all the bushes, because you never know when he can come in, go ahead, grab that retribution, and then teleport himself back out to safety.
Good point there. And for Zoltra, because we haven't seen him in so long, right? Oh, I see that face, Kronos. What do you have to say about those picks right there?
That's a lot of like, how do I say, power picks in the first phase. I like the Claude in response. You got a double marksman on the side of Stamina Esports, and also not allowing the Farsa to breed. You have that ability, like Private said, which comes with Harley, just to be in a lot of pockets at the same time. So you can do that with a BMI, instantly ban out the Leslie. That could be an in-lane counter. And U2 Esports heavy on the magic damage side of things with this Harley being picked up. But then, with the Harley being picked up, the early game is pretty much in the bag. They need to find a way to respond. And I think if you're U2 Esports, take out the Uranus. You don't want to give it in the hands of Instinct. We've seen him, he's been monster. Not just Instinct, but Uranus as a pick overall has been really good. It does well against the Alice in the lane. It does really good against the Harley. See, I think Uranus got to be taken off the table. Fredrin's another pick I was going to come by after, just because of how solid the lineup of Stamina Esports look, and it's a good counter to the Harley as well. So I think U2 Esports first phase of the draft, they look really strong.
Magic is my
strong,
life.
but when you mentioned definitely the Farsa, I do worry about her being a sitting duck for a lot of the players
Claude, right?
on the enemy team, especially Claude coming in with an ult. So we'll see what kind of roam they pick up to kind of be able to protect their back line. I think that would be the idea here.
It's gonna be very interesting. I'll big focus on Dez here, but I almost feel like on some of the you put these focuses on some of the bigger fighter and tankier heroes, but Dez, I feel like he really shines when it comes to those mechanically gifted heroes that he can like pretty much dash around with. I think it was like Joy. I'm thinking of, I mean, Nolan was another one that he's been able to use very well, and those are ones that can really get to the back line, punish a Harley, punish a Farja who has to stay still during her ultimate, which is going to be very interesting. Do we have the peeling power? Alice is a great pick to be able to kind of zone out maybe some of those squishier pickups that might come out of the side of stamina, but I do like that U2 going ahead and, ooh, this is very interesting. I'm wondering, are we going to be seeing this in the XP lane? Right now, it's very flexible. As crazy as it sounds, Uranus has been making the rounds when it comes as a jungler, just because of the offense. Usually, it's against a Fredrin because he does counter Fredrin in the jungle. He's got a great clear that he can do. He can get his stacks up there. So right now, I'm assuming we're going to have an XP lane, Uranus, a roam glue, and we're still waiting on that. Still waiting on the jungle coming out from stamina.
We don't like that Cho pick, do we?
I'm not liking it. I was thinking Kaja. I was like talking to myself a little bit. I was saying Kaja. I saw the carry, super solid. You can take down the Uranus, you can take down the glue. I was saying Kaja because it adds that, you know, the combo that we like to see, carry plus Kaja. Cho is good, but then you're just gonna, yeah, Lancelot is cooking here. It's a comfort pick for Dez too, and the Cho is the only sort of crowd control they really have. The instant knockup comes from Jeet Kune Do and also the Way of the Dragon, but you know the Kimmy's gonna be running the Purify, the Quad's gonna run the Purify, Uranus is gonna run the Purify. You can't really catch Lancelot, and the glue, I mean, even if you're gonna catch him, he's gonna split apart. So I like Stamina Esports draft. U2 Esports, it's like one of those drawings, right? You get the horse, the first half the horse looks absolutely fantastic. The second half the sketch just looks like it's drawn by a child. That's what it feels like right now for U2 Esports.
Yeah, so with that Cho pick, are they looking for lots of pickoffs? Because team fight from that draft does not look like it would be in favor of U2 Esports.
The Cho is to counter out any type of assassin pickups that are going to be coming out from Assassin or from Stamina Esports after Instinct picked up the Uranus. So this is where they're going to go. And as we take a look, ladies and gentlemen, ready for the first game of the AMER season playoffs. Take it away, Kronos.
Well, you're right, Private. We're going to go straight into the game. It's game number 1. Playoffs begin for the MCT in the Americas. And we're letting to see U2 Esports versus Stamina in this best of 5.
Yeah, the big thing for me right now is I'm taking a look at these compositions. I'm not exactly against what U2 put out there. I'm a very big fan of what they did. They got a good 3 solid damage dealers out there, as well as countering out a little bit if they can catch the Lancelot. That's the big if here. That's where Zoltra's going to need to shine. Can he get in there? Is he going to be able to bait out a lot of these abilities from Dez to be able to get, look at already being a nuisance. And this is exactly what he needs to do as a roam pick. Oh, he just narrowly avoids getting taken out by Zoltra. Dez gonna have to go back early.
Yeah, I think this is looking good for U2 Esports. This is what you want to do if you are a Cho, right? But at the same time, how long can you keep it up? You want to pile the pressure in the early game as much as possible. And U2 Esports are playing for their win condition. Hey, less than 2 minutes into the game, Private is working out.
Yeah, and they're going to be trying to get harassment. They want to make sure that Zoltra's going to be in there trying to keep Dez away. Early game, yeah, it's a little easier, but once you get a lot of those dashes, once you get a lot of the ability when he gets his ultimate that comes out from Lance, there's going to be a lot of abilities that Cho's going to have to watch out for. Not just that, but then you also have to worry about when these feathered airstrikes come down. Are you going to be peeling for Ziggy on the background as well? That's going to be very interesting. First hurdle up and about.
Yeah, and you can see already the bot side, they're kind of you know, giving a little bit of a difficult time to Dez. He just hit his level 4. Ziggy did as well at the same time. But you can see they're clearing out this turtle as fast as possible. U2 Esports get that one in the bag. And Zultra has to kind of move and make space for the rest of the team. Rose on the top side. The Blazing Duet coming out with the help of a speedy light wheels from Inke. Almost able to get first blood.
Yeah, Inke, I mean, that's a good counter. You got a lot of burst damage that comes out from the carry, and especially before Lil Rosa on the Claude can get that those 3 items that he needs to get his power spike. Speaking of which, we have the way to Dragon.
Yeah, and he goes in as well. Phantom Execution comes out. A lot of damage onto Zultra. Already used the Flicker early on. And Yomel getting the first blood in his hands. And this is what we were talking about. This is kind of why I didn't like the show. Yes, you're good, but what comes after? There's no crowd control to kind of latch onto someone after the Way of the Dragon. And instantly, U2 Esports prematurely pulling the trigger.
Yeah, they're able to go. You see already Yomel doing a great job of trying to close ranks around Dez to try to protect him. And I think this is the answer. U2 Esports understand that on this team, Dez has been the standard. Dez has been the most consistent on the team. So that's where they're focusing all of their power. If they can upset him, if they can make sure to kind of keep all of the business on him, that Stamina Esports is going to have a rough time. But I feel like Stamina, they're doing a good job of closing ranks, making sure that when they are up on top of him, he does have Yomel right there. He does have Ricky on the glue to make sure that he's got some of that peeling power. It just depends on if we can continue this straight as we move on, as we start getting out of this laning phase and into these team fights.
Yeah, Nigit gonna knock up along with the Way of the Dragon. Syke's able to get that kill. This is the play that U2 Esports have been looking for. Pika UXP coming at the right time of the Throne of Ruin as well. Stamina Esports having a difficult time playing Protect the President with Dez. That leaves a lot of other options open. And already you can see the Pika UXP being a menace, being a problem, trying to bait out retribution before the turtle starts. Ricky's back into the fight. Instinct being annoying as much as possible. Zultra has to go back, punctures his way in, does Dez. Thornrose already used up. Now they're trying to go into the back line, zoning out as much as possible to grab right on top of him. Zultra looks to be going down. Shun pulls his way out. He killed with the G Kundo, but Thornrose able to secure the kill. Ziggy with a feathered airstrike with a deadly magic onto Instinct. He's trying to survive the concentration with pop, but he gets taken down. And the turtle again in the hands of U2 Esports.
Man, Sykes, Sykes all over the map, still able to get the deadly magic onto Instinct, gets back to the turtle, finds the retribution, and then he's on his way home, playing the immenseness of this field. I mean, he's got so much stuff on his plate, and it's just amazing to see here, and going to be a core reason for U2 Esports.
No, Way of the Dragon comes again. Feathered airstrike, baiting out the flicker from Ricky. Deadly magic was used early on, but Sykes, like you mentioned, Syke, you got the kill, and now Thornrose from Dez. Phantom Execution comes out as well. Doesn't have the power spike to kind of take anyone down. U2 Esports all across the map. They're in the face of Stamina.
Yeah, you can see here already the great amount of pressure that you're putting on from U2 Esports, creating, just being all up in Stamina Esports' face. And then you have Ziggy on the background, laying down this huge suppressive fire in the form of the feathered airstrike there as well. And you can see there already top 3 damages on the side of U2 Esports here.
Oh, Traction Pulse pulling Ziggy back, trying to make his way out of there. Sykes is there. Oh, feathered airstrike just to zone them away. And you know what, Private? You got new graphic, man. It looked clean too.
Oh yeah, it's nice to be able to kind of see a lot of those stats when it comes out to here, because it can really tell you the story of what is going on for a lot of these teams and where they are succeeding here. Zultra tries to go in. It does catch underneath the tower.
Yeah, gets the grab on top of Zultra as well. Nice use on Throne of Ruin. Ricky has to make his way out. Patrick's not having a safe time. This ain't the Krusty Krab, folks. Stamina Esports needs to find a way back. 10 seconds to the next turtle.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Stamina Esports. I mean, Dez, he does a great job on the Lancelot, but Lancelot is one of those heroes that's going to need some items. He wants to get a round on the map. Right now, the problem is that the team, we need to kind of get in a good position when it comes to these objectives, to not die early, to be able to look for the Ziggy, look for Inky, look for who we need to be able to kind of get the advantage over here. And another turtle taken up there by U2 Esports.
3 for 3, man. 3 for 3. That's what U2 Esports got at this point. Look at the goal lead as well. Almost 3K on the top side. They're looking to collapse. Stamina Esports want to kill. Traction Pulse coming in as well at the same time. They're able to get the clear. And seems like they'll get Tier on the top side with the Dragon with the help of the Flicker. Feather Airstrike and throw through to catch them off guard. NK trying to melt them down with the speedy light wheels, but they're able to make it out. Ricky burns a Flicker.
Yeah, it's going to burn a Flicker. They do kind of get out of the way. They're able to answer back. It's not exactly equal to a mid tower, but it does mean that we're making progress. We have a pathway laid before us to start getting some of those items, to get Little Rose and Yomel online so they can start dealing out this damage, to give Dez maybe some space to be able to get the items that he needs. And even if he starts failing, he's not able to get the kills. As a Lance, he's going to be able to get a lot of that solo pushing out there. He'll be able to be a menace when it comes to the mid and late game. As we take a look at the right now, you can see about
the items as well. It's looking super solid.
Yeah, and you saw like about a 1,300 lead. Oh, but another fight immediately bursted down. Didn't even have time for Kronos to take over there. That was an immediate dusting that came out in the form of a Stamina Esports player down in the ground.
Yeah, indeed. And I think still U2 Esports got control of the game. They're able to take that mid tier 1 early on. The bot sides come down too. Stamina Esports just getting 1 back in the trade. They need to keep up the pace, right? They need to maintain their composure. Dez hasn't gone down a single time. The pressure has been on him from U2 Esports. Sykes, 3 turtles in his pocket, 4 kills. He's got to have scaled massively. This Harley can melt down even a Uranus at this point. Sky Piercer in the hands of Yomel. This could be where Stamina Esports are looking to amplify what they can give. This is where they need to put the pedal to the metal, get the acceleration going in that car.
Yeah, the problem for me, though, kind of comes out sometimes when it comes to certain players. I like the Sky Piercer is just one of those double-edged swords. It does great when you're ahead, when you're able, or even if you're not ahead, if you're separate from the team and you're actually doing a great job to kind of separate yourself from them. It's just right now, just Yomel's just having a rough time in the mid lane here. As you see U2 fighting it out. Stamina Esports looking for a way in.
Yeah, I think Stamina Esports kind of giving up this Lord. You can see Dez wasn't even there in that fight. By the way, the Dragon from Zultra onto Ricky. I don't think it's the right idea, but the damage coming in from Sykes is too much. They take down Ricky. And what a Throne of Ruin from Pika UXP as well, just to zone out the rest of the members. Dez is looking to find something on the map, but the Lord is already up in the mid lane.
Yeah, poor Ricky. Ricky's gonna be U2 Esports, another picky there for him as he goes down. 3, you can see there again, the immediate damage coming out from U2 Esports. Not even close when it comes to stamina right now, trying to match that up. Ricky's just been getting found out, and that's the problem, is that he's in some of these bushes, in some of these positions where his team cannot back him up.
Oh, that was looking dicey from Dez a little bit. Oh, Traction Pulse coming out as well. At the same time, you can see they go in with the Thorn Rose. Punctures his way in. Dez trying to clear, but the Blazing Door coming in. Little Rose still gets taken down. Oh, Sykes is a monster on this Harley. 5-0-1.
Yeah, and I mean, a great job on this Harley, and that's why he's one of the most sought after jungles behind the Suyo and things like that. But man, it is just punishing Stamina Esports right now. Even when Dez is able to find these favorable engages to be able to kind of get those dashes, close the distance, even onto the back line, it's still just not enough for him to be able to put on the damage just yet, especially sitting at 6-2 right now in favor of U2 Esports.
Oh no, again, Ricky gets caught out. Traction Pulse comes in from Yomel, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Throne of Ruin coming out. Dez goes to the back line without the punctures. Looks like I'm taking the wings by wings out of there. Blazing the way. Not even in the party. Not a lot can be done. Yomel gets taken down. Sykes is there on the side, but Lil Rosa's not able to make his way into the fight. They find 3 on the board. 7.5K gold in the hands of U2 Esports.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we kind of focus on Zoltra and maybe his ability to be able to focus on to Dez, but right now, with this lead, all Zoltra has to do is find Ricky. Ricky kicking back into the team, and then you have a feathered airstrike raining down damage. 35,000 damage right now for Ziggy on this pick because Stamina Esports are unable to punish Ziggy every single time he lays down that ult.
Hey man, it's all come down to Ricky. He's getting picky and he's looking a little icky if you're a Stamina Esports fan. Throne of Ruin coming at any point just to make sure it doesn't get pulled back. And now you can see Ricky has to get out of harm's way. The knockup coming from G Kundo from Zoltra. I doubted that choke pick, but hey, he proved me wrong. It's been in the face of the opposition the entire time, and they've been doing such a fantastic job keeping Dez at bay.
Yeah, and this is just kind of the unfortunate thing when it comes to picks like this, when it comes to Lancelot, who's going to need that purple buff to kind of stay online. Once he starts falling behind, it's very hard. That's why picks like the Lancelot, like the Hayabusa, have kind of fallen off the meta so far. So a great job by U2 Esports to really ban out. Ooh, a little conceal play comes out.
Oh, again, Ricky gets caught in the way of the dragon. Oh my god, the HP just went down in an instant, and he gets taken out as well. What a flicker Throne of Ruin from PKUXP. Ziltra going in, but the Blazing Duet for a disengage from Lil Rosa. Private, I saw your reaction. What was that damage?
You would have thought that was a mage that they had kicked back into U2 Esports with how quickly they were able to do away with his health. But Ricky, they have focused on, they have found a crack in the armor and they are spreading it open. U2 Esports did such a great job honing in on the targets they need. And they don't even have to get to the back line right now. They don't have to get to Yomel, to Little Rosa, to Dez. They could just keep on focusing on Ricky, who's been having a rough game of it. Maybe we need to start putting instinct up front. We're now crashing into the mid tower.
Oh, what a knockup as well. They find him again with a Whale Dragon Instinct gonna get taken down at the same time. A little bit deadly magic. No, he doesn't. But Ricky falls down once more. Dez goes in. Thorn Rose to clear out the Lord, but the Lord is still standing on the bot side. Inhibitor might as well just get cracked. But the next set of waves are coming in, and Stamina Esports are -1 right now. They get the inhibitor on the bot side. Dez is trying the best that he can, but look at the high ground. Look at the damage from Ziggy. He was highest the entire game. And now they have no way to stop U2 Esports from getting into their base. Crystal moving like a unit, looking so solid. They definitely don't look like the 8-seeded team.
Yeah, Sykes right now is just having a huge game. I'm so sorry I said that maybe Instinct should try to get up in front, because I know as soon as he did, he took a whole 90% damage and had to go back to base to heal immediately. You're at a point right now, 11-2 at 14-minute mark.
Oh, Ricky, what are you doing, Ricky? Lil Rosa as well. He's trying to go in. Look at Dez. He punctures his way. He's doing everything right, but the goal lead is just so massive from U2 Esports. They cannot even touch them.
Yeah, a solid defense coming out here from Stamina Esports, but U2 came in, did what they needed to, got all the high grounds out, and I think this is just, we're just waiting on the next objective. Poor Patrick, alone in his thoughts to think about what he has done, because this has not been a good game for Ricky right now. 10K gold lead for U2 Esports right now, and it started with these huge and massive focus onto the hero pool of Dez.
Yeah, it has been. They've been, cutting it down, making sure it doesn't get his comfort pick, and he's forced on this Lancelot, like you mentioned. It doesn't really get the power spike that it used to have. A lot of other picks are getting more viable. The Harley, the Suyo, and the first ban in the draft as well was the Suyo, so you respect what Dez can put out, and then after that, you can make him have a hard time. So it begs the question, should they have prioritized Dez in the first half of the draft?
No, it's honestly, I feel like this is where I don't want, as much as I would love to like kind of hunker on Stamina, I feel like U2 just did a great job. When you take out Diamond and you realize that there's just kind of newer players on the team, the only real target on the team would be Dez, who has been the most forward, who's had the most, I want to say, predictably good games for a lot of the heroes that he plays out there. So he's like the biggest target to really focus on when it comes to that. And a great draft too to put Zoltra onto this Cho as well to really offset a lot of these tankier picks coming out from Stamina Esports.
not just that, right? Along with Zoltra, Sykes on this Harley just adding that early pressure. And you're right, we can't really take anything from U2. It can't take anything away from U2 Esports because they've been playing such a fantastic game. And look at the builds. They're completely online. Show getting the immortality is so massive.
Yeah, you've got the immortality out there. You've already got you've got the distance you needed when it comes to Inky on here, and wondering if Stamina can put up another defense.
Yeah, they're trying to go in as well. Thorn coming out, capture 3 members. Phantom Executions trying to get away. The Lord is trying to get melted down, but Dez gets melted down instead. The damage is insane. Blazing to it from Lil Rosa coming out. They get Inky. A massive shutdown. Look at the base crystal. It's almost out as Zultra takes out Lil Rosa. And just like that, U2 Esports take game number 1.
Victory! And let's come back from that game. What an amazing game. U2 has the element of surprise, I have to say, because we didn't see them play a single game for 2 weeks. So they're back there, they're studying Stamina, they're saying, okay, what can we do to like really bring it for the next series against them? So I feel like definitely they've went home and did a lot of studying, maybe did a lot of practicing to really bring it today. What went wrong there? Let's unpack that up.
Well, I feign to always kind of focus on what went wrong than to like let's turn it over and what went right for you too. That draft was incredible for me when especially when you started off with the Harley pickup. We started off with 3 pretty big magic damage dealers, which meant that the early game was going to be something incredible to overcome. Not just that, but I feel like we didn't have a big tanky start at the beginning when it came to the draft for Stamina. As soon as the Uranus was picked up, it opened it up for U2 to pick up the carry as well. So a lot of different things immediately were getting answered by the side of U2. Every single thing that Stamina thought that they were bringing out, it was getting countered draft-wise. And then to finally settle it down on the show, where either Dez was going to be having a lot of trouble, which we saw from the early game, or Ricky was just going to be getting caught out. You can't even play Glue the way he's meant to be played with a Cho out there kicking you to the enemy team and then getting rained down that damage from Ziggy on that Farja.
It was fantastic. A masterclass when it comes to how to try and get through to the president. That's what they were trying to do, right? Protect the president on the side of Stamina Esports. Dez, in the early game, he tried to get Ziggy. Ziggy flickered out wings by wings, and then next thing you know, he's under pressure. He doesn't have the ability to get out. No punctures, no thorn rows, so he got taken out super low. Had to go back to the base because he knew Zultra would be in his face if he was trying to take the orange buff. So that kind of offset the pace for Stamina Esports, and after that, it never looked like it was going to slow down. U2 Esports put the pedal to the metal, kept going. You got a 10k goal lead at one point. Sykes hasn't been taken down a single time. Only 3 kills on the side of Stamina Esports. It's not looking good for a start in this best of 5. Yes, they made substitutions and stuff, but I mean, this is where it goes down, right? It's a double-edged sword, which might work in your favor. In this case, it just didn't. And you can take a look as well. 62% fight participation from the Alice, 69% from Ziggy, and 81% in the hands of Sykes. This Harley was everywhere and was making it difficult for every single person to breathe.
And they got suffocated, Stamina team. Very unfortunate. We were hoping, we were seeing, you know, the draft wise, we were thinking, you know, Dez came with a comfortable pick on a Lancelot that we know he is a signature for, and unfortunately, the Cho pick that we thought was not a good idea ended up being the best thing to counter Dez.
No, I mean, it wasn't a bad pick per se. I would have preferred the Kaja, right? Just because the Kaja is so much more, it provides so much more value. It's a suppression compared to the Way of the Dragon, which can be purified. But in this case, they noticed Ricky didn't have the Purify. It punished him when he picked up the Flicker. And now that gives another edge to U2 Esports, because along with the Cho, which they already got a victory on, now they can play the Kaja. So again, you're going to have a difficult time if you're Dez, who loves to play the Assassins.
I mean, I'm wondering how long do we keep it up? Are we going to use, when it comes to all 5 of these games, or potentially 5 of these games, to just ban out basically 4 bans used to kind of cover down on Dez and some of his favorite picks. We know Lance is going to be is already going to be off the table, so I'm wondering where else he's going to be able to go if U2 Esports continue this focus on him. And I know a lot of people want to kind of focus on Little Rose. Was he going to be able to provide the same difference? I don't think that this game, that Diamond being in this game would have been a bigger difference, because Ricky just got so surprised and taken aback by this composition.
And let's have a look at the person that did the most, our MVP. Sykes, no doubt he was able to really play the map, being at the right place where he is needed to rack up all those kills.
Well, did we have a doubt? Did we have a doubt, Private? Oh, I'm surprised. Harley's the MVP.
From the beginning of the game, I mean, Sykes was just doing an incredible job. I actually thought it might be a little harder for him when it comes to a lot of these Lord fights, but the way that they were able to dispatch with a lot of the tankier heroes right from the beginning on the side of Stamina Esports was huge for Sykes, to the point that no matter who they cornered out, Sykes was going to be right there to be able to dish out that damage.
Take a look at the highlights as you could tell. Along with Sykes, there's always Zultra around, right? That, the way of the dragon, once you hit level 4, just make sure you don't allow Ricky to breathe whatsoever. You get the split, but guess what? It's only going to delay the inevitable that happened. And yes, Ricky didn't have a good game. Hopefully he can bounce back in the next one. But you know what? There's one small thing I'd like to say, Private. We were talking about it the entire time when Trex is on there. Stamina Esports have not won a game, or not won any game after they've taken a loss, right? So if they get their first loss in this best of 5, are we looking at U2 picking up a 3-0 or...
Well, I mean, there's one half of it that could say that maybe it breaks the morale of Stamina Esports, or maybe it comes around that once you figured out that perfect plan, that crack in the armor, it's just too much for them to be able to come back from. This is one of those things, like I said, we're in the playoffs now, so there's no time for kind of licking those wounds. You're going to have to bounce back. You're going to have to figure out what went wrong with that match and what you can do better. Sad thing, too, for me, is that for the side of U2, you've got 2 kind of off picks that like aren't really meta, and like you're at a point right now that if you like picking the Cho, picking the Farza, that leaves open a roam and a mid pick that's kind of not really usually picked out there. So you still got like the whole worth of meta that you can kind of go through before you're kind of, you know, picking at straws for what you can kind of find during that 5th match.
Yes, so they're really thinking ahead of the whole match, how it's gonna go, the best of 5. So they gotta keep a lot of the options open. I like that they're really just planning ahead, which is amazing. We talked about it, kind of the strategy, probably going into the 2nd game, something that is still gonna be a trouble for Dez to deal with. Is that the Achilles heel for Stamina, to kind of delay Dez?
I think you're right. Like, you don't want to delay Dez as much as possible because of how many heroes you take off of him. So you're essentially backing him into a corner, putting him under pressure to try and perform. Of course, yes, diamonds can be made under pressure, but at the same time, like, you want to give him some breathing room. You want to make sure he gets the first few games easily so that he can carry the rest of the game. Because in this game, essentially, Lil Rosa was nowhere to be seen, let alone Lil Rosa. Nobody in the entire game was anywhere to be seen. The only people we could really look at was Ricky and Dez. Dez, because he was trying to dive into the back line onto Ziggy, making it hard for him. But unfortunately, didn't have the items, didn't have the power spike that he wanted to. And at the same time, Ricky was just getting picked off left, right, and center. So yes, I think in this game, you didn't allow Stamina Esports to play their game. So now it's about a mental thing. How can they bounce back? And also the draft from Coach Bear. I mean, just give Dez a 0, right? Just give him something that he can outperform. He can go for an outplay because we know he can do it. it doesn't matter if the opponents pick up the counters. He still was able to play the land slot really well. So maybe just give it to him. Just give him the first phase. Private, what do you think?
For Dez, I'm pretty confident in Dez's ability to be able to handle things. I think you're right. For me, it's just covering down on the rest of the heroes out there. When it comes to having Harley out there, I feel like we want something that can maybe be able to. I'm not sure when it comes to the hero pool for our Roam. If Cho is not an option, you saw that they did ban. They went ahead and banned. Oh my God, it's out of my mind now. The fish girl.
Kadita?
Kalea.
Oh, fish girl.
Kalea. They banned out Kalea to set up. Oh my God, my brain is gone. They banned out Kalea to set up the Harley pickup because that would have been something that would have immediately been able to use the Tsunami Slam to snatch him up and bring him back to the team. And we didn't have any answers like that. Cho could have worked, but I don't feel like we have a Cho player in Yomel right now. So. And that could be an issue when it comes to what can counter, when it comes to some of these like outlandish picks that kind of come out there. So, like I said, it's very interesting. I don't think they're out of it just yet. I still feel like we can get a victory out of Stamina Esports if they can just kind of brush that off, focus on. I don't think we're going to see the same thing. I don't think we're going to see all of Dez's heroes banned out. If we do, it's time for the rest of the team to step up. Honestly, it's like we cannot all just be on the shaky legs of Dez and hoping that he's going to get the pop off. It's going to need to come out to the rest of the team. We're going to need to get coordinated, especially when it comes around to these objectives.
And then U2 with that Harley pick ban right away. They know that Harley is dangerous, and definitely, I would say, of this meta, the MVP hero. I'm assuming because. A lot of team that gets the pick Harley has been doing amazing and usually win that, even with Bernoulli, our fourth game.
Yeah.
Harley.
Our fourth game clutch pick, Bernoulli. He's always the fourth game Harley to get the clutch win for Lyon. Well, that's the second series of the day. For now, U2 Esports, I think you're gonna take out the Freya, the Jushin, right? If you are on the red side, unless, like Private said, like finding a way for them to be able to deal with the Jushin or probably even the Marcel. So here, U2 Esports, what can they go with? How are they looking to focus down on this draft? Studio was a pick that they didn't want to give to Dez in the previous game. Are they okay to let it go since they're on the red side right now? Jushin's off. If you're Stamina Esports, I think Marcel or Herod is a good ban.
I swear to protect it till my last breath.
We also have Sora out there that can come up for the XP lane. Ooh. So we do have a Sora, possibly a Valentina that can come out as a first pick to offset the Sora pickup by Stamina Esports. We're gonna wait with what they go. Still do have Carry as an option, prioed by Stamina. Depends on where we want to go with the beginning of our draft, which we've learned it's pretty important when it comes to kind of like we don't want to call a bluff out there and throw out glue like he's going to be something flexible if we know we're only going to be able to put him into the roam. Oh, but we go ahead and dig in deep. We say we're just going to go with Marcel, and this has been. I don't know if anybody's watched when I've been watching and doing these watch parties for these matches. When it comes to North America right now, Marcel sitting at a very humble 0%. And I feel like he's not a roam that you can just throw into a composition. He's not like a setting potential where you can get a Grok or you can get a Minotaur out there and they all just effectively do the same thing. You have to be very careful about what picks, what can go into it, who's going to be able to shine out of that golden hour. And are you picking a team that's not going to just be frozen anyway, that you're going to be on the backhand, backhanding your team with that golden hour as well. So it's going to be very careful here. And I'm very interested to see how Stamina Esports plays this.
I agree. I think with this Marcel being picked up, you want to be able to play the map a little bit more. I think so at this point, Good examples of Marcel's would of course be coming out from, for example, from Team Liquid and MPL Philippines. JP plays a fantastic Marcel, able to control the map. Not just JP, you can also see a lot of the other roams like Light played really well too from Aurora. But then again, no one's been able to replicate it into MCT. I like the fact that they go with the Valentina, the carry. It looks solid. But then again, U2 Esports looking to play a clean front to back, and Fredrin's going to be that big body that's trying to block for the rest of the team here. Claude is a great option for U2 Esports if they want to go for it. They can also go for... Never mind.
So one thing I was kind of wondering, they obviously took the Valentina because they didn't want to have that. Well, they didn't want to have the counter out there, but you'd already picked the mage on the side of U2. I might have preferred something like, we've been seeing a resurgence of the Terizla. Ever since his revamp too, he no longer takes any mana. Not only that, but Terizla does surprisingly fantastic against a Fredrin. Not just that, you have Marcel with the Golden Hour that can really set up a lot of those penalty zones that could come out of Terizla. So I'm wondering if maybe they're going to go with something like that. Like I said, I really look for something when I see a Marcel pick. I want to see other picks that kind of carry into that. How is Valentina, how is Carrie going to be able to blend into this Golden Hour to really dish out that damage to the team? Right now, we're in the second part of the banning phase. Still a big focus being played on to Dez here when it comes to these ban picks.
So going into what you said earlier, U2 really keeping their options open, right? So, you know, yes, Claude is definitely a hot pick, but they're trying to pick something that they can, you know, do with now, and then later on they have another better pick for potentially match point.
Or death.
Not just that, I think Moskov is such a... it's a good pick because it denies the assassin coming on the other side, right? Usually if you're for Dez, you want to go for the assassins, outplay the marksman in the gold lane. So the Moskov prevents that, adds the extra bit of macro plays that's possible in this game for U2 Esports. Alice and Leomord being taken off the table. Khalid, I think Kalea is another solid choice you want to take off if you're Stamina Esports. Hilda is a great option just to make sure there's no more early pressure along with this Fredrin and Zetian. So if you are U2 Esports, you want something in the early game, maybe a Hylos in this case, just to make sure you're allowing the Fredrin to go in, slow down the rest of the opposition, and Marcel really can't do anything against the Hylos as such. But a Phoveus is... It's good, but depends on what's coming out from Stamina Esports, right? Because you pick up the Phoveus, you're still giving the Infernal Pursuit to the Valentina in this case. So Stamina Esports need to round it off. If you are Dez, I'm looking at what Suyo's the great option. Apart from the Suyo, I'm looking at the Joy, but Joy's not going to do really well against the Fredrin. Yu Zhong is super solid. It fares perfectly well against the front to back that U2 Esports want to play. I think Suyo, there's not really other options.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking at this composition and I'm like, I see a big propensity for Marcel to freeze you just as well as the other team. Oh my God, one of my heart picks, one of my favorite roams, Matilda out there. I haven't seen her in a very long time when it comes to a lot of these. I don't recall. I know I haven't seen her in the South. I'm not sure have we've seen her in the North here. Second time. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how that kind of comes out here. It's going to give them a lot of closing ability.
Yeah, talking about a really exciting game coming up. It's you know, U2 going with the heroes that we don't see often, so kind of giving these heroes a time to shine. But one thing I'm concerned about with Stamina, let's talk about that. The Marcel's ult, it's got a very big area, so my concern would be is the carry able to dish out the damage from a safety distance, or is she gonna get caught up in all that?
I don't think the carry can even dish out the damage because it's a single target skill, not an AoE. So they're not really gonna be able to do a lot with this golden hour.
Yeah, and then even Valentina too don't have that kind of range. So how are they going to utilize that, right? Private, I wanted to ask you, with the wins that came out of the South with the Marcel, what kind of team composition are they looking for? How are they supposed to play to actually make it a win?
Well, you want those people who who have issues with their with playing out their abilities, or like I was talking about when it comes to like a flicker ult that comes out from Terizla. We've seen Chonge be used against her, where you use that meteor shower as soon as the golden hour comes down, and as soon as the golden hour is over, you just have a barrage of damage that comes out at you. The problem here is I feel like the golden hour can help you as much as hurt you in this composition. When you have heroes that just really don't benefit too well from it.
So coming back to that, heroes that does not match well. So from that kind of standpoint, we feel like Stamina has a kind of a team comp that's lacking to be working with the Marcel.
I don't want to say it's lacking, because you still have disengage opportunities with Marcel that can very much benefit your team. The problem comes is just like where I've seen Marcel shine. And like I said, I just feel like he's one of those heroes that just cannot be in the middle for both of them. But I think we're about to get ready and back into the land of Dawn, Kronos.
Yeah, we are. We are going to the land of Dawn, of course. It's game number 2, and Stamina Esports better pull up, because it's going to be match point if after this U2 Esports get it in the bag. 1-0 in this best of 5. Stamina on the blue side, U2 on the red. They switch places, but then again, U2 have a little bit more of a solid draft. How will Stamina Esports turn around the 0% win rate of this Marcel in this game?
I mean, like I said, this isn't completely over. There's parts where Marcel can shine. There's parts where he doesn't. But here, as a disengagement tool, we might have something that continually gets us out of harm's way. Something that can stop a circling eagle or a guiding winds right in its tracks to be able to kind of take down the Matilda, who is notoriously, let's call her slippery when it comes to trying to latch onto her going in and on your teams. A little bit of engagement up at top, though.
Yeah, I think they're trying to, but you can see already Dez is being a problem on this Suyo, as he should be. This is what he provides with the Marcel, right? Suyo plus Marcel making a great combination. Traction plus coming to the bot side, though. Pika UXP might be taken out first. Blood coming in. Yomel flickers for it, too.
Yeah, what a nice kill there for Stamina Esports. I'm glad to see we start having ourselves some momentum here, a change of the last game. 3 members there able to bait out those abilities, and a successful use from Ricky on that Marcel gets the stun onto him, onto the freeze, and then the backup coming in the form of Yomel on that Valentina to finish off.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems as well. The Moskov in cave running a master assassin, so he wants to get these 1v1 plays. He wants to be able to isolate someone in these team fights when he's trying to go for those split pushes. Turtle is up, and with the help of the guiding wind, Ziggy's able to make fast rotations. But these jungles, that's going to be the target.
Oh, Ricky, look, you can see him already deep into 3 members of U2 Esports. So he's really kind of trying to make the most out of this Marcel pickup. So we're going to see if maybe he's found something new. Goes in, finds a stun.
Yeah, they go to the Black Dragon as well at the right time. Petrified with 3 members. They're able to get 1, 2, 3 down and out for the side of U2 Esports. And double kill in the hands of Dez. Not only do they get that turtle, they are trying to invade. Sykes does walk away the purple.
And I'm not sure that I saw a golden hour coming out, and another stun comes out. Doesn't hit Sykes. It does not. But Dez able to go in and get out as well.
This is the 2nd time he got that lava golem. So basically, just trying to slow down this Fredrin as much as possible. He's level 6 to his 4, who just hit 5. I think if you're Stamina Esports, you're looking at maintaining the pace of the game. This is what you do as the Marcel. You play the map, be in the face of the opposition, and allow the macro to be in your favor. And 2.5k ahead of Stamina Esports, they've got to maximize this right now.
Yeah, which is interesting. Interesting when it comes to this type of a draft. You take up the Fredrin and you allow Dez to have the Suyo, who is notoriously already a fast jungler. Even side by side, no other team members. Fredrin's gonna have a trouble keeping up with a Suyo when it comes to getting that farm in. Now you're talking about Stamina Esports inside their jungle. Ooh, Stamina, a little bit of a fight down here. Yep, a little bit of fun. Yeah, there. just missing wide, but Peak might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think Dez trying to go in, but at the same time, you can see U2 Esports trying to get control of the river. They kind of they need to stick together at this point and try and stop Ricky from going in, but Ricky having a complete contrast in terms of games as it is in game number 1. Now going in, invade onto U2 Esports purple buff. A lot of damage being dished down onto Dez, has to make it out of harm's way. So Retribution not coming up, but they're still able to secure this purple buff. Zultra is taken down low. Essentially a reverse of what happened in game number 1 between both these roamers.
Well, this is the exact same Ricky. Aggressive, in their face, trying to get that offense onto U2 Esports. The only difference is there's not a Cho there kicking him back into the team, and then a Farza absolutely blowing him up. So he's allowed to kind of get into there. There's nothing that U2 Esports can do. They're not able to burst him down. He's got that stun that's going to be able to enable him to find a little bit of an escape, and he's being a lot more aggressive and getting a lot more of that value out of the Marcel. I do want to say though, Zultra, especially when it comes to Matilda, does take a little bit of items before she starts to come online. So we might start seeing a shift as we get to that 6 and that 7 and 8 minute mark.
Yeah, and I think that's what U2 Esports are waiting for as well. They don't want to give away too much of a lead to Stamina Esports. So biding their time and making sure they get to that power spike around the 8th minute. Ricky, on the other hand, for Stamina Esports, needs to be as aggressive as possible. And for the credit of U2 Esports, it's almost 6 minutes into the game. They haven't lost a single tower, and they're able to absorb all the pressure that's coming in. But now the pressure looks to be on the top side. Ricky needs to go in and at least open up the map so that they are able to get this tier 1. Lil Rosa hacking away, but you can see the Fear of the Phoenix comes out as well. They're still able to get the clear on the top side. So a lot of time being wasted by Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on that. You have 3 people up there ready, and nobody really kind of pulled the trigger on going under. And you should have read the situation there, especially with 2 members underneath there. You've only got 3 to try to get this gank. That was not going to come out successful. No. Maybe try to transfer somewhere else and see if you can get the pull. Oh, a double stun coming out there from Ricky. Like we said, so aggressive on this pickup and getting the value out of it right now. 4-0, but kills don't win games. Macro does, and Stamina Esports need to start finding a way to transition some of these fights, transition some of these kills into objectives before we get to that mid game, before we start transitioning, we get those items on the side of U2 Esports.
Yeah, and I think that now's the time, right? This is the third turtle of the game. If you're Stamina Esports, you want to pull the trigger. And in this fight, you know for a fact your heroes are completely online right now. You even bait out a flicker from the Phobias. So it's now or never. Everyone's kind of soften up for the blow. And Stamina Esports needs to find a way to make this happen. U2 Esports, on the other hand, I think not contesting this turtle could be a great idea. But Pika UXP caught out now. Here comes the Fear of the Phoenix. And Dez is handed a kill on a silver platter, which is only going to extend the goal lead of Stamina Esports.
5-0 right now. Now they're going to have some pressure at least coming in from the bottom as well. So we do have some macro coming up. I feel like it needs to be a little bit faster coming from Stamina Esports before you get to a point where U2's able to answer back. Black Dragon is out.
Yeah, they're trying to stop Inke from going back. Golden Hour as well to put him in place. SOD missing. Not able to make it, but he's still tight. Almost getting a kill. But Ricky burning the flicker, and so did Lil Rosa on the bot side. They get 1 kill back. They get a tower, but equally traded back 1 tower. The only thing that Stamina Esports have on their hands is that kill, and now they're able to take away the tier 1 in the mid lane. So this is more beneficial. Desh trying to get a kill, and Zultra backing out. U2 Esports, oh, they're absorbing a lot of pressure.
I mean, they're doing great. Ricky, this is what we wanted to see from him when it comes to actually being on a Marcel, using the pick, getting the value, getting some of those stuns out there, slowing down the enemies so that the rest of your team can kind of come in there, and the team is doing a great job. This is oh, Ricky, just stop. Okay, I thought he just stopped in the middle of the jungle. I thought maybe he had a little bit of a disconnect there, but the rest of the team, they're doing a great job. There's 3 up at the top. top, even 2 at the bottom. Once that SOD comes out, you could see that little Rosa saw it coming. He's able to get out of the way so that Inky didn't have an escape route. So just a great job coming up there. As we take a look at these items, you can already see that little Rosa 1K ahead, already has that Demon Hunter sword, as well as they got his second items out there, and we're working on the third one as well.
Dez was 2.2k ahead, man. He got 3 items on the board. That Sky Piercer, I think he's got 2 kills in his pocket already. Fear the Phoenix coming out just to find everyone on the map. And if you're U2 Esports, the only one thing I will say is that we haven't seen Pika UXP in these fights, right? The moment the Phoveus is present in these 5v5 fights, it's going to be difficult for Stamina Esports to take it, because he's going to be such a pain with that Dark Wave, with that Infernal Pursuit. Right now you can see Ricky as well making sure they catch Zultra with the traction pulse, or rather with the tracking shot. Now 5k on this Lord, they're able to secure it. Black Dragon to make sure they zone everyone out. SOD almost able to get that one. But U2 Esports yet to open a kill on the board. 6.5k gold into the Stamina ahead of Stamina Esports. Lord marching down the bot side. Everything is going well. Stamina Esports look like a well-oiled machine.
The problem for me with some of those win conditions, Pika UXP, we're at the 10-minute mark. Phoveus has a very limited window where he can be useful, start getting some of those demonic forces onto the back line. And I mean, I think we're kind of edging past that point as Stamina Esports go ahead and lock down on the top, and U2 Esports unable to even contest it.
Oh no. Nice use of the taunt as well coming out from Sykes, but Zultra taking a lot of damage. It gets melted down or even flickered out of there. Oh, this is not looking good if you're U2 Esports. The Lord is still coming crashing in. They get the tier 2 in the mid lane. Holy Shield's gonna get popped in the mid first, then the top side. The Lord is being delayed so well by Stamina Esports, and seems like they might as well just get maximum benefit out of the Lord. Zultra gets his hand on the Enchanted Talisman, but finally U2 Esports are able to breathe for a second.
I want to say something where we're going to save it for the end, because I'm not going to curse this team just yet. I'm very excited to see Fighter Stamina Esports. You were talking about it. They don't usually get their victories after having a lost Black Dragon into the back line.
Yeah. He goes in, you can see the Dark Wave coming out as well. Nice taunt on some 3 members for you, the Phoenix, but a lot of damage. Sykes gets taken out. Pika UXP going to the back line, gets petrified. A golden hour to catch Ziggy as well as in-game plays, but a lot of damage being dished out. In-K could not make it out of the fight. Only Ziggy and Zultra left standing, and with a concealed blade coming in from Stamina Esports, they're looking to break this curse. They're looking to break 2 curses in one go. They've got the cannon mini on the bot side, a mid-wave crashing in, and another wave to come down. Zultra and Ziggy trying to...
Could it be?
They're collapsing down on top of them, and finally Stamina Esports get the victory and make it 1-1.
Not just a 1-1, an 11-0 victory here, a dominating performance. Not only that, but I believe this is the North's first win with Marcel.
A lot happened, you're right. First, for a lot of things. First, as in we're breaking that curse for Stamina, right? We're not gonna go for a sweep, finally. And yes, a Marcel gameplay, a Marcel win, finally. How we doing, Kronos? How you feeling about this?
Yeah, I'm happy. This is the kind of Marcel game that I wanted to see how in the early game he was zoning out the opposition. And yes, you don't have a lot of AoE skills to kind of help out the Marcel and maximize what this golden hour can do, but they played it really well in terms of the macro side of things, right? Using the golden hour as a zoning tool, using the Marcel himself as a zoning tool, so you allow the rest of the opposition to the rest of your team to breathe, and that's what they did. And not just that, I think Stamina Esports looked a lot more aggressive, looked a lot more comfortable on these picks. And I don't know, was game number 1 just a way for them to kind of shake off that nervousness, shake off that bit of hiccups that they might have had in the game? Felt like it, because 11-0 is a dominating game.
I feel like this was a line to stars for the side of Stamina Esports too. Dez is absolutely something different when it comes to being on the Suyo pick already. It matches the skill and the I want to say his wall for how good he can be mechanically on a hero. Suyo just really melds well with people who have that high ceiling for their fingers, those quick fingers. Also, I mean, we're talking about Ricky and Yomel. Finally, they came to party here. Ricky, with everything that was punishing him in that last game, executing that same type of play style here on the Marcel, he was almost unstoppable, diving into U2's lines as well.
And you could take a look as well at the highlights of the entire game. Stamina Esports on the front foot from the get-go, and that flicker for Yomel underneath the tower. This is the kind of aggression we wanted to see from Stamina Esports, right?
Yeah, and then you can see there Ricky diving into the back line immediately to get those stuns right as soon as they were able to get the turtle, which goes ahead and gives Stamina Esports the time that they needed to be able to kind of rush that line. And he was doing that very, very well within a lot of these objectives. You see here another freeze on the two members, and then immediately they go ahead and latch on to Inky.
And let's look at the MVP, who it goes to. I feel like it should be Marcel.
Right, I think it is.
Yay, let's go. Okay, finally we have a win for Marcel, and we also have the MVP for Marcel. So Ricky definitely know what he's doing with a Marcel hero here.
Hey man, from taking a beating in game number 1 to be the MVP in game number 2, he pulled up all right. And not just that, 2 different play styles we got to see with the heroes he picked up, and clearly he's better when he's playing these aggressive heroes. He's better when he's trying to take over map control rather than give it away, which is Glue. He does try and take map control, but at the same time, it's a little bit more of a passive hero, unlike the Marcel. So yes, I think in the next game, we're probably going to see the Hildas and the Khaleeds being taken out.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to whether or not they can go ahead and counter some of those. I feel like Glue at most of the points has the exact same type of play style. Here we're going to see, I think, another golden hour that traps 2 members. Yeah, coming out from the side of U2 Esports. Boom, 2 of them get frozen immediately. A great put on there for Stamina Esports. And I want to say for Ricky, this has to be uplifting, especially after that first game had probably one of the roughest Glue games I've ever seen. But to be able to answer back with this, especially on a hero that has yet to be proven here in North America yet, and to be so successful has to be and build up the confidence, especially for him and for the rest of Stamina Esports here, who have tied it up to 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, so that win really definitely gave them a little bit of momentum and confidence going into the next game. Third game coming up. Now, the thing that I have in mind is we used up the Suyo, right? Demon Time Dead showed up on the Suyo.
Not yet, Layla. So you're calling it too early. No more, not yet. We're
not yet on the Demon Time Dead yet. All right.
Not the vibes that he gave in that week when he was on Demon Time. I think we're still there. We're still there. Let's take it slow. If you're a Des fan,
showing a little bit.
DL, warmed up. He's warmed up, I'd say. But U2 Esports, on the other hand, they've been fantastic. Even on let's say in this game, yes, they really couldn't play because Stamina Esports didn't allow them to play the game. Just got a kill on the bot side of the early game with Yomel flickering so early and getting that first blood. And after that, they just took complete control of the game. Marcel was in their face, didn't allow them to do whatever. And that's where I think in the draft phase as well, the Matilda wasn't really the best pick, right? This is why you don't get to see the Matilda in the meta so often. And maybe if they opted for a little bit more of a Grok, maybe, which is something that Zultra is really good at, that could have been a different story. Grok plus Zetian could have been done wonders. You could kind of push the Marcel back. So yes, I think draft definitely played a massive role. But if you're Stamina Esports, you want to make sure you replicate the same result that you did in game number 2.
When it comes to the draft here for a lot of days, I know I'm a little worried. I was a little worried because we had his fantastic Suyo game. He always has great Suyo games, and this is probably one of those. When I saw the Suyo, I'm like, oh, whew, all right, he's gonna be a little easier for Dez, but That's gone. That's the nature of global bans now, is that, all right, that great pick that he has, that pocket thing that he's always great on, that is gone, and where do we go from here? They were still banning out, I want to say, 3 of his junglers as well, was U2. And the thing is, though, I'm not even sure that this is even really, is it a Dez problem? Because I feel like could let the team do that, because I feel like Dez is good enough to kind of pick up whatever he needs to. Allow the rest of your team, or allow the rest of Stamina to get the picks that they need to if they're going to continue to focus on you. Get those priority XP laners, those priority mids, the priority gold that you need to get, while they continue to focus on the Harley, the Boxia, not letting you get a lot of those more maneuverable pickups out there, to let the rest of the team kind of get filled out. We'll see, though. U2 Esports, I mean, they've been coming on strong here, and I've talked about it. When it comes to a lot of their players, when it comes to Mexico, one of the things that I've always noticed, whether it was Ignis Esports or New Wave that they used to be on, was that when it comes to the playoffs, it's a completely different team. They've done their studying when it comes to draft, when it comes to trying to keep those tight rotations. Unfortunately, for that last game, when it comes to U2 Esports, I feel like they kind of got a little surprised with it. And especially, that Matilda pickup, I was kind of like, I like seeing her, I like playing her, but right now, I just didn't see us making use of her. We have guiding winds that can kind of get a lot of the teammates away from harm's way. You do have to wait for I believe it's the Fountain of the Oasis, where every single time you do the guiding winds, your entire team gets shield back. And we were never able to really hit those spikes on the Matilda because of the aggression that we were seeing coming out from Yomel.
Yeah, and I feel like Matilda going into a Marcel is probably not a good pick, I would say, just because you will try to get your team to come out of that, but it's like you're gonna get stuck in that golden hour too.
I mean, at the moment, it's the pace of the entire game is set in the early game, right? So in game number 1, they allow the pressure to come to them, Stamina Esports, with the glue being picked up and the Kimi as well. They weren't really able to take control of the game. In game number 2, similar fashion, U2 Esports allowed the pressure to come to them with the help of the Matilda and the Zetian being picked up. They weren't able to win that mid control, the river control. So Marcel and Valentina got that in their favor. So now game number 3. I mean, clearly there's a pattern, not just in this series, but the entire MCT and the current meta of MLBB as it is. The mid duo takes so much control of the game, and you can see Harley being banned out is such a priority pick. You do not want to get on the other side. Same thing with the Marcel.
Like I said, I was kind of at a point, I don't know if I was on stream or if it was off when I was talking about, I don't know if North America, if we're at the point that we need to still ban it because it was at 0%, but Stamina Esports showing how it can be used, maybe not to the degree that I've been seeing in the South, but it shows that, especially if you're fearless, if you have absolutely no fear of the team, regardless if you're getting stopped there, and we've already seen whether he's 0-7 on a glue or he's like 2-0 on a Marcel, Ricky's just going to be going in and going ham right down their throats. So it's going to be very interesting to see where we go from here, because that's another part. Do we have other roams that are hopefully don't get countered out by Stamina, where he can be just as aggressive, have just as much of a map presence? Because I feel like that was a very well-earned MVP. He made that possible because he made every turn, every place that U2 wanted to go to some type of problem for them, where they were getting ganked, they were getting pushed, they couldn't get objectives. This is going to be where I'm looking for the success of Stamina Esports, as well as, Dez. We already know that if he gets a good pick on him as well. But I want to say that's another good line, another good a brick on the structure that is Stamina Esports to be successful here.
I am not the only one.
I'm curious about the Basha ban, because they, U2 already played Fredrin. So what is the Basha ban for exactly?
I mean, I think they're trying to get the better trade, right? Whatever Salmon Esports kind of leaving up for grabs right now. Baksha is just so good. But one thing I agree with, them being on the blue side, they could have left it open and picked it up for themselves. I just think Sykes doesn't want to play it. More of an assassin kind of route, similar to what Dez offers for Stamina Esports. But I think here, U2 Esports, on the first pick, they could go for... Glue is a stalled option. Uranus is a stalled option. They already utilized the carry. Valentina was the best pick that they could go for, which has come to next, because the Yve is the best pick because the Valentina is already picked up on the other side. So now they can play around this kill box and make things work for themselves. At Stamina Esports, usually you'd go for the Valentina counter on this. I think the next best option in the mid lane will be the Farza.
Interesting thing here is that Farge is going to be quite the risk too, because of that Eve and Hylos combination that can come out here. As soon as she sets down, you're going to have the real world manipulation and glorious pathway rushing towards you. We also don't have a Yuzong that can really punish an Eve for kind of sitting there still. Leomord, I like that pickup, especially because as soon as that real world manipulation comes down, we can go ahead and take out a Phantom Steed. You got a big amount of damage. Lapu is another one that I've seen, especially in the XP lane. As soon as Eve decides to go ahead and set down that ultimate, Lapu just charges in with that Bravest Fighter form as well. So there's still a lot of options. I'm wondering, do we go Hylos here to take that away from YouTube? It's one of those just cheesy duo picks that the Valentina and the Hylos that just really absolutely like slows down a team's escape.
I cannot move meta, no. Slow motion.
Yeah.
The Harith and the Leomord is gonna dish out a lot of damage.
Ooh.
So is it? Oh, I like the. Okay, Sykes is like, let me show you how to do demon time too.
And the Suyo is a solid choice. Plays really well inside the RWM. I like the Gatakacha as well. So basically, they are looking to contest the river. And if you're Stamina right now, you have the options to play inside this box, like you mentioned with the. There you go with the Hylos that could be picked up. You are essentially maximizing the speed inside the RWM as well. But yes, kind of flipping the script, right?
That horse v horse connection of Leomord and Hylos to kind of come in, and hopefully, and I like that too, because you've got a big tanky front line to hopefully allow Harith to kind of be able to throw down that Zaman Force without getting picked off, to be able to dash around and just really lay down a lot of damage. I do appreciate the Gatakacha out here as well. I feel like too many times a lot of people use that Avatar the Guardian as an initiating factor, and it's slow. I mean, you see it on the ground, you have time to like get a haircut, scratch your head, then you can flicker out of the way of it. It really suits well when you have it as like a secondary engagement tool. Once Eve throws on that real world manipulation, once the flickers comes out, the dashes come out, that's when you want to use an Avatar the Guardian to slam down on the team and really punish them for it. Very interesting to see the Esmeralda banned out. I'm not even sure what kind of picks we have coming out from an Esmeralda this season, but moving on to the second banning phase for both of these teams.
And the Esme is like a counter to the Harith, right? In the EXP lane, just so you can take the shields away. But then again, like, I don't really think it's super crazy that you have to ban out the Esmeralda. So yes, I think Stamina Esports just covering their bases, making sure you check your boxes that can provide a lot of win conditions. Alice is a solid choice too, so you prevent the dive that could come in. If I'm Stamina Esports, I'm okay giving the Claude away. Maybe take out a marksman at this point, or maybe the Lapu, like you mentioned. But then again, there's so many other options that are just available, and one of them should be the Uranus for U2 Esports.
I mean, yes, are they gonna do another hero that also has shield? Because if they're gonna have two heroes that does rely on shield, I can see definitely the Esmeralda Ben being a very good one. But even then, you know, a Harith that is a Fed is gonna do so much. So I think it's still good, even if you just have the Harith that needs the shield.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. This is, man, I'm not going to tell you how much I appreciate the global bans, because it just really has put like a big wrench when it comes into trying to figure out a lot of these drafts. And it always brings like a pleasant smile when I'm like, well, the obvious answer would be this. And it's like, oh, nope, they've already used that, so they're not allowed to pick it anymore. And we get something different, new, and it's a new ingredient to some of your old recipes that you know and love. But we're going to be moving on to somebody that I feel like we're waiting for that mid lane, waiting for that XP lane to come out from Stamina, as well as waiting for the XP lane and gold lane coming out from U2.
Zetian. Zetian's gonna come out from Stamina, right? There's not a lot of other mid lane options apart from the Zetian. Maybe a Lunox, but then again, I don't know if Lunox is the best possible option here. I think Zetian to get that extra bit of stun with the Fear of the Phoenix. There you go. Stamina Esports locked that in. I think if you're U2 Esports on the gold lane, there is the Claude, but I'm not such a fan against the Herod. You're playing an uphill battle, already having an uphill battle there against the Herod, but there's not a lot of other options open as well. You want to be able to hang on for the late game, dive onto the Zetian, to Claude plus Uranus. I think Uranus is super solid for U2 Esports.
Well, the only thing for me for when it comes to Uranus, we don't really have something for, like, there's not those auto attacks, those people who have those fast auto attacks that where Uranus is going to be able to build up those stacks very quickly. In fact, I feel like this is probably Granger. Yeah, so here's the thing that's really crazy to me is because when I look on paper and I see it, and I imagine in my head a Granger taking on a Harith. If Granger, he's got a Rhapsody that shoots in a straight line. Harith should be able to dodge that, right? It should be pretty much immediate, but it always comes down to like the skill level. Some people that use these Grangers, it doesn't matter how many times Harith can dash back and forth, these Grangers are able to nail him down. It really comes down to the play style of the players on whether this is going to be able to shine, because I feel like on paper here, Granger should lose to a Harith when it comes to the gold lane.
Agree to disagree there, Private. Agree to disagree there. Because Granger has kind of been a counter to the Herod since the M5 time. When a Herod gets picked up, Granger kind of was the one pick that could go toe-to-toe against him, and rightly so because of the skill matchup that you mentioned. But yes, I think the Sora against the CC, that's a lane to watch out for too.
That CC pickup is good. Is it good against like what we have? We have a Sora, we have a Suyo, and we have a Gato. To be able to tie any of these two together, right, would be unfortunate.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these kind of clash together, especially being able to close the distance on that back line to try to get Inky on a Granger, who is probably one of the slipperiest marksmen out there.
Yeah, I think the ability to kind of kite, right, whatever is brought to him. And I think Instinct does have a lot of work, especially when you're using that yo-yo blitz in the mid to late game, but only if it gets to that point, because if you're U2 Esports, you want to close this game out as quickly as possible. It's game number 3, folks, and you're watching the MCT best of 5 playoffs, and it's game number 3, like I mentioned, U2 Esports versus Stamina Esports, 1 apiece.
Yeah, and one apiece here, and I feel like that kind of sets the tone. This is a very important match for both of these guys, because now that they're tied up, this next match is going to set the tone, give that momentum moving into this best of 5 of who's kind of got the better edge here. I've said it before too, like I'm very concerned. I want to see if they're going to be able to close the distance on this Granger. In fact, I mean, they can ignore him and have like a wonderful first game, Stamina Esports can, but then he's going to be coming online and you're going to have a big problem with the amount of suppressive fire that he can dish out. We're going to see how well they are, because we've got a great wombo combos that can come out from the side of Stamina Esports, stun after glorious pathway, and damage that can come out from the side of Little Rosa. Taking a look at some of the emblems out here, I don't see too much kind of standing out. Both junglers have gone with being able to kind of take down these minions a lot faster as well. We see some cooldowns, a little engagement at mid.
Yeah, I think Zultra just doing the best that he can, helping Ziggy clear the wave. So U2 Esports kind of getting control of the river in the early game, and now that amplifies what the Suyo can bring out. And this is what you want to see if you're U2 Esports. But to Stamina Esports credit, Ricky's going back at the right time to make it on time for the turtle, and not even using his revitalize. So that's a big dub.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to want that once we get into objective territory here. We're going to see, as especially you can see Sykes there kind of waiting for their position. Dez is going to go ahead, try to get up this purple buff before he goes for this turtle. So I'm waiting to see who's going to get the priority, who's going to get into position first, because that's where the fights usually favor. And it really does seem like an upward hill battle for a secondary to get.
Yeah, Yomel trying to get to the level of 4 so he can dish out that Fury of the Phoenix, and able to get that as well right on time. Turtle's not yet started. Fury of the Phoenix to start the fight. Instinct trying to go in, but at the same time, Shifting Skies pushing 2 members back into the RWM. Steed comes out, but a little too late. Instinct pops the Vengeance just to survive. A lot of damage being dished down, but you can see U2 Esports get the kill, but have to respect the damage that's coming out from Stamina Esports.
Yeah, they used the Fury of the Phoenix. Peekaboo was spotted, and the entire team latches on the Peekaboo. Unfortunately, that's a Sora. And as we've learned before, I mean, just the amount of damage, the amount of damage mitigation that can come out there, you waste so many abilities on that one hero that once Ziggy's able to lay down that real-world manipulation, Stamina, coincidentally and ironically, has run out of stamina for that fight.
They always run out of stamina, Private. This is not the first time we've seen that. They always do. And that's the problem. Stamina Esports need to lock in, but U2 Esports playing a fantastic game so far. Able to get control of the river, able to get control of the turtle pit, and not just that, able to pull the trigger at the right time, which Stamina Esports have been so hesitant to do throughout the duration of the MCT. And U2 Esports are just maximizing that and taking control of the game, and now slowly converting it into neutral objectives, which looks like topside is going to be the first priority.
Yeah, they're looking for an angle, and a good flicker coming out there from Lil Rosa. Read that on the mini map exactly, so it didn't even need the rest of his team to kind of let him know. Doing a good job right now. Stamina Esports trying to keep them at bay, but we need to start seeing Stamina kind of enforcing the will, starting to look for ganks of their own. Right now, they're on a back foot because of that lost objective, and this is kind of like that. I feel like this is a bigger problem when it comes to Stamina Esports than the thought of losing a game and not being able to come back from it. For me, it seems like once they lose momentum, it's very hard for them to recover. So I look to them in the early games to really start kind of setting a foot, really trying to establish themselves in a lot of these lanes, to be able to kind of offset that, to kind of carry them into those mid and late games.
Look at the damage, though. This is what the Granger brings, right, to the 1v1 against the Herod. You're able to get the clear in the lanes. You're not allowing the Herod to really get under the tower, dish out the damage. And I think at this point, U2 Esports taking control. Now the second turtle is going to be up in 5 seconds. And I don't think Stamina Esports are in a position to contest. Although Dez does have his power spike. Level 8 on a Leo Mord is super strong.
Yeah, he does, but I mean, we're going to see if they're in a good position. I don't want to. Oh, we do a nice little engagement.
The Phoenix Steed coming out as well. They's able to secure it, but you can see a lot of damage being dished down. Gets one, looking for the second as they're trying to stop him from getting to the back line. Sykes just able to survive barely with the slightest bit of HP. In case the only sacrifice, what a play from Pika.
Sykes has a rabbit's foot in his pocket because he got away with about 5% health, able to find an escape and a pathway. Luckily, U2 Esports, a great job of collapsing around him, getting those pop-ups onto Stamina Esports to stop that kill.
Ooh, nice Shifting Skies, and now they get Ricky after they overextend, but at the same time, a lot of damage from Dez with the help of the Seed. Low cooldown skill, looking to get another Zultra, barely surviving. It's taken down, double kill in the hands of Dez. Layla, you were asking for it. This is it. This is Demon Time Dez at its best.
Yeah, I did a great job there. 3 members from Stamina Esports, and this is what happens when the team is able to work together. One person in there baiting, another person taking some of the damage. Dez is able to go in and get some of those pot shots for the kill. Right now, Stamina Esports not out of the woods just yet. U2 Esports doing a good job of kind of maintaining, keeping up the pressure, and waiting to see if they can find any of those holes in the Stamina Esports armor.
Yeah, they have to maintain composure, right? That they need to find the chink, like you mentioned, and then hack away at it like they did in game number 1. But where is it gonna come from? Dez has been clinical on this Leo Mord. Yomel's sitting pretty in the back line. No one's been able to reach him. The RWM is working out with the help of the shifting skies. Now, if they're able to add this AOG on top of them, or at least get to the back line, that's when you know they'll start popping off. Sky Pierce are already in the hands of Sykes, and I think that's going to be the moment when they're looking to pick more of these fights, hand the kills on him to him on a silver platter.
Yeah, this is my worry when you had a Granger. We haven't been able to shut him down. We haven't been able to slow him down. And now we're going to have to worry about him on that back line. Ooh, nice little slow coming out from Dez as we focus on to this next objective.
Yeah, the objective is going to be important. He does have the steed as well. You can see a nice RWM shifting. Sky's putting Dez back as well. The steed comes in. I think he's going to get taken down. Gets the retribution in the hands of the turtle. And now AOG just kept 2 members. The Glorious Path to slow them down. But look at little Rosa to the back line, dancing around with the help of the Zaman Force. They take down 1. Incast the flicker of harm's way. Zultra barely surviving. Sykes not able to do a lot. And they able to able to steal a purple with the help of the Death Sonata.
Ike, just what I was thinking. I'm like, are you going to be a part of this fight? Comes in, steals the purple buff from Stamina Esports. Just a little bit of them out there. It doesn't go over to who they want it to go to, but it's just still able to kind of maintain there. You see, and I was talking about this too. If you're not able to get this Granger, the later and later this game goes, it's going to be worse and worse for the side of Stamina Esports. Here, I think they're doing a good job at some of these objectives, laying it on there, even when the real world manipulation comes out. They're focusing fire to be able to take Pika U XP down as well on the Sora, making sure that that's not a big issue for them. So a good job so far here by Stamina Esports to hold on to this.
Yeah, and U2 Esports as well, though. Doing good to keep the goal lead under control from Stamina Esports, right? It's only 1.5k goal lead at this point, 8 minutes 40 seconds into the game, and this is where U2 Esports are going to start popping off. NK needs maybe just 1 kill, to be honest, not even 2, just 1 to get that Sky Piercer at 10, and after a while those Death Sonatas are going to start hurting, and they're doing really well to poke down Ricky as much as possible. Lil Rosa, the one thing you can tell the U2 Esports have for their benefit is that he doesn't have the Purify. So if he gets caught in these shifting skies RWM moment, even the AOG, yeah, it could collapse in an instant what Stamina Esports have built up for the past 9 minutes.
Yeah, and it's just interesting to me because I've been trying to figure out how they've been so successful, because I've been wondering, are the AOGs been getting wasted out there a little earlier, or what has been going on here? I think those stuns are doing a great job coming out from Yomel when it comes to the Rage of the Phoenix to be able to kind of set up this, gives him a pathway, a decent amount of time where he can just dash back and forth to be able to put on that damage with that Zaman Force as well. But first, Lord up and ready.
Up and ready, the tango has started, and you can see U2 Esports do not want to give away control of this river. Stamina Esports take it for themselves. Zultra doing the best that he can to peel for the rest of the team. NK is going to get these Death Sonatas to check these bushes, but the range from Yomel's is too much, right? That's the kind of turning point for Stamina Esports. They've got the map in their favor as well. The bot side's getting a slow push, and Stamina Esports are waiting for the moment to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and the problem here too is I feel like we're going to use a Rage of the Phoenix to try to find out where everybody is on the map instead of knowing where they're at and being Yomel getting very close there. Tom comes out there on the Ricky.
Yeah, and zoning him out as well.
Engagement on the top, and Sky finds little Rosa.
Oh, not just that. Now they pop the passive of Yomel. Ricky's trying to get away. Here comes the Steed. Fury Phoenix cast him in place. RWM for this engagement. He gets a massive shutdown onto Sykes. Death trying to get up. Mid-game finds a double. Now in the midst of 3 members as well, looking to go for more. Gets the purple for his team, and now looking to secure the Lord.
Wow, Dez said there is not enough distance you can create, Inky, that's going to keep me from getting to that back line and killing you.
Pika gets on top of him, shifting sky. Dez finds another, looking for to get a 4th now in his pocket, and he finds it. That's 4 kills on the back. down for Stamina Esports, and Dez is finally hitting that demon time that we wanted to see. And now they're zoning away Ziggy as well. This Lord is in their pocket.
I was about to say, if that's not the demon time Dez that everybody's been talking about, I don't know what is. 2 players from U2 tried to chase him down, and he's like, you're in the wrong jungle, son. Turned around, found the kills onto them.
What are you doing, son? NK, Lil Rosa, even dropping the Zaman Force as well, gets the Holy Crystal, and now Sykes can't really do anything. Look at the Fury of the Phoenix coming in the right time to zone them away. Tier 2 in the hands of Stamina Esports from the mid lane. The Lord is coming down a slow push.
Yeah, right now, Dez sitting at 7-1-1. And even when his team is on the back foot, he's able to come in with that Phantom Steed and dive into the back line. Ricky in trouble.
Ricky, what are you doing? But Revitalize making sure he survives. Dez goes in, but Ziggy able to get that kill. AOG out of there from Zultra, even popping the Revitalize. So a -1 from Stamina Esports. This could be good news for U2 as they're looking to clear the Lord. It's crashing down the bot side. No passive, no Holy Shield. That's already past the 12-minute point. The Steed coming out as well from Dez to try and maximize what this Lord can provide, but a good defense from U2 Esports.
Oh, yeah, great defense there, but I mean, you're down to the high ground tower. Stamina Esports in a great position here. U2 Esports just could not create the distance that they needed to. I feel like these fights start off very great for them. They're able to kind of lay down their real world manipulation, take down the damage. Peekaboo, Pika-U XP doing a great job initially when it comes to some of these fights, but then essentially once they think the fight is over, for some reason, Dez is able to find that window, get to the back line, and really reverse a lot of these fights. And even to the point that, like I said, 2 members tried to go after Dez, and he was able to kite them back and find kills on both of them.
Hey man, we've all been on the Dez train for a while right now. Stamina Esports are showing that up, but I think at the same time, U2 Esports have been doing a fantastic job to hold their own. The goal lead at this point, if it was any other team, would be more than 5K, right? It would have been more than 5K, 4.5. So it's still under control rather than letting the game slip away. U2 Esports need to find a moment, and I don't think it's going to come through because they're able to find the Steed at the right time. Shifting Skies pushing 2 members back, but the Art of Gleam's already used up. A lot of damage being dished down, but Lil Rosa picks the kill onto Pika. Zaman Force for a disengage, and they're happy with the pickoff that they got.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that could have gone a lot worse for U2 right there, but they do suffer 1 down for them. 19 seconds left on this Lord. Great engagements right now. They're starting to eke ahead. They're starting to make a lot when it comes to even this small gold lead that they have. Like I said, I want to say I would love to see what kind of gold we have on Dez, because I feel like even though it's a small gold lead, I feel like most of that is probably on Dez, which makes a huge amount of difference instead of it just being spread out through the entirety of the team, which is why he's having such a fantastic match.
Ricky. Ziggy has to he's forced to flicker out. Zultra gets out of harm's way as well. They get their hands on the Lord. Fury Phoenix come down. Ricky gets down and out. Sykes able to pick up that kill. So now there's a sack on the Sky Piercer, but they trade back with Zultra 1-for-1 and the Lord for Stamina Esports. U2 Esports have to mount up another defense.
And this is why you were seeing Dez the focus of the first and second banning phase, where they were taking down 3 or 4 of Dez's pickups, is because they did not want to see stuff like this. Dez on a Leomore, Dez on a Suyu, with how well he is able to balance these fights, how well he's able to kind of be able to kind of maneuver back and forth. Even when his team is looking like they're on the retreat, he's able to close the distance. Inke, I thought we were going to have a tougher time being able to close the distance onto him. Zultra's trying his best to kind of get these. Oh, another engagement comes up at mid.
Yeah, the Lord's already crashed in. Inhibitor in the mid lane is down and out. NK, you're right. I thought it would be a harder time to close the gap on him, but just not able to find the opening, right? NK just not able to get the space that he wanted. Still hasn't got a kill, so he's not able to maximize what this Granger can put out. The RW coming in a little premature, so you know the top side's not going to be allowed to defense, and Stamina Esports going to use that factor. Glorious Pathway along with the Steed to secure that inhibitor. So nice use of the Shifting Skies, catching 3 members. The AOG coming in as well, but the Fury of the Phoenix Phoenix, making sure the engage doesn't come in from U2. Stamina Esports almost playing a near perfect siege and getting 2 inhibitors, looking for the third now on the bot side. And U2 Esports have their backs against the wall, have to clear this and look to find a little bit breathing room to allow the game to progress.
Yeah, Stamina Esports, ooh, they actually might get a little caught there. If they're smart, they're going to go ahead and notice they can get this objective. They don't need to force this. Do you have the minions to be able to finish this? They are going to go ahead, safely return to clear out the jungle, make sure that U2 Esports are going to be starving on their way out, and set up and just wait for this next Lord. They don't need to worry about these fights. Right now, they're in just such a great, yeah, look at the gold lead, about almost a 4K gold lead for Dez right now over Sykes, and it just, you can see it here. And I want to say, yeah, he's been farming, but most of that has just come from his team fight participation and how well he's been doing in these team fights to be able to really be able to punish Inke, to punish Ziggy as well.
Yeah, but at this point, both the junglers full items, right? So full build. The only thing that we're looking at right now is the Inke to get his power spike. He has the BOD, Blood Wings coming in from Ziggy as well. So we're getting to the point where the items, I mean, the gold lead really isn't going to start to matter because the damage dealers do have their items right now. And Stamina Esports needs to find a way to close out this game quicker. Otherwise, U2 Esports, they've been landing their ultimates. They've been able to get these fights right in their favor. The only thing that they did not get is Inke finding a couple of kills, but now an engage from the mid lane from behind. They catch Inke. Shifting Skies coming in, but they don't have the damage dealer present. Dez on the steed. A glorious path to slow them down as well. Pika is going to be next on the chopper block. Yomo finds a double, and now with the waves crashing in, that's fair from the bot side. They're looking to get everything cleared. Are they going to focus down the Lord, or are they going to call for the end? They're calling for the end.
Yeah, they wanted. I saw Ricky and Little Rosa hiding at the bottom, but I heard the conceal play out, and I was like, oh God, Inke, I hope you heard that because it's going to be game over for you.
Yeah, they're trying to finish the game because the Mod Force from Little Rosa is doing a lot of damage. Zultra has to make it out, but the base crystal exposed. Stamina Esports 2-1.
And what a dominating victory for them as well. 8-15 here, turned it around. I want to say tip of the spear there though. Dez really kind of holding the team together there, able to turn around some of those fights, and then really able to turn around a lot of those engagements that they were getting caught in.
And that's right, demon time. What time is it?
It's demon time, not Onyx time anytime.
The way that Dez was able to use that Leo Mord, and when he got on his horse, nobody can sustain it, and everybody was just pulling back, and it's just really horrible for U2 to be able to make any plays because of that. And he was just
it was technically
about levels.
It was a motorcycle.
I knew he was going to say that.
His ride. How about that? When he got on his ride. But yeah, he was able to stay levels ahead throughout the game. The Leo when he comes in, too much damage, too much demon time.
A fantastic game as well from Stamina Esports overall, right? Not just Dez. You could see Instinct play that EXP lane really well. Lil Rosa able to get the better of Inke in the goal lane, not allowing Inke to get the snowball that they kind of wanted. Ricky on this high list as well, playing the map super well and maximizing what this team can do with the Glorious Pathway. He didn't just use it as an initiating tool, but also use it as a tool to cut off the escape route of the rest of U2 Esports.
I almost feel like Ricky, his super aggressive game style, play style being out there, the team really, U2 really latched onto that. And I feel like we found a lot of kills onto Ricky because of his aggressiveness, but it was a great opportunity for Stamina Esports to be able to turn that around. Yes, you were able to get a couple of kills on the Ricky, but how many abilities, how many spells were used to be able to take him down that now you have the whole of what's left from Stamina Esports coming back at you in reply to that.
And
yeah.
Go ahead, Leo.
I was just going to say, yes, I see them focusing a lot on Ricky, and it's just a shame because they just wasted all that resource, all that skill just for a front line. And then Des comes in, and then they're all just done.
One more thing I wanted to say, right? With U2 Esports having both Suyo as well as the Granger, this is a trend we've seen in all the teams in MCT. When you have two heroes that can build the Sky Piercer, right, you are allowing only one to build that, because essentially if both of them are building the Sky Piercer, you're kind of, you know, shooting yourself in the foot at that point. You don't have the damage to come online. So in this case, I would have preferred if U2 Esports said, okay, Sykes won't go for the Sky Piercer. You maximize what the Granger can do, and then allow Granger to build a Sky Piercer, or rather Sykes go for the War Axe early on, and that could have handed more kills in the hands of the Granger, which didn't really happen. So in this case, I'd say bad itemization from U2 Esports, but at the same time, Stamina Esports played a fantastic game.
And let's have a look at the MVP. You know what I was going to say? I noticed that the mage had 100% team participation. Did you guys see that a little bit? I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it wasn't even just the fights that they had started. That was the glory of this pickup, the Zetian pickup, is even when they had gotten caught, real world manipulation got thrown down, immediately able to reply in kind with this huge map presence of this stun. And that is what helps to turn back the tides of a lot of these fights. I know it doesn't have the glory that it does of being on a Suyo and like chasing people down and getting those kills, but man, it definitely one of the pillars of the success of this team.
And definitely, if Yomel needs to be one of the focal points for the success of Stamina Esports, that now throws a wrench into the plans of U2 Esports. Okay, how do we deal with it? First, we have to deal with Ricky, and next thing you know, he's got an MVP. Now there's Yomel to look out for, and now all of a sudden, a lot more options open for Stamina Esports to pick up victories in the game, and emblems as well, looking solid here with the Mage emblem. Inspire, pull yourself together just to make sure you get that flicker, and not just the flicker, even the ultimate cooldowns reduced down. And you can see some of the highlights from Stamina Esports, Yomel MVP. That Beauty Phoenix coming in clutch at the right moment, right, Private?
And then it's the rest of the team has started being able to reply. At the first game, the biggest problem was that we were having our roam being picked off one by one, and the rest of the team was just kind of like, oh, well, I guess we move on. The rest of the game, especially here, when the roam got hit, the rest of the team closed in. They were able to answer back. They were able to put damage onto the enemy team. And I feel like we maybe needed a few games to really start building that synergy. I feel like they're probably talking more right now to each other. The communication's up there, and you can see it on the field in the way that they do it. Especially that, I want to say that what led to that last fight where you had Harith and Hylos off in a little pocket area waiting to be able to get that flank onto the Granger. So it's just, the team is working like a well-oiled machine, and that's what we're going to need to see from U2 if they want to be successful in answering back.
And answering back, talking about U2, they did have some moments, especially the Sora. Unfortunately, it was just not enough because the Sora had good sets, but it's just with the set like that, your team can't really capitalize at all. And then after that, he's out, Des comes in, your whole team's gone.
I think it's just the itemization. If you ask me, if you're U2 Esports, imagine all those fights without Sykes on the Sky Piercer, but the Sky Piercer in the hands of InK. That could have been a different story, right? The snowball could have begun for U2 Esports from InK, able to pick up a couple of these kills, but him not able to get those kills because Sykes is there in those fights. He does have percentage damage with the Soul Sever. So yes, when you add that first kill, then he gets the Sky Piercer, starts racking up, and then InK is just not allowed to get those kills, those finishing blows, which could have been a much more deadlier blow to the side of Stamina Esports. So I just think they're kind of like, they shot themselves in the foot for U2 Esports, because so far every game in MCT, when we've seen two heroes that can pick up the Sky Pierce, one hero always kind of says, okay, fine. One player says, I'm not going to build a Sky Pierce, so let the Granger build it so that you can get an earlier power spike, so you can get those kills in your favor. And it's always happened when the Granger is in the team, where the jungler sacrifices the Sky Piercer. So I think in this case, U2 Esports getting a little greedy with their build and just not allowing their own marksmen to kind of shine in these fights.
While I agree that the itemization wasn't really great there, especially Granger. I don't even have a single kill. I think it was up to like 4 deaths, 5 deaths. There comes a certain point when you have to understand that the Sky Piercer as a second item, maybe we can veer away from that for this opportunity. However, I feel like there was also something to do with having the Sora in the middle of these fights. You get the engagement, the big stun comes out from the Zeshian, the glorious pathway comes out from Hylo. Suddenly, the Sora, who can take a lot of damage, who can dish out a lot of damage, has been left alone for like 6 seconds on the back line of the enemy. And you're like, guys, anytime you feel like, meanwhile, these guys are drudging their way through a glorious pathway to try to close the distance, and then you've lost the biggest offensive front wall by the time you're able to kind of close the distance there. So I mean, I feel like there's just there's multiple parts of this, not just not just the Sky Piercer, but like, man, just some of those engagements just went really well for Stamina. And then you got to a point where even when U2 had successful engagements, they were able to, they get flipped around on behind them to the point that Granger, Sky Piercer wasn't going to save or not having a Sky Piercer wasn't going to save the Granger from the Leomord chasing him down. I was actually amazed how far back into the line he was able to get, and he was able to get away as well. So it's just amazing plays there, led by Daz, and the rest of Stamina Esports starting to come online. And that's why I said, like, that's why I'm big on U2. You need to just get to that point. Get to the point where everybody's on the same wavelength, that they're going to be able to beat this team right now from what we're seeing from Stamina Esports.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
Yeah, moving into now the fourth game. I know Kronos earlier had a little bit of a prediction of how the matches are gonna go, and definitely seems like it right there. Stamina is picking up that momentum, lots of confidence. I think coming off a win like that in the third game, there's a really high chance that they're able to win this one right here. What do you think?
I think back-to-back games is what gives Stamina Esports the momentum that they need. They've found their footing now. It's okay. A lot of the picks that are already banned out, the Guinevere, the Phobias, the Harley, they're super solid. But I think Stamina Esports can definitely work around it. But if you're U2 Esports, now is the time where you start pulling up some of these picks that you didn't get in your hands previous time, like the Gulus, the Kajas, maybe even the Hylos could come through. The Leomord's a pick that they can pick straight off in the first phase, so it doesn't get banned out of the next phase. So I think if you're U2 Esports right now, find combos to make it work. I mean, just pull a page out of Stamina's playbook. Just take the Leomord and Hylos and make it work, because it's super hard to stop. So I think Stamina Esports definitely have a lesser to pick in terms of the hero pool right now.
We're getting to a point where I love where we got almost 2 full rows of heroes that are unavailable for both of these teams, where we're gonna have to start seeing maybe some crafty things in some of these positions. Finally, Boxia makes it to a prime pickup. I know there's been a lot of questions about how good Boxia is, that he's always getting banned, that he's always kind of like taken off of a lot of drafts, and it's just because, especially for like, he's just has a great clear. He's able to counter a lot of the magic meta, the mage meta that we have. Magic damage, magic items are so cheap now that a lot of magic users can get those very fast. Boxia withstands that very well. The anti-heal that comes clutch on there, but as a team of 5 people, you can get in there, you can get the picks with a little assistance from your team. You're going to be able to get away on a Boxia, and I feel like that sometimes is something that a lot of people they misunderstand, especially if you try playing Boxia as a solo queue or as a duo queue. He needs the team support behind him. You can do great things with him. Ooh, early game for both of these teams.
I do think U2 would have a even more aggressive early game with Hilda,
Your
though.
team is banning.
I like it. I like it. I was looking at the Khalid and Lilia being picked up, and in my head instantly I was like, U2 Esports, Hilda, need to lock it in. Don't let it go to the second phase, and they locked that in instantly. You're able to match the aggression coming out from Stamina Esports. Fredrin being picked up right now, so it's gonna be a lot more slow pace, a lot more of a funnel in this game. They're looking to funnel down in the goal lane, but what's left open? If you're U2 Esports, you have the Claude. That's the most clutch pick that could come through right now. But for Stamina, the carry's gone, the Claude is gone, the Herod is gone as well. So maybe the Moskov is a good choice. But if you're U2, you can take out the Moskov, take out maybe even the Beatrix to a certain extent, right? Not allow Lil Rosa to play those goal lanes where he has the space right now. He has the peel to dish out the damage. Maybe even the Granger possibly.
I was just about to say maybe it's about time to see if Little Rosa's Granger can match up to Diamonds, to see if because that would be a great and excellent pick up here too as well, and gives you a lot of wiggle room when it comes to being able to dash away. Oh, yeah, they're going to go ahead and take that off the board as well. So we're really kind of not too big of a focus onto mid lane, but a lot of great picks already taken off of the board when it comes to being this late in the draft. Valentina is going to be very interesting. I do like the picks so far. You don't really have any game-changing ultimates that she can take, except for the Raging Sandstorm from Khalid. That's going to be one that you're going to have to watch out for coming out from U2 here.
I like the Uranus being banned out. That shows that Stamina Esports probably gonna go for a little. I mean, Moskov is probably the only choice that's left because they can't pick up the Claude. So if I was U2 Esports, just ban out the Moskov and get the Claude for yourself. And probably Stamina Esports will wait for that goal lane pick until the end. They could pick up the EXP. They haven't picked up the Phoveus yet, and I think they're looking to pick up the Phoveus. They want to play front to back, and Phoveus is looking like a monster right now if you're Stamina Esports. But for U2's benefit, they do have the Valentina, so they can take away that Infernal Pursuit with the IMU. So there goes the Moskov. I think Phoveus is a no-brainer here for you, Stamina Esports. U2 Esports probably gonna go Claude plus something.
And if you go with Claude, I'm trying to. The only answer that I have left. I'm thinking. Oh,
this is nice. This is nice.
If they go Claude, I think the only answer that's left on the side, if you're kind of looking for damage that can really upset, especially in the early game, like a Leslie maybe, but like that's a Leslie. That's only if you're like concerned about the gold lane, because then you have a Leslie on your team, and it's like, okay, we're gonna have to get to that. I always joke, it's like you're just waiting for that 20-minute power spike for them to really come online. Tarizla, I feel like Tarizla is a decent pickup here, especially if Boxy is going to be like lingering into that turtle pit, into that lord pit, as well as it takes it away from countering against the Fredrin there. Ooh, you said shit. That's what I hadn't calculated.
Yeah, this is what I was telling her. Yusunshin plus CC would make so well, because now not a lot of picks left in the goal lane, because they can't pick up the Claude anyway on the other side. So now you're really putting the work into the Stamina Esports. CC is great against the Fredrin, great against the Tursla, great against the Khalid, because you can melt down whoever comes in. Now they're cornered into a Bruno Stamina Esports. So this is really well played from U2 Esports, just pushing Stamina Esports to the limit and cornering Lil Rosa into a Bruno pick, which is not going to do super well against the Isunshin, nor a Boxia, nor a CC, nor a Hilda. You need this Bruno to start scaling fast if you're Stamina Esports. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard time, because they don't really have any source of damage apart from the Bruno as well as the Lilia. Tarizla, yes, got a lot of damage in the early game, but I think it's going to come down to a lot of these micro trades.
So what do we see? it's a Bruno pick that we haven't really. Have we seen any Bruno? We've seen once, maybe.
He's very prevalent. He's very prevalent when it comes to the South as well, not just because of the damage he can do to teams, but sometimes if they kind of steer away from the damage he can do to like to players and characters and stuff like that, his sieging ability onto towers and stuff like that is almost uncanny. So I want to say that if you're Stamina Esports, I'm kind of looking, can I get the advantage? Can I get to these lanes and kind of push back hard enough to let Bruno really do his thing? That's going to be the big question for me.
Yeah. I think early, right? Early game is what Stamina Esports needs to play for, and early into Lil Rosa so that Lil Rosa can scale much faster. Bruno is super strong if you allow him the space to dish out the damage, if you're able to take those towers like Private said, and also like allowing the Bruno to free hit the opposition because he needs to build crit damage. And if they're able to negate it by building those Chastis Pauldron, maybe even the blade armor to a certain extent, then yes, the Bruno's gonna have a hard time. But once Bruno starts getting those malefic guns, the Haas claws, he's almost going to be unkillable because he's going to be able to get those life steals back up so fast. The HP is going to come out so fast. He's going to be able to shred down the opposition. And we remember when Bruno was kind of broken with that malefic gun, when it had a slight bit of extra range, right? The only hero that could outrange him in the game was a Layla that was back in what, M6 if I'm not wrong. So I think Bruno definitely has a lot of damage, and he got nerfed pretty hard after that, so fell down the pecking order. But yes, Bruno is super solid if he's allowed the space in the early game and also gets the aggression from his teammates to allow to shine in the early.
And we're gonna go into the. Are we starting? Sorry. Done.
Oh.
We're not starting. We're starting with something else. We're starting with diamond drops. Okay, everybody, let me see you in the chat. Okay, so how the diamond drop works, brought to you by Bonox, is make sure you are active in our chat. So the mods in the chat are gonna ask you questions, so make sure you engage with the mods. The people with the best answers or comments, you're most likely gonna get those diamonds. All right. So
yeah, this is just a little way for them to go ahead and give back to you guys, especially we appreciate you guys waiting. Stay active, stay talking in the chat respectfully, and you might earn yourself a couple of diamonds to be able to get one of those favorite skins you've been peeking at.
What skin do you guys want?
And the new Alice skin is out, isn't it? Alice or Aurora? Which one is it?
Alice. It's a very, very beautiful skin. I do want it. I just don't know how to use Alice. Somebody teach me how to play Alice. But definitely,
you just got a view like of every single Alice player right now in MCT. So Layla, you should be knowing how to
easy
play.
Easy peasy.
Yep. And easy peasy, we have the whole list locked in. Looking at stamina, I really like the Teresa pick, so we can see what he can do with that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, we are going through a war right now that Stamina Esports have been mounting for their ability here. They are going on a best of 5 against U2 Esports, possibly game point for Stamina Esports.
Yep, Stamina Esports match point, and this is what they need to do: get the game in the hands of Lil Rosa. It's not about Dez anymore, and you can see Sykes is making sure they can stop the early rotation. Zultra taking out Super with a quick sand guard to slow them down. Sykes might be on the chopper block, and he gets first blooded by Yomel, and Stamina Esports instantly on the board.
On the list of things you want to go your way in the early game, dying would not be one of them. Sykes just got a little too confident in his ability immediately. Tried to dive onto Yomel, but Stamina Esports able to slow him down and turn that around onto him.
Yeah, and you can see Dez already taking out super low. Zultra's trying to put up the pressure as much as possible, but they're not able to pounce on him, so able to get away again. And I think if you're U2 Esports, you're starting to get a little tilted.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of frustration. I mean, these guys, they've been playing, they've been coming through the last 3 weeks. Just gonna take a little bit more probably for them to get a little bit more frustrated out there as well. Taking a look at some of these emblems, not too much coming out. Concussive blasts on the side of U2 Esports when it comes to the Boxia pickup and the Hilda, as well as 2 concussive blasts on the side of Stamina Esports when it comes to being able to kind of get some of that clearing speed for both of these teams. First turtle up on the board.
Well, and Instinct's already hit level 4, so I don't think he really cares about the wave that's coming in. There you can see making the rotation fast. Sykes getting the turtle started, 5,000 HP. Ricky stopping as much as possible. Ziggy goes into the back line. A lot of damage being dished out. You can see Retribution in the hands of Sykes, able to secure that. Instinct taking out super low, the help of the curtain call, but still Zultra's the first to fall as they trade Instinct back. So U2 Esports, along with the turtle, they get a kill.
Yeah. And then unfortunately for Stamina Esports, just not in a great position to be able to take advantage of that first turtle there. U2 Esports doing a great job. Sykes able to kind of stand in there in the middle to be able to kind of get that, but unfortunate for the side of Stamina there. 1-2 right now. The lead currently going to Stamina.
Oh, we gonna go down, and they trade one back. So this time, I'd say Stamina kind of getting the better of the trade, but with the EXP and the roam, but U2 Esports had a lot more bodies on the top side, so more assists being racked up if you're U2 Esports. So yes, they're starting to get more gold in their hands, but you can see now they're looking to pounce upon Lil Rosa. Cameraman's got to show up the top side. The Raging Sandstorm for a disengage as well, and they're still not able to get the kill, but Ziggy's still under the tower, has to flicker out of harm's way, and Zultra trying to run away at the same time. Mission abort from U2 Esports as Stamina Esports find a way to get one back.
Yeah, and that's amazing job there by Stamina Esports. They're getting dove underneath the tower. They're able to look at, and now they're pushing onto the side of U2 Esports. AK actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, is able to clear out those minions wisely. But Stamina Esports, they see the problem up at top. They're able to close the ranks very quickly, even catching Zultra, trying to find an escape there quickly. So a great job by them so far. So we're taking a look at some of the damage dealt out here, and top 2 right now going to Stamina Esports.
Yeah, and you can see it's Ricky as well on that Khalid. The early pressure is on. You can see Zultra just hanging around as well. Just hundreds difference at this point. And Stamina Esports, as long as they're able to get away with these small fights, right, it's looking good for their side. Zultra just taking a lot of damage. The Raging Sandstorm committed quite early. They do get the turtle, but Stamina Esports got the jump. Penalties don't catch the 3 members, and Dez walks over the taunt as well. Ziggy gets taken down, and now they get a double in the hands of Yomel. This is the moment Stamina Esports were looking for, and they're putting the pedal to the metal.
Not just that, but now you've got Lil Rosa up at the top making mincemeat of your tower. But man, can we talk about that penalty zone? On to 3 members of U2, and then finishing the job there with an Appraiser's Wrath coming down from Dez. 2-7 right now. Stamina Esports fighting for this lead, about a 3K gold lead for them.
And U2 Esports needs to find answers, or those Stamina Esports are going to start pulling away. And this is what we were talking about, right, Private? That Bruno is going to start coming online much faster than U2 Esports would like.
Yeah, and especially now that the Stamina Esports have shown that they don't really need Lil Rosa in any of these fights just yet, that's going to make a lot of these objective fights a little bit more troublesome for U2 Esports. They need all 5 members there, which is, and if they lose that fight, you're losing that fight, plus the towers going down to Lil Rosa as we focus on this mid.
Yeah, and I think Ziggy, if I was Ziggy, I'd probably look to take that penalty zone, right, instead of the Raging Sandstorm at this point. It's much more of a useful tool with the help of the flicker that you have. You can see the Raging Sandstorm coming from a mile away. Although Inke right now gets that Mountain Shocker started, Sykes taken down, and Instinct gets taken away. Inke able to get that kill. Now the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Ricky, flanking from the side, looking to get a lot more done. Dez wants to get the taunt onto them, and U2 Esports find a kill and disengage.
Well, I want to say the penalty zone is one part of what makes Instinct a little bit troublesome, but it's those 3 shots he's able to do that really do a ton of damage. And it's just he's And that is something that the Ziggy is not going to be able to replicate. Ooh, there might be a little bit of engagement here for this turtle.
Oh, Turtle. Sykes able to get this one. Dez, half HP. They get the Operator's Wrath drop down. Zultra taking a lot of damage, trying to run away, but seems he'll be going down indeed. As Instinct's able to pick up the kill. Now Sykes is next on the chop-up block as they get the penalty zone down, slowing him down as much as possible. The taunt Covenant as well, as Pika picks up a kill on Ricky, and Dez able to find another 2-for-1 trade. And Stamina Esports are starting to walk into U2, and Lil Rosa, it was nowhere to be seen. And now we're gonna start looking at this Bruno pop off as well.
Stamina Esports, every single time you see all three turtles have gone to U2 Esports, but there needs to be a plan after that, because as Stamina Esports, they're like, I didn't hear no bell, and they continue to chase down U2 Esports after these engagements. And I feel like U2's just not ready. They get the turtle and they're just like, all right, that wraps up our job. And then they're getting caught in the jungle, caught trying to make an escape here. Taking a look at it right now, you do see a 1,000 gold lead there for Dez. Has claws have been picked up for Little Rosa. Oh, Dez!
Massive shutdown. NK able to get him, and just as he needed the endless battle as well. So now NK is going to start racking up these kills. He's got 3 in his pocket, and Lil Rosa gets the Berserker's Fury. Now it's going to be a battle of the goal laners to see who can dish out the damage. But you can see on the top side, they already popped the Holy Shield. Now from U2 Esports, and Instinct taking a lot of damage. There comes the penalty zone along with the Raging Sandstorm from behind, as Pika is able to get the kill with the help of the Yo-Yo Blitz. NK getting a tower on the bot side, so they're working the map, and they're splitting Stamina Esports apart.
Yeah, and doing a good job of it. They're forcing Stamina to kind of close ranks around each other here, but they're not able to put off the damage. This is what they don't want to fight, and this is what you were afraid of. The Bruno being in these 5-on-5 fights where Bruno's not going to be able to do much against a lot of the mobility that you have from U2 Esports. He's shining right now when it comes to being able to take down these towers. Ooh, Ricky.
Oh, no. Ricky taking a lot of damage, gets terrified as well, trying to make it out of harm's way, but Yomel coming in, a lot of glooms being bursted down, and going the Raging Sandstorm. Lil Rosa's free hitting from the side, he gets a kill in his pocket, and now slides in. And Stamina Esports find their footing just before the Lord.
It is a rule, apparently, that if you are playing a Khalid, you are not allowed to recall back to base, apparently. Because Ricky, he said 10% health doesn't matter. 10%, speaking of 10%, there's only a little bit left on this Lord.
Well, they're able to secure it, and you can see a lot of damage coming out of the mid lane from Pika onto Ricky, who's still able to surf out of harm's way. And U2 Esports only got the 1 tower on the bot side, and there's already a Lord marching in.
Lord marching in right now, and a good, I was gonna say not a huge gold lead coming out from them. Oh man, but you can already say a Berserker's Fury coming out from the side of Little Rosa as well. 2 items there. It is being matched up by the side of Inke. I just feel like the worth, you're just getting so much more out of Little Rosa right now. Oh, and he's picked up that Malefic gun too as well, so he's gonna have the range that a lot of people are already afraid of when it comes to a lot of these Bruno pickups. We might see him become more of a factor in a lot of these fights as well.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be a big factor, and not just Lil Rosa, Yomel on this Lily as well. These glooms are going to start hurting, and they're not even going to see it coming, because Zultra and Sykes are going to get melted down. The Lord is crashing on the top side as he gets the aggro on the tower, and the other thing for U2 Esports, they don't have any sort of wave clear whatsoever. InK's trying his best to get the Lord down. Mid lane inhibitor is going to be the next one being seized by Stamina, and Sykes has to go in. A lot of damage being dished down. Rosa able to get that inhibitor, and Dez with the rest of Stamina Esports moving like a unit.
Oh, 2 of them got caught there. Might be a little bit of a turnaround. Ricky comes in with a healing there to just does a little bit of a mock there. Down to just the 1 more high ground for the side of U2 Esports. This is the Stamina Esports everybody has been wanting to see. A well-oiled machine. They're going in together. They're communicating. This is what I want to say casters and viewers have been wanting to see from Stamina and Dez as we go on for this last high ground tower.
Yeah, and I think if you're U2 Esports, you want to put everything on the line. This could possibly be the last game that they're playing in the MCT AMER North, and it's match point for Stamina Esports. They're looking to end it all. U2 Esports want to take it to a game number 5, and Ricky's looking to hit that Raging Sandstorm at any point, so the clear is present from U2 Esports. They're using Ziggy as much as possible. The damage from Stamina Esports just overwhelming. NK getting caught. I don't think it's a wise idea. Ricky forward as NK flickers out of harm's way. Rosa taking a lot of damage at the same time, so 2 flickers burnt for 1, and the inhibitor on the bot side's barely hanging.
There was a collective gasp I heard from viewers a little bit there as you saw that flicker come in from Ricky. It's like, oh, we're a little greedy. We're only about 3K ahead. Let's calm it down a little bit. But wisely, Stamina Esports going to go ahead and reset on the map as this next Lord looking to take shape on the land of Dawn. U2 Esports fighting for their survival in the AMER tournament North right now as Stamina Esports begin on this Lord.
They got a conceal going on as well. Both sides using it early. The Lord's 20,000 HP right now. Sykes trying to roll his way on the backside, able to get their retribution. NK comes in as well with the help of the Mountain Shocker, now putting them in place. 5,000 people. What a penalty zone coming in. Praise Red drops down on NK as they get a massive shutdown. And Sykes going to be next on the chopper block. Lil Rosa finds the kill, but they trade one back. Dez gets the Lord. A lot of damage being dished down. 2 for 2 trade. Black Shoes to make sure Ziggy gets out of harm's way. Oh no, it's looking dire if you're U2 Esports, because the base crystal needs to be defended.
Oh man, and that is an unfortunate fight for U2 Esports. It looked like they had a great focus going into there. They were able to push back the Fredrin. Dez wasn't able to get the retribution, and they did a great job of kind of holding them there. But as the skills started lining up, and Stamina Esports able to back up U2, they got the Lord now and got some kills under their belt as well. That was a huge gap when it comes to damage.
Yeah, definitely was indeed. And I liked how NK got a little aggressive into Yomel, forcing out the Purify, so giving them a little bit more breathing room. They're saying they're not down and out of the competition yet. It's still there, and the moment could come at any single point, but I think the moment could be now, because the waves are starting to crash in. Zultra is off guard, off position, I'd say, and Stamina Esports looking to get this inhibitor on the bot side. I don't know if they want to collapse, because U2 Esports, again, they don't have the wave clear. They're looking to slow down NK. He gets back, flickers out of harm's way, gets into the base, the fountain to make sure he gets his HP back up. And you can take a look at the items, start to rack up as well. Private an Ice Queen wand along with the Queen's Wings. Stamina don't want to wait 90 seconds. They want to end it all.
Yeah, I was about to say they need to start ending it all. You don't want to get too far back and play too safe here as they're looking to close this one out.
Oh my God, 3-man penalty zone as Dez goes in, gets a taunt as well at the same time. Zultra in the back line, catching Rosa off guard. A lot of damage being dished down. Ricky missing with the Raging Sandstorm. Pika UXP standing tall with the help of the Yo-Yo Blitz. And right now he has a big part to play as he gets his hands on the Hunter Strike. And Rosa taking a lot of damage. I don't think it's wise. He flickers out as well. I think Stamina Esports are playing with the feelings of their fans at the moment, making sure everybody gets those big gasps, because U2 Esports look like they can bounce back.
Yeah, Little Rosa kind of get very, very close. There's a lot of faith put into that flicker that he had there. He was able to go ahead and get away. You can see up there when it comes to the damage, man, Yomel and Little Rosa just absolutely dishing it out, but now looking to close the distance.
Not the Kumar push of the box here as well. Ricky, Immortality's popped, and I think he's going to go down, but look at the black shoes coming out from Ziggy. Dez is there. A Praise Red drops down, but not a lot of damage. Ricky's taken out, and now Instinct able to get that one back. So for 1-for-1 trade, but still Stamina Esports get the better as Dez still makes it out alive.
Yeah, he makes it out alive, but we're starting to see the shifting of these group fights. They're able to get the jump on the Stamina Esports. Stamina Esports lost almost 2 members. Rookie went down very quickly. Dez was almost on the chopping block as well, but that might actually spell doom when it comes to this Lord. The only saving grace they have right now is there are minions crowding around their core.
No, Purify. Yomel popped it a little too early, and now they get the shutdown. NK gets popped as well by Lil Rosa. Zultra flickers out of harm's way, trying to run. Appraised Raptors drop down, but it's the range of Rosa that we're talking about. The Bruno started to come online at the right moment. The waves are crashing in. They got no wave clear. And Stamina Esports looking to end it all. Pika UXP trying to buy some time, looking to take down Rosa, but the Wind of Nature coming in clutch, along with the penalty zone from Ziggy. But it's only delaying the inevitable as Stamina Esports look to get a wipeout and now take game number 4 as they lock in and move on in MCT AMER North and say goodbye to U2 Esports as they're able to close out this best of 5, 3-1.
7-1-4 for Little Rose, aptly ending that with a triple kill as well. All ye of little faith who thought that Stamina Esports had wrote its last check after that very rough first game, able to answer back.
And answer back they did. What an amazing game. We at the end there, we thought maybe U2 could come back, but no, it was just too much momentum for Stamina.
Look at the smile from Layla. The biasness.
and that makes it so that they are gonna stay around, continue in the playoff runs. So we're gonna see Stamina another day. And unfortunately for U2, that is the end of their playoffs run. They'll be going home today.
A great game there played. I think executed it. I feel like it was a great point out by Kranitz when it comes to team fights. This is Little Rosa was not going to shine in a lot of those team fights, especially in the early to mid game. But what I've been seeing, especially when it comes to the South, is just the sieging ability you get from him. You don't want to focus on too much of those team fights in the early game. He just lit up towers to the point that, I mean, you've got Instinct, you've got Dez, two people that can dive deep underneath those towers. Meanwhile, Little Rosa is just putting on the boots, putting on the damage onto there. So a great executed game here. And by the time they were actually turning into team fights, Little Rosa had already picked up the Malefic gun. He already had the range he needed to really start dishing out damage.
I think I was taking a look at Little Rosa's emblem, right? I think that's the reason he didn't have the extra bit of oomph in the early game. Went for a fighter emblem with the Festival of Blood, so able to sustain a lot more in these team fights and even in the laning phase. But that being the difference maker on how much damage he could dish out in the early game and once he got the damage in the late game. So I think that being a way that Stamina Esports could win out in the laning phase as well against the Eastern Shin. But U2 Esports, right? This is a replay of game number 2 of what happened, and now we're back at the round 3, and now we're back at the replay of game number 4. You could see that Pika UXP, this penalty zone, right, Private?
Yeah, it was huge, and then followed up by Dez with the damage coming down from the Appraiser's Wrath there. I mean, as much as I want to say it was just on Little Rosa, but like the zoning ability coming out from Instinct on this Terizla. I know we don't see Terizla too often here, but yeah, just a great pickup by Stamina Esports to really kind of turn around this fight.
Yeah, and I want to say one thing that we kind of overlooked is Yomel with his mages always being able to kind of always deal the continuous damage while they're doing all the fights.
And I think kind of showing that Stamina Esports is not just a one-man team, not a one-man army. Everyone was able to step up to the plate when it mattered. Even Ricky doing an absolutely fantastic job on this Khalid. I would say 40% of this Raging Sandstorm kind of missed, but at the same time was able to apply the pressure and move certain pieces into certain positions, which allowed Stamina Esports to get the victory. And the MVP this time coming around, we got him finally. Demon Time Des 4-1-12. And Private, you were right. After the penalty zone was dropped, him going in, not just landing the Appraiser's Wrath, but getting the taunt to pull those 3-4 members that are caught in the chain to be slowed down a little bit more is what we see. We see Dez on the Assassins quite a lot, but not a tanky EXP. I mean, we've seen other players get this Fredrin MVP quite a lot, but not Dez.
It's for me personally, the flashiest. I'm not gonna lie, Frederick, sometimes I feel like, oh, when I see him out there. But I mean, he plays his role. He's the tank for his team. He's able to really create the distance between the back line. He gets the taunt. He can be in front of the enemy. He is what allowed a lot of that damage that came out from the Bruno. And like Layla said, that came out from the Lilia pick as well, just to be able to sit in the back and just get those gloom bombs off throughout the entirety of a lot of these fights.
Yes. And it was amazing the way that Team Stamina. I'm at loss for words here. Team Stamina was able to really pull together at this really crucial series today. So great team fights. Really curious of what has happened. So in terms of bans and picks, are they doing better, or was it the team coordination? What has changed the most for them? Kronos?
I think confidence. I think confidence is something that Stamina Esports really needed. They were lacking in the first few weeks, and as the series has gone, they've kind of built their synergy to a point where it's gotten stronger. The confidence is showing, although they're always having a shaky start, right? That shaky start needs to be taken off. The game doesn't start after the series doesn't start after the first game is lost. You need to lock it into the first game itself and then maybe translate it. But today's first game kind of being a wake-up call for Stamina Esports, if you ask me, because everybody wasn't playing their best, but after game number 1, we're able to see what they brought onto the table. And then again, a lot has happened with their lineup, and hopefully we still get to see them put up the best performance.
All in all of these pieces, all of these things, great pillars for what made Stamina Esports so successful.
Yes, and what better way to ask Demon Time Dez himself, what has they changed, right? What is the main difference going into this series? So joining us now is Dez from Stamina Esports. Welcome and congratulations on the win.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Good. We have lots of questions. So I'm going to start off with one. So that was a really high pressure playoff series with elimination on the line, but your team managed to pull through and keep the playoff run alive. So first of all, how are you and the team feeling after such an important victory today?
We are very happy that we won, of course, especially because since it is elimination round, no matter what you do, there's still gonna be a little bit of pressure, you know. But I think like after the first game, we got used to it. A lot of people get nervous during tournaments and stuff, but some people use that to their advantage, you know. So I think I'm very happy that we won, because at least we don't have to deal with, you know, completely elimination now, and we're happy that we moved on to the next round.
So Dez, game number 1, you were consistent across all 4 games, right? Well, what happened to Ricky game number 1? We saw a couple of videos where Diamond said he's the one who gets tilted the most or the fastest in the entire team. What happened what was the conversation after game number 1 for him to bounce back and get that MVP performance?
Yeah, honestly, he doesn't get tilted anymore. Like, he's good now. I just think on that first game, it was more of a, you know, coordination. It was the first game, so maybe people were a little bit shaky. But I think another thing that plays a part is also the MS, because in the first server, we play in their server, and then for him, he's like 90 MS. So it's like, it's a little bit complicated for him to, you know, react as fast as he could, but we also made a lot of mistakes in general. And then I think U2 also played that very well.
Yeah, I was kind of gonna caveat off of that too. The first game, a little rough for you guys, but even when it came to the second, the third, and the fourth, I feel like the communication, the synergy between you and your teammates got better and better and better to where I feel like it was the best during this last game as well. Is that what you feel? And do you think that there's maybe something that you guys are going to do so that you guys don't have that rough of a start in the early game where you're not kind of, because like that's kind of a rough like way to go. You want to be that game 4 team at game 1. Is there any plans to try to like kind of try to bring that synergy earlier?
I think it's definitely just keep practicing with the same lineup, because you guys saw that we had a lot of roster changes, so that definitely plays a part. But I think in general we did pretty good again on those first 2, 3, and game 4 we did pretty good because the communication was way better on that game. You didn't have like all of us trying to call out simultaneously. We just mainly gave the shot calls to one person, which is our mid laner, Yomel, and then everybody else kind of tried to add a little thing here and there. I think that definitely was what made us like such a huge difference, you know.
So,
do you have another question, Carlos?
Yeah, I do. I'm about to say, so now you've beaten U2 Esports. U2 Esports out of the competition. They played well, of course, but you guys now move on to facing Influence Rage Origins, right? And you've beaten them before 2-0, but as we've gotten close to the playoffs, they've started building a lot of momentum, and now all of a sudden they look like the team that could really pull up a lot of upsets. At least for us, that's what we believe in. And you think it's gonna be a similar performance, 3-1, 3-0, or are we looking a little shaky against Influence Rage Origins?
I have no predictions because at the end of the day, again, I respect all of the players and I think every team is strong, but we're definitely gonna be confident to go for the win, you know. They also, I think they're making some changes to their lineup. I'm not sure what, but they're also gonna be, you know, with a different lineup, same as us. And I think we should, it doesn't matter like who the enemy team is, we should be ready for anything and just lock in to get the victory, you know.
Perfect. I like the confidence you guys are going in with that. Last question. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the fans who supported your team today?
I want to say thank you, of course, because a lot of people did like put hate comments. Of course, we see that, people see that. Not really, because you know it's better not to pay attention to those things, but looking at the replays in general, a lot of people in the chat, they always trash talk like the losing team, or it's like I feel like they should just respect the players more, because if you haven't been in the situation to where you're like in a tournament yourself and you don't know what it takes and the pressure that players get and how things work behind the scenes, then I think you shouldn't be so harsh on the other players in general, you know, not just us. And I also want to, you know, I appreciate everybody who still believed in us until the end. And I'm glad we were able to perform well today.
Perform well, you guys did once again. Congratulations on the victory, and thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you and the rest of the team as you continue your playoff journey.
Thank you.
Amazing turnout. Chronos kind of called that actually, so
Told you. Because it was kind of written in terms of how Stamina had their journey throughout MCT, right? Not able to bounce back after getting a loss. So if that trend was to continue, U2 Esports were supposed to win 3 games on the bounce, but we know what Stamina Esports can do against U2 Esports, and not just against U2 Esports, against anyone. And if they were able to break that hurdle of losing momentum in game number 1 and able to bounce back, they will get the victory, because there are a momentum based team. And once they got that second game in the bag, third and fourth, the third game was a quick game, and the fourth game, yes, it looked a little shaky, but once they found a way to get in, that's it, it was over. So I think well played and well said about what happened in game number 1 as well. Just the shakiness coming out from the players and not having the confidence, and the communication was off, that being a key factor. And once they decided there's going to only be one shot caller, then everything made sense for them, and it was a lot less noisy and much easier to execute the plan in the game.
I think. Go ahead, Layla.
We're gonna go into. Sorry.
You know what? Never mind. It's okay, Layla. What we're going to talk about is, of course, the MWI that's going to be hosted soon enough, folks. The registrations are open until the 11th of May. That's what, about 4 more days, if I'm not wrong. So I think 3 days in general, with given the time what we're at, that's going to be closing in soon. So yes, 3 more days. If you want to make sure you register and get a chance to play in the MWI qualifier, that's the Women's International, that's going to be happening soon at the EWC. You want to scan that QR code and make sure you get on that train. So gather the girls and make sure you're there for the competition.
Yeah, make sure you are there with your girls and to prove what you have to be a pro player. And up next, we want to get into take a moment and thank our sponsors, runestone.gg, for supporting MCT AMER North 2026. Today's broadcast is proudly supported by runestone.gg Esports infrastructure built for people shaping the future of competitive gaming. From real-time data to live fan tools, Runestone works to make esports more interactive, more insightful, and more rewarding for everyone involved. So be sure to check out runestone.gg and see how they are helping power the next generation of esports experience. And I'm sure they will be powering the MWI as well.
Yeah, if you guys are looking to improve your gameplay, why not go with a company that shares your motivation, shares your passion for that game? Look no further than runestone.gg.
So we kind of went through that first series of the day, continuing what we said about that team communication, having one shot caller, and which is Yomel at this point, right? And we've seen Yumel really just being able to kind of coordinate properly and be able to bring that team to that win. Now, coming up, we have a quick break. We have a 3-minute break, so we're gonna see you guys back in 3 minutes.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook.
welcome back to MCT AMER North 2026. We just had a great first series where we saw Stamina taking the win, avoiding elimination, and they sent U2 Esports home. So now we're gonna move on to the second series. Let's quickly talk about second series. The second series we have
Leviatan versus Leon.
Versus
LL.
Leon. Yep, the LL team. Oh wait, no, that does not sound good when you say the LL team. Oh, let's not say that. We're gonna talk about Leviathan and Leon. So coming up for the team Leon, we have Hayase, we have Bernoulli, we have Pov, we have Lionheart, and we have Raquel.
Hey man, this is a team that's solid. Raquel, MVP, MVP, MVP. Every time on the MVP screen, he's the one to pop off for Leon. And of course, hey, Pav has been having fantastic games. Leonard's been doing well. Hayase has kind of been the only one in the shadow so far, so maybe would step into the light in this series. But hey, Bernoulli, baby, that's what this is all about. The way that he's been in the jungle. We want to see the 3-1 come out from Leon as well in that fourth game. Get that Harley popped off. So that clutch Harley that he has in his hands. And apart from that, he can play the Boxia, he can play the Fredrin. The Leo Mart has been solid as well. But more about these teams, let's take a look at this short video about Leon and what they got to say.
Hola, soy Hayase y este sería mi top 5 líneas de experiencia para el MCT AMER. En primer lugar me pondría a mí, luego sería a Ginu, luego sería Instinct, Delicato y por último PK UXP.
Great confidence coming from Leon. So now we're gonna introduce the team Leviathan that's going up against them. We have Bethlehem, we have Wampy, we have Yato, we have Isol, and Promise. New faces here.
New faces this season, but when it comes to the history of North America, some familiar faces that I'm seeing here. But when it comes to playoffs and juggling around your roster, I feel like Leviathan have kind of struggled to find those 5 that they can stick on and really lean on to be successful. Not the only ones, like we said, we just watched as Dez and the rest of Stamina Esports juggled around the roster and were finally able to set it in to find something successful. So we're going to see if Leviathan has those answers here. And also, let's see what they have to say themselves.
So first, me. Second, Marcuti. Third, Chorbarmi. And then 4, Colleen. And then I don't know the 5th player.
I like the confidence that's coming from both sides, right? They're all putting themselves as number 1. So we're gonna wanna see how that plays out. As Kronos, what do you have to say about that?
He just said 5th player. I don't know. Like, he doesn't rate the 5th player anymore if you're Yato, right? But I think in this series, yes, it's gonna be coming down to the mid laners quite a lot. Yato as well as Pav, they kind of set the tone for their teams. And in the jungle, with the changes that Leviathan have made, I think we expect them to kind of drop game number 1 because synergy is gonna be a big factor. Nerves are gonna be a big pointer as well. Promise has been in the North American scene for a long time, so he's no stranger to play under pressure. But yes, and that's why I would say Leviathan still looks strong as a team. They just need to find their groove. It feels like they're off form. So maybe if they do find their moment, they will pop off.
What do you think, Private?
Yeah, I mean, Lyon, they're going up against a very tall hill to climb here, especially because Lyon they've kind of gone through what Leviatan has earlier. They had to change out Synerjun for Bernoulli, who's been starting to find his groove, starting to find his little flow in the team, backed out by Raquel as well, who's had some outstanding games. But Leviatan, like I said, they're kind of, you have a team that you've just kind of put together, 2 players already that had to kind of maneuver into, and then you're taking that against a team that's already built up synergy here through the past 2 weeks, through the Swiss stage and everything. So it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. One thing that I did want to bring up though is when it comes to especially the playoffs, when it comes to there's something else that it takes to kind of compete up at this level, and that's the mental fortitude that you can sometimes only gain from having the experience up here. I feel like Leviatan has that experience. They've been up there, a lot of these players very familiar with when it comes to regionals in North America, so they've already made a name for themselves. The same thing kind of comes out from Lyon. The big thing for me, especially when it comes to last series, is how we were talking about Stamina Esports. They usually fall down after, they can't pick themselves back up after a loss, and a heck of a loss that they got because Ricky, what did he go, like 0-8 on the Rome, but to be able to take that game and to come back and gets a game that he was the MVP on Marcel, playing the exact same way. He didn't let that get into his head that, man, these guys picked me off every single time I went forward. And Dez was talking about it too when he said about just what he hears from people when people are being negative on him, when you don't let that stuff get into. And that's another little pillar and another little aspect that these teams, especially in the playoffs, need to kind of get over. And I want to say both of these teams, Lyon, Leviatan, I'm sure they've heard their fair share of negative criticisms about them, the restructuring that they've gone in through the weeks in here. Here, right now, this game, this series is where you have to focus, where your head has to be at if you want to continue on. And having that better mental fortitude is going to help decide who moves forward and who does not.
Right away, a respect ban on the Kufra.
100% respect ban. I was gonna say that this is not the first time we've seen them face each other, right? We've seen them face each other earlier in the best of 5 where Lyon got the better of the Leviatan in a 3-1, and that was the day Raquel was the MVP and like kind of making sure he gets a place in the MVP of the week. So if you're Lyon, the confidence is booming, especially after the Kufra being banned out from the side of Leviatan. That's a respect pick coming straight off the bat. So you know for a fact Lyon are treading slightly on dangerous waters right now, but at the same time they are with confidence playing this series, especially that this will be the second time that they face Leviatan, and the first series that they beat them were quick games nonetheless, 14 minutes, 13 minutes, and even the last game, the third game they lost out, which was a 17-minute game, dragged on by Leviatan. But even then, that was a mistake made by Lyon, which they capitalized on, and final game being another 15-minute game. So yes, I think if you're Lyon, you're coming into this with confidence and knowing what you can do to Leviatan, as you've already beaten them before. But yes, this time changes made. Promise, who's usually EX Blade in the Rome position, and also Wumpy coming in, or Wumpy, and that carry, I know I see that, Private, because that's such a contested pick between these two teams.
We've just left open Zushin and Boxia right now, so we got Boxia going to be answered immediately by Lyon. I'm assuming Zushin will be
Harley
the answer. I'm sorry?
Harley left open too.
Yeah, well, it depends on how it has been up here in the north. Harley, I don't want to say is going to be one of the hot button items for it, especially against the Boxia, who has like that built-in magic defense, who can close the distance possibly on Harley. Zushin, immediate pickup for the side of Leviatan. So we're going to see if Lyon's going to have what they have in store to be able to close the distance, be able to get to that back line, because Zushin is just an offensive force. And while I do talk about South letting it through, I still feel it is ban worthy. No matter, because even the games I see, it just like, was it worth it? Was the effort you had to put in to shut down that Zushin worth it? The sweat and the tears that you had to do for that game.
Look at that pressure.
Yep. So with the Basha comfort pick for Bernoulli, and then we have Hilda with the early game. I think that's what's happening, right? Hilda, somebody pick up Hilda, the other team pick up Khalid. It's just like a thing now. Who in the early game would have a more of an advantage at this point?
Leon, 100% Leon, with the Baxia being present, right? The Hilda, Baxia, and Zetian, a lot of poke is there. Baxia can rotate much faster. Although the kill pressure is there on the side of Leviathan with this Jushin that can still dish down the Lantern and get a couple of kills in the early game. But yes, okay, I'm not a fan of the R-Lot, but I think still Leviathan, that mid duo, looking to fight for river control alongside Leon's mid duo, so it's going to come down a lot to the mid duo.
I mean, it's a lot of displacement that you have for your team. You've got the Lantern that comes out from Zushin. You've got the final slash from Arlots, and then you've got a stun potential from Khalid. So there's a lot of setting potential, a lot of answers when it comes to setting and how do we start a fight that comes out from a Leviathan. The only problem is, I mean, I guess the harassment in the early game, the Khalid doesn't really have a target unless he's going to be able to kind of, we're really focusing on the Zetian. He's definitely not going to be able to harass Baxia too much. It'll be very interesting here, and then especially as the stuns come out, as the Zetian comes out with her ult. I think where and when will Zushin be in her combo? Have we already ulted? Have we already flickered? Are we going to be able to find those types of escapes? The biggest problem is being able to close the distance on the back line to try to clamor up a Zushin, because you cannot just let her spray on that damage and that CC for your team. Now we're about to edge out of the second banning phase from both of these teams. See Yuzong and Phobius taking off the side for Leviathans, and Joy and Leomore taking off on the side of Lyon.
I'm just liking the way the draft is going. I'm trying to see how and what they can build around here, because they've already got their jungle on the side of Leon. The Granger looking so good right now for Leviathan, because they can kite what the box you can bring in, they can kite what the Hilda can do, and a lot of pokes already present on the side of Leviathan. But I think again, maybe that Sky Piercer having one or two in this case, I don't mind, because it's with the Jushin, and still you have a lot of protection for this Granger to play around, and we know how good ISO can be on this Granger. It was a staple at one point, and the Terizla again in this series being picked up though by Leon. They're still lacking so much damage, if you ask me. They have the poke from the Hilda as well as the Zetian. They have the set potential coming in from this Terizla. They need to find the finishing blow, and YSS is not it, in my opinion. It's good, but you're looking to have much more of a consistent, like slow-paced game if you're Leon, which has been their play style for the better part of the MCT. On the other hand, Leviathan can blitz. They get a couple of kills and they're looking unstoppable. So they got a lot of poke on their side, more control, I believe, in the game in these turtle pits as well. So Leviathan can go tank jungle, they can go damage, it doesn't matter. Suyo's an option, they can go for the Fredrin even at this point. It all works out. They have a lot more options that can maximize the potential of this Granger as well as the Jushin.
I was going to say Suyo, yes. Fredrin, no. I think the Terizla would have been a counter for Fredrin. Let me get that out first before we discuss this fanny pick coming out from Leviathan. Looks like, is that going to be Woompy? Is going to be the jungler for?
Yep.
All right. Hey, I can't say yes or no. Woompy might be the greatest fanny we have ever seen in our lives.
Well,
I don't think we've seen a fanny, have we?
No, we have
We've never seen a
not.
fanny in MCT.
I have.
Crazy. The crazy kind of game style that these two teams has right now. One is very, very offensive and aggressive, and then the other one is trying to keep it stable, less fast-paced. So it's really gonna be exciting to see how this works, and what a great way to debut, you know, in the MCT with a Fanny. That's gonna be spicy.
And I want to say, not an intense amount of CC that's coming out from the side of Lyon. So, I mean, a great opportunity for Fanny to be able to get a victory here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our second series of the night. Lyon taking on Leviatan. Both of these teams fighting for their survival in the opening of the AMER South playoffs. Or the AMER North playoffs, I'm sorry.
Private, you can see a lot of damage on Raquel already, forcing the flicker in the early parts of the game. And this is what you were talking about, right? Yes, you can counter the Jushin, but is it worth the effort? Is it worth fighting tooth and nail just to counter that one pick, just so you can get the victory? It in my opinion, no, it's not. But you can see on the bot side a lot of pressure.
Oh yeah, Hayase actually gonna have to get himself out of harm's way now, driven down to about 25%. Ooh, but talking to Fanny, you can see Whoopi in the midst of a fight is able to get away. You can see that on the mini map. The little zooming of those cables from Whoopi was able to find and escape. And this is the thing too. You have to put all this effort into being able to get into that back line to shut down Yato on the Zushin, and you're gonna have to be competing with the Fanny. The big thing though, the biggest problem for me though, sometimes when it comes to a Fanny, is that purple buff. She's a huge target. If they can take away that purple buff, you take away, I want to say 60% of her offense.
Yeah, and I think that's going to come down to how they're going to be able to translate after the first turtle. So Lyon looking to get that one, getting into a better position, I'd say. And Whoopi, this Fanny could be absolutely genius or great, or it could be a big whiff come out on their side, if you ask me, because we haven't seen a Fanny so far in MCT North. It's a debut pick indeed, and for a reason, because it's so risky, right, in this current meta. But it works wonders if it is allowed the space to get to that point where you can dish out the damage.
Ooh, Promise gets locked onto by Raquel, who does not finish the combo coming out from Hilda, but it is going to force, I was going to say it was going to force Promise back. No, he decides against it. It's just going to be able to use that sand healing to bring himself back to waiting on this turtle that neither team has seemed like they're going to start just yet.
Yeah, I think if you're going to start it, it's got to be Bernoulli on this box. But Whoopi.
Oh, Leonhardt's going to have to use that flicker to get away. Bethlehem at the bottom in trouble, gets dragged down by Raquel. That's going to be the first blood going over to Lyon to set up this first turtle.
Yeah, you know, the Tortoise's Poissons used to slow him down. Bethlehem not having that flicker really softening the blow for Lyon.
Ooh, Yato able to actually pick up the turtle there. Bethlehem, Bernoulli in trouble, gets taken out by Whoopi. Now trying to chase down Hayase. Pull him back, put some damage on. Is that going to be enough? Comes in on Promise, but taking a lot of tower shot there. Yato in trouble. They might have bit off a little more than they could chew, but down goes Hayase. Now locking on the POVs. We have to use that flicker to get away from Leviathan. 1 and 2, and what an aggressive start.
Yeah, an aggressive start that Leviathan really wanted. This is what they needed with this Fanny, with this Jushin. Now you got 2 picks. You can see the amount of damage that they've dealt. All 3 on top coming in from Leviathan, and Lyon don't really have a lot of answers. They like playing this slow-paced game, but the problem with the slow-paced game is, what if the game kind of gets away from you? What happens then? Oh my God, a final slash, just pushing up Pav and making sure he gets that point of view that where you get that gray screen too. Leviathan slowly starting to rack up, and 2.5k ahead already.
Yeah, I want to say there's a great amount of synergy coming from there. I don't really feel like I felt when I saw Stamina, where a lot of people were having issues. Not everybody was at the same place. I feel like the shot calling's on call. All of these guys are on the same wavelength when it comes. Raquel, ooh, nice little penalty zone does come out there, followed up by the stun. Whoopi in trouble, gets taken down. Yato's gonna have to use his ultimate to get himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Bethlehem might be in a little bit of trouble as they try to lay on some of this suppressive fire. Down goes POV as Promise healing up underneath his tower. Looks like Lyon trying to disengage. In comes a Raging Sandstorm onto Hayase, trying to keep the damage up. Is it going to be enough? And Hayase able to turn it around onto Bethlehem. A reply on the side of Lyon in the form of a Promise. Whoopi comes in here. It is 3-5 right now. Leviathan still with the lead.
So fast around the map, right? The way that Leviathan are moving, Promise is present, and so does Whoopi. Whoopi actually died and just came back into the fight in that moment, and it could have looked a little more dire if you're Leon, because the way that Leviathan are moving, they're playing aggressive as much as they can and trying to extend this goal lead even further and push back Leon to a point where they can't really make a comeback. And Leonhardt right now taking a lot of damage from Promise, and Leviathan have control of this pit, but they don't want to get the turtle started because they have a Fanny who can have cross map plays instead.
Yeah, and that's going to be Raquel actually in a little bit of trouble here. A little bit of a hello there from Bethlehem underneath the tower. Speaking of which, underneath the tower, Leonhardt gets taken out by Promise, and just to back them up, a little bit of stuns coming down there, not able to help on the side of Leon. Still ignoring this turtle who's just kind of sitting there wondering, hey guys, is anybody gonna plan on getting me just yet? Both teams, I feel like, are not as confident in their ability to hold an objective, rather would try to catch out Leon fighting back.
I know, it's like one of the few times where we've seen the turtle just not contested. Nobody wants the turtle. He's just hanging around by itself. Oh, but Hayase.
Yeah, checking the wrong bush is going to have to flicker away. That's going to be a spell he's not going to have for the next objective. So especially a penalty zone combined with a flicker is just so useful. Now you can see already Whoopi sees that, is going to go ahead and start up on that turtle.
And gets it at the right time as well, where the next one can't really spawn. It's just converted into a Lord right now, 7 minutes into the game. ISO needs to start racking up some kills. He already has one that Sky Piercer is going to start showing. Yato is taking control of this river. Bernoulli can't really walk up into a bush without getting spotted out or without getting picked up. And you can see that displacement that we spoke about earlier in the draft is starting to show. That final slash, that lantern flare is too much for them to deal with. Now the bot side as well, they're collapsing.
Yeah, a great job there by Promise to go ahead and stand in front of ISO, tank a lot of that damage, give ISO a decent amount of room to go ahead and get off that Rhapsody. Raquel coming in against 4 members here. Just a little bit of a hello there he's given up to Leviathan, but I feel like more and more as this game goes on, we're at about a 3K gold lead for Leviathan. It's starting to slip away from Leon. Leviathan just keep on building up that snowball, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Now looking to put some damage onto that bottom tower.
I think with the mobility that they have, they should be able to get a lot more done on the map. They're able to get tier on the top side, but the mid lane, final slash already used.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity right now is a Leviathan. Ooh, actually got caught. Whoopi underneath the tower finds Leonhardt, but a fight over at mid. Raging Sandstorm comes out. Is that going to be enough? You can see the suppressive fire coming out there from the Granger. ISO trying to take them down, trying to keep that distance up, and finds a kill onto Bernoulli. That is going to be 8-3 in favor of Leviathan.
Even gets a Malefic Roar in his pocket, right, for ISO. So now he's going to be piercing through whatever armor that Leon are building. We're talking about Raquel. We're talking about Hayase, Bernoulli. They're the tankier members of the team, and they're going to be taking a lot of damage now. And 5 members of Leon, or rather Leviathan, on the top 6 of the damage charts. It's not looking good if you're Leon. You want to start racking up the damage much faster. Otherwise, you're basically inviting Leviathan into your base. You're absorbing a lot of pressure, and that's not yielding any sort of results.
I mean, speaking of which, Promise in a little bit of trouble here, looking for an escape. Out come the stuns. Are we going to be able to capitalize on that from the flank? Oh, final slash comes out. Takes POV to the side. Bernoulli gets caught. Bethlehem trying to find the disengaged. Neither team very confident in trying to take this Lord just yet. But I was going to say that there's a big pressure, big shoes to fill from Whoopi, but he seems to be doing all right, especially with something as drastic as a Fanny pickup in the first game. He's not getting caught too much. 2-1-1 right now. He's able to get a lot of these objectives. He was able to get a push at the bottom to get a tower as well. Ooh. And now we have an engagement. Bernoulli gets a pick up, and ISO finds the killing blow. That's going to be a jungler down for the side of Lyon. Leviathan find themselves with a huge amount of room to take this next Lord.
Yeah, no retribution coming in from Lyon, so that means their Leviathan are free to pick up this Lord, and I think Lyon really having a hard time right now. You can see already a lot of pressure being piled on. Again, it's all coming down to this Jushin.
Yeah, and this is the pressure I was talking about. Being able to try, not only are you worried about trying to close the distance onto that Zushin, but now you're worried about a Fanny. And also in the back line, you've got ISO, who is blasting away at your team.
And Bethlehem in the front just trying to use the final slash whenever he gets the opportunity. Doesn't matter if you're full HP or if he's by himself. I mean, that skill's got, what, about a 15-second cooldown anyway. And the Leviathan are just abusing the factor of all those spells, and they got all their spells online. I think Bethlehem is looking for a play.
Yeah, they're looking to find themselves an angle. Oh, a beautiful little final slash there comes out from Hyase, who might be in trouble. He's going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. In from the flank comes Whoopi, tries to put on the damage as ISO cleans up a kill onto Bernoulli. That's going to be one down, the jungler down for the side of Lyon as the Lord crashing up at top. Leviathan go ahead, put that pressure onto the high ground tower of Lyon, but decide to disengage instead to take out the tier 2 tower at mid. Only high ground towers left for Lyon at the 11-minute mark. Leviathan have not finished, flickering over. You can see a big ult coming out from the side of Leviathan, but turning it around, in comes the cables from Leviathan. Wolfie finds a kill on a POV. ISO able to take down the tower and finds a kill onto Hyase. The rest of Lyon reeling, trying to clean up these minions.
Yeah, and the worst part, they don't have the best wave clear once Pav has gone out of there. That's kind of the only wave clear they have with a Jushin, slight bit of range. I mean, the rest, Wumpy's just coming at the right time, able to get the cleanup after a lot of the heavy lifting is done by ISO, by Yato, by Promise, even Bethlehem to a certain extent, and now you can see another.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of the frustration coming out of Lyon there, trying to go in alone as Leviathan pick him apart. Now, a lot of pressure coming on to the mid-high ground tower. Only one more final slash comes out. Raquel takes a heap of damage, and all the damage going on to this team. 3 down for the side of Lyon as the rest of Leviathan juggle the aggro and find their first victory.
Well, that was a game where Leviathan kind of showing that it doesn't matter that you beat us in the previous series. Now we're here to play. It's playoffs time, and we're locked in.
Locked in they are. And then also with the 2 new addition to the roster, Leviathan is looking like the champions that they should be. That game, what a great way to start off the series. Very, very entertaining for the viewers, I'm pretty sure. How do we do there? The new Django, how do we like him so far?
I want to say that when I first saw the rosters come out at the very beginning of the season, and I saw Leviathan's original roster, this is how I thought that they would be performing here, and it was absolutely fluid. They understood where their strengths were. I get a little wheezy when I see a Fanny out there, because I'm just like, takes a lot to do this correctly. But you also had the threat of the Zushin out there. The ISO came online very, very quickly, and then as Kronos was talking about, you had the final slash in the front as a huge threat for your team. I mean, this was just a perfectly played game here by Leviathan.
Well played indeed. I mean, everything went right for them, right? 12 minutes, 14-second game. They're quick. They just before just after the Holy Shield popped off as well, 14 seconds. Not like that it mattered. They found one opportunity and they just pounced on it. A lot of damage, equally distributed, I'd say, in this game. And ISO 800, I think if not him, definitely it's got to be either Promise or Yato on the MVP. Yato, I mean, just because it's a Jushin, can't really, you would kind of expect that kind of a performance, but Promise coming into this lineup from I believe it was an EXP laner transitioning into a roam as well, and now able to play this Khalid so well.
just allowing a lot of the damage dealers to dish out the damage and absorbing a lot of damage to give ISO the space or Yato the space to play the game that they like. Leviatan really well played, and not just that, not allowing Lyon to play their own slow-paced game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to come in as an XP laner to play a roam position, I feel like Khalid is probably one of the better offers you could take to be aggressive here. You see just how well he was able to kind of latch on to a lot of these heroes, continually put on the pressure and the damage, and then you don't even have to go home because you've got the healing sands to be able to keep you up. And not only that, but you just allowed ISO to get farmed up so quickly, and all the damage that he was able to dish out here. I mean, there's so many different people that this could go to. I'm actually curious to see where the MVP actually comes as we take a look at the rest of these highlights.
Yeah, and I think at this point you can see this is the final blow, right? The way that the Sky Piercer started stacking up for ISO, I think what, about 50 stacks? It was absolutely insane. And the MVP, hey man, I called it. It's got to be Promise.
Okay, we have a new player coming in, and what a great way to show up with a MVP win on their team.
I mean, that's the exact start that I wanted to see from this team if you're going to be successful. A lot of talk, especially coming from me personally, when it comes to seeing a juggled around roster and yes, Promise, I know him. I know he can play well. I've seen him before in North America and a lot of different teams. My problem is the synergy when it comes to these teams. But you'd think that these guys were playing together for years without break. I mean, they have been playing together for years, but it's just how much a synergy these guys had with each other. You could tell that they were communicating, and Promise just did an excellent job, especially the transition moving over from XP to roam here for this team.
And the way that they play, the macro that was there is just something that I think Lyon wasn't expecting, and they just don't know what to do after that. You know, the way Kronos caught that, you know, delaying the turtle and the push on all the turrets. They're prioritizing the most important thing to win the game, and it was very, very exciting to see them playing at the high level.
And I think at the right time as well, right? Just because you're on the bottom half of the table doesn't mean you're down and out for the count. They locked in at the right time for the playoffs. And I think understanding that at this point, we just want to win no matter what. End it quick, get the dub in your pocket so that you don't have to wait it out or get to the point where it could be a 50-50, a coin toss. A coin toss is never good because it could never be in your favor. So as long as the game is in your favor, take it and take the victory, and then we'll talk about showing off your skills later on, because at this point, every single game matters, especially when it's an elimination round.
I just feel like that was a huge statement that Leviatan knew that they were going to be making. Not just to have Promise out there doing well, but the confidence to have a new jungler with your composition and be like, you know what? Yeah, Fanny. We're going to go. Now, Fanny didn't do great. It wasn't like on Fanny's back for that game, but the confidence to be able to pick something like a Fanny once you're sporting a new roster, you've got a lot of things that have been juggled around. There's questions about whether your synergy is going to be added up to a team who's been playing with the same group for the last 3-4 weeks now. It just says a lot for your team and the understanding that you guys have for each other. Not just that, but I'm going to continue to say it until I'm blue in the face. Letting out the Zushin is a problem. Like, there's just too many boxes that need to be checked correctly for you to be able to take it down. I know there's a lot of teams that do have some great drafts to kind of get into that back line to be able to kind of shut it down. But man, just you saw from there, I mean, just the impressive power that comes from it. And then to be able to lift them up, and ISO just waiting there for them was like, all right, now it's time for me to blow this person up. A great game, great draft coming out of Leviathan as well.
And going into the second game, what can Lyon do to kind of because we know the draft was missing some damage. We could probably do a little bit better during the draft. Is there anything else that they could do to kind of get better winning conditions here?
I mean, when we take a look at the draft and everything like that, don't let Zushin through as a number one. You're not going to have that option anymore. It's going to be on the side of Leviatan to go ahead and ban that out. The Fanny came as a surprise to them too as well. That's but you're not going to be able to surprise them again. And I do like that we're kind of paying that respect out to Raquel, taking out the Kufra pick as well. And honestly, I would need to see them, because that, I want to say, it screamed out to me early that there was going to be issues when you saw the draft, you saw the Zushin, you saw the Fanny pick come out there as well. And then the early aggression that was going to come out from the Khalid as well. So I want to see them with a successful draft here before we can start kind of ironing down where some of the problems might be.
And I see that Leon has chosen to go to the blue side again, giving them a first pick. I don't know. I feel like they should probably let, Leviathan kind of have that pick right now to maybe possibly do better in the counter picks for them. But they're gonna go ahead with that.
Harley gone, Freya gone, Guinevere's gone. Kufra again respected. Leon rather taking blue side again this time. Marcel's gone. I think Jushin's a pick that Leviathan should ban out right now. There you go. Don't let it go because it's too strong of a pick. Leon made that mistake. Now Leon don't even get the Boxia in their hands. Carry's a solid choice that they go for, which was banned out of the previous game. I think right now, if you're Leviathan, lock in. If you want to go for the Boxia, if you're Woompy, but if you're more of an assassin type, Suyo's still left open, right? Apart from the Suyo, Phobius is still a solid choice if you want to go to the EXP lane. Still plenty of options to choose from. Eve is another good pick. Valentina is solid, especially in the hands of Yato. So I think just lock in the Valentina, double down on applying the pressure in the mid duo, and get the game in your favor.
I'm kind of in favor of Suyo in a mid pickup, just because I feel like Suyo can close the distance on the carry early game and mid to be able to kind of shut that down early. A lot of the tankier pickups is where carry is really going to shine for them as well. You do invite after picking up the Valentina though. I feel like, ooh, so we're gonna go with the Suyo and the Kaja. I don't know what Kaja's win rate has been in North America. I feel like sometimes he's a little bit watered down because you're so dependent on your spell, your flicker, to kind of get in there to grab somebody. It doesn't mean it's impossible. I just feel like there's a lot of those boxes that need to be checked for that successful engagement and that successful divine judgment.
You're right on that note, right? The flicker is super important, kind of like Achilles' heel of the Kaja if you're able to bait out the flicker early. But in this case, not just pick it up for yourself, but denying the Kaja on the other side. So Leon right now probably left with a Cho or a Kalea at this point. A Leomord is going to be the pick for Bernoulli because that's possibly the other jungle picks he has. He has been very limited in his jungle pool. So yes, I think here Leomord coming out. Uranus is a solid choice, but Leviathan need to add more burst, right? They need to have this Kaja pair up with somebody else to kind of show some promise. No pun intended.
Good fun.
And then also we're kind of looking for, I mean, Suyo's got a decent amount of burst, but you're also, I want to say, maybe looking for something else that can kind of be a little bursty for your team as well. And yeah, we've got a Sora coming out there. A good pickup there as well going into the second banning phase, which means you can take out Valentina, which would be like the immediate counter you would think for that mid lane.
Never mind. I thought Layla was gonna say something, but
I don't have anything.
We could see it. An enthralling statement was just building and waiting to come out.
I was about to say. So she was like, she was ready to burst out. But I think if you're Leon, you want to ban out the Valentina. But if you're Leviathan, take away more of the mid picks or the roam picks that are available right now. I think roam would be the best option to lock down the Khalid, the Hildas, just to make sure you don't add more pressure along with this Leomord that's already present. The Kalea is a solid choice, which I mentioned early on, but they ended up picking the Uranus. So I think Kalea has gone off the table. In this case, I'd probably say Hylos is another option they could go for, because the combo that it can provide, slowing down Leviatan in these fights. But if you're Leviatan also, would you double down on the Valentina in this game, knowing that you already have the Sora, or would you save that for the next game, right? That's another option if Lyon don't ban it out.
Well, I don't know why Lyon would ban out the Valentina when it would be perfect for them to pick it up. It counters Sora. They're looking for a mid lane as well. I don't think that's going to be on Lyon to take out. I think they're Leviathan were actually kind of they're either going to have to ban it out, or I don't know if you take that here either. Well, I mean, you do give yourself a Phantom Steed as well if you pick it up yourself. I'm very curious to see where we go with this early one. Still looking for that marksman and that mid, and Zeshian's taken off of there. Valentina, is that what? I don't think that it's going to be Lyon that's going to ban the Valentina.
I think it could be Harith also here, right? Harith is a ban.
As who would pick Harith?
Oh, Claude. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say Harith could be a ban for Lyon, but now Leviathan could just pick it up in as the last pick. I'm just thinking Leviathan go for the Valentina, because you're denying the Valentina on the other side, and also it's Yato's comfort pick. And he has been super solid on the Valentina, regardless of the losses that Leviathan have gotten on their side. When he's picked it up, he has been really good. But if not the Valentina, Yves is a good option, but you're giving away the RWM if Lyon pick it up. So it's got to be a mid lane option here. And if Valentina, otherwise probably go for Harith in the gold lane. I think that's the two that Leviathan has. Go.
Okay.
It's so good. Go ahead, Private. Go ahead.
On the gourd?
I'm just looking at my notes. I didn't see this one coming out there, but he's got a good amount of damage he can do to a lot of these, especially when it comes to true damage that he can dish out to these tankier heroes. The only problem is you're banking on your front line to be able to kind of keep the enemy in front of Gord. Leomord is going to be so hard to kind of keep away. We saw what Dez did to the Granger. Like, there was nothing stopping him from closing that distance to get to that back line. So it'll be very interesting. We're going to really have to follow up and chain down that CC.
I like the gourd. I like the gourd only because of its denying the Valentina pick. The gourd is so good into the Valentina, right? Even though you steal away the Mystic Gush, you're gonna have such a hard time in the mid lane to keep up in terms of rotation. So and especially close the gap against the gourd, because the Valentina likes to get up close and personal and disrupt the mid duo flow and take control of the river. But now with this gourd, you're not gonna be able to do this. But oh my God, it's been a long time since Wan come in. Like, what is going on? Like, this hero right now has gotten damage, and I play 1-1 like I like 1-1, but I don't know, Private. I don't know what to make of this 1-1 at them.
Leviathan.
1-1's a wild. The 1-1's, go ahead, Layla.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Leviathan trying to be the new Night Horde here, coming with these unconventional picks that are definitely not the meta. It's really interesting to see how it plays out.
It's going to be very interesting. I do see the use of the gourd. You combine that with the Divine Judgment. You have the damage that can come out from Woomfi, from Bethlehem, and then, of course, the Mystic Gush from Yato. So you'll be able, whoever takes that Divine Judgment, they're going to be burned down. Doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if you grab Raquel. I don't care if you're grabbing Hayase. I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to burn them down. I'm not going to count ISO out yet. That might be a little bias coming out from me, but it's a bit of a stretch there with that 1-1 coming out. We're going to see how successful it is.
Yeah, I agree. I think 1-1 is one of my favorite marksmen, so maybe a little bit of bias for me as well. But at the moment, the damage is almost negligible. But anyways, we're going to find out about it, folks. Game number 2 in this best of 5 series, Lyon versus
Leviatan, the winner, if Leon wins this, they get 2-0. If Leon wins this 1-1, Leviatan 2-0. It is an elimination round, so let's see how this goes about.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting for their survival in the playoffs. Day one of the playoffs. Ooh, a little bit of engagement. Raquel has to flicker. That's going to be in the opening 50 seconds. And Bethlehem right there on the back end looking for the kill is unfortunately not able to find it, but you can already see the pressure mounting coming out from Leviathan. Hayase comes in from the side, maybe looking for a little bit of a reprieve. Comes in. Oh, might be have been able to get that minion from the side of Leviathan.
They get 2 of them. They even got the lava gold with the help of Retribution. Wumpy coming in clutch right now. And look at him. He's already level 3. He hasn't taken the top half of his jungle yet. Bernoulli, like, kind of not getting to the level 4 power spike that you need on a Leomord.
You know what's so smart about that rotation they just did too? You took away all of the side minions that Hayase is going to be able to depend on to get his stacks. You see right here in the lane, he can't get any stacks from these minions because they're aggroed onto his. Now you took away the gold, you took away the minion at his side. He has no way of getting any of his stacks as a Uranus right now.
Yeah, and again, in this game of this Leomord, just like the one that happened with Stamina Esports, going for the Marksman emblem, it's a popular trend that I've been looking at, especially after the Marksman emblem got a slight bit of a buff. You're getting that extra 5% penetration. It works out for the Leomord because you increase the attack speed, which is something the Leomord would like when he's on the steed. So maximizing that as well. Just before the turtle, Mystic Gush comes out, and I think Leon might want to go for this one.
Yeah, you just wasted 4 ultimates before this turtle even came out. Bethlehem fighting it out with Hayase. Turtle walking back and forth, does get pulled out by the side of Leviathan. And on the backside, Hayase lying in wait, trying to get a little bit of damage here in against Wumpy. Engagement comes out. Raquel caught in, do with Phantom Steed coming out from Bernoulli, who does miss a little bit of damage there. Hayase in the midst of 3 members of Leviathan as Hayase onto the backside, latching onto Wumpy. Turtle down to 50%, and you can see Bernoulli dashing out to the backside. Still no level 4 for Promise as Wumpy able to find the retribution and the kill onto Bernoulli. Mystic Gush in the background to provide that fire support.
Wumpy got 2 levels ahead of Bernoulli, and even when he got the steed after the Shifting Skies was used by Bethlehem, the auto landing that stun came in so clutch. Bernoulli's half of the steed timing was kind of just wasted out, and they're not able to maximize that instantly after the Promise goes in, zones him out. Really well played from Leviathan, and you can see it started to show these macro plays and these small changes that they've made to their roster has allowed them to play a lot more aggressive than they have so far in the MCT. This is a rejuvenated Leviathan that we're looking at.
Even with Hayase on the Uranus, he was top of the damage charts there, just being a huge threat to the side of Leviathan. Leviathan able to really be able to find the maneuvering, get around that Lord Put to find the retribution and find the kill onto Bernoulli, who had, I feel like maybe pulled the trigger on the Phantom Steed just a little too early as Leviathan really kind of backed off, let that thing tick down. And once you didn't have the Phantom Steed anymore, it was prime game for the rest of Leviathan to go in. Only a 1-0 game just yet for Leviathan.
Well, at this point, Leviathan are playing super well, though. It's been clean in terms of their movements, in terms of usage of their skills, the timing of everything. Even though it's a 1-0, it's been very nice, clean, crisp play that we like to see from Leviathan. Leon, on the other hand, going down their usual route of a slow-paced game, knowing when to pull the trigger when the time is right. But so far, you want to be a little more aggressive since you have the Leomord on your side. So I wonder if this is going to be the turtle where they are deciding to do that. Otherwise, you're just handing the game to Leviathan.
Yeah, I think we're waiting. I think Promise is exactly waiting for that Phantom Steed to come out for him to go in there and be able to grab it. We do have a nice Yato comes in, able to find a kill onto Bernoulli. The rest of Lyon looking for an escape. Now you can see the damage coming on to Leonhardt. He is going to be the next one down as Raquel eating a face full of that ultimate coming out from ISO. And now you can see the pressure mounting from Leviathan. They haven't even gone for the turtle. They're immediately going to turn their attention to the purple buff of Leon.
Yeah, and they take it away, leaving that small camp behind, slowing down the region of that purple buff. And not just that, Bethlehem has been looking to make these shifting skies plays a lot, and it's turning out to be a problem on the other side. I think the main problem being here, they got the crossbow of Tang unlocked just when the Divine Judgment came through. And not just that, even the Mystic Gush, everything right now is ticking for Leviathan. They're checking all their boxes. They're dotting their I's. They're crossing their T's. And Leon just don't know how to make a comeback. They don't know how to fight because they want to make sure Leonhardt gets to the point where he can scale and dish out the damage. But if you're not allowed the space to dish out the damage, if your front line's not going to be able to tank a lot, it's not looking good. And not just that, the finishing blow that should be dealt by Bernoulli on this Leomord is not going to happen because he barely has an item.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big problem here. ISO already putting the finishing touches onto that bottom tower. So you're already taking out both side towers at the 6-minute mark. Little engagement comes up here with the shifting skies coming out from Bethlehem. Bernoulli is down. Whoopi finds a kill onto Raquel. Underneath the tower, ISO tries to take down POV. Cannot find the damage just yet, but still at a 5-0 lead for Leviathan.
And not just that, right? He popped the Purify and was still able to get 2 marks taken away. ISO is a beast on this 1-1. I mean, it was his comfort pick before. That's what, 2 years ago? But then again, right now in this meta, in this economy, you're playing a 1-1 and you're taking it to Leon in the elimination round. Yeah, I think this is a different Leviathan that we're looking at.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and see the Phantom Steed is out as Leviathan dive in underneath the purple buff as well. Bernoulli running to the safety of his tower, still gets taken out by Woomfy. Leviathan continuing their pressure. This is our jungle, they are saying, at a 6-0 lead against Leon. And Leonhardt alone against 3 members. Hayase trying his best to try to take them out. ISO gets the kill, but pays for it with his life.
Oh, at this point, Leviathan's teammates are saying you got to report ISO for giving them that 1 kill that they got. They're 7-1, 6K goal lead in the hands of Leviathan. But if you're Leon right now, you want Bernoulli to get at least 1 kill. He's 0 for 0. He's struggling at this point, and it's all thanks to the gourd that's come through. Not just denying the Valentina pick in the drafting phase, but also creating so much space and stopping the Steed whenever it comes out. And it's just not working out. They're not able to close the gap. If you're getting stunned up on your way to casting the gourd, I think the game is kind of lost there if you're Leon. And now you're relying on Pav to create the space along with Raquel and Hayase. This is not the Leon that we're used to seeing. This is not the Leon that we saw in the past few weeks. But Leviathan showing the same.
Yeah, you can see Woomfy is going to be able to pick up the Lord there as well. Mystic Gush in the mid lane as the rest of the team chasing down Hayase, looking for an escape. Divine Judgment catches him, and Yato putting the finishing blow down on Hayase.
Well, it's a cake, man. It's a cake. It's what they're doing. They're building a cake. They're looking to put that cherry on top, and that's going to be ISO when he pops that crossbow off Tang. And at this point, the Lord, again, coming out the top side. We're talking about 9 minutes into the game. This is where they were at in the previous one, able to get the finish and blow one in 12 minutes, 14 seconds. We could possibly see a finish soon, a quick finish in this game as well. Woompi's level 15 and Bernoulli's 9.
Yeah, this is just the overwhelming offense and the stun and the Mystic Gush. They have to expend flickers to get out of the way. Now pressure starting to mount at the high ground towers. Lord fighting for his life against some of these minions here up at the top. And now you can see the pressure starting to mount at the mid-high ground tower. You can see the damage starting to mount as well. Minions down at the bottom as the Leviathans turn their attention down to the bottom tower. Raquel alone to try to defend against 5 members who make short work of the high ground tower at mid, trying to find themselves a little bit of a bait there. The rest of Leviathan wisely turn from the engagement and go to clear out enemy jungle.
Well, they're looking. Oh no, Mystic Gush comes up.
Jesus, there was an enemy hero there. There was a Leonhardt, and Leonhardt got stunned and Mystic gushed into dust. Now, minions starting to mount at mid and bottom tower. You can see Woomfy doing his best to try to clear out the minions at top, trying to create a whole lot of pressure from all of the lanes. Woomfy in Leviathan side, inside the base right now. You can see a little bit of that confidence starting to come out from Leviathan. Now, high ground tower. We have the mid lane. Ooh, big pushback coming back onto Lyon. Finds a kill onto Raquel. Woofy with the damage onto the tower. Leviathan looking to possibly close this out. Mystic Gush takes down POV. Bernoulli and the rest of his team trying to clear out these minions. ISO finds the last high ground tower. Leviathan looking to put on the damage. Only 2 more members left from Lyon. Minions coming in from the rear. Do they have enough to close this out on Lyon at the 11-minute mark? Crossbow Tang is out. Whoopi finds a kill onto Hiyase, ticking down on to the core. This is going to be game 2 for Leviathan.
Hey, I don't know what you were looking at, Layla. Private and I were looking at a slaughter fest coming in from Leviathan. It was wicked. That was, I don't know, somebody ordered some meat because the slaughterhouse just got everything butchered down. And that 2-0, Leviathan, rejuvenated, they look like a completely different team. And Leon didn't stand a chance.
I mean, they are pretty much a different team with the 2 additions in their roster, and these 2 additions have definitely made, I feel like, a difference. I'm just really interested, who is the shot caller in this team? Because clearly it might be the 2 addition, as they are definitely moving way more different compared to what they were showing in the previous tournament.
I want to say Promise was never going to be he was never really a question for me. I knew he's been a call-in for a lot of the best teams in North America. When they have a player that can't make it, all the cards are out, you're trying to make it to the playoffs or something, or you've got a big important game, Promise has always been a stalwart pillar for any team to bring on. The big thing for me is bringing on Woomfy. Is this somebody that we know in North America, or is this a brand new player? Because if it's a brand new player, that's a hats off to me, to Leviathan, for trusting somebody brand new on the scene to be able to kind of help be one of those pillars for your team. And Whoopi has shown out here, whether it was the Fanny he played in the first game, did sustain damage, was able to come in from a lot of the flanks, or whether he was playing on the Suyo here, did an excellent job.
Yeah, I think the Suya as well doing super well in this particular game. But then again, the whole composition of Leviathan doing a fantastic job. Bethlehem was on point. Promise created the space that he needed. ISO just bought enough time for him to get the items and then popped off. Yato just getting the stuns on point, slowing down Bernoulli as much as possible. Technically, they never allowed Bernoulli to play the game even. I don't even know if he got a kill or an assist on the board, because Leon were just behind the 8 ball right from the start. I think Leviathan doing a fantastic job to keep the pace up of this game and able to apply the pressure where it matters, and just not letting up, because you want to up the tempo as much as possible and keep the same pressure that you did in game number 1 and turn that into game number 2 as well. So well done, Leviathan. And if you're Leon, you need to find a way to contest the early game, because if you try to play again that slow pace mid to late game finish, the early game is just taken away by Leviathan, and they're ending the game in 12 minutes. I don't know if this was less than 12 minutes. Seems like it was.
Yeah, they ended it fast. They came in very, very aggressive, this game style, and being able to be aggressive with that Kaja in their team.
I was gonna say, I don't even remember that many divine judgments. He did an excellent job, even when you weren't depending on the divine judgments. I saw a few out there that he was able to get. The team was able to burst them down. Oh, but man, call me a believer now into the Kaja pickup, because that was especially when you mix it in with the Gord. Gord is a personal favorite of mine. I used to one trick him in the mid lane, but to see him on the main stage and do so well, and especially into a composition like this where his bursting ability is you're really able to take advantage of it. That's a huge deal and a great job. This is what I was talking about. Promise, whenever you put him onto the team, it's unfortunate that I feel like I often see him as a replacement for a player. I would love to see him as the stalwart beginning roster for somebody. But yeah, as we take a look at here at the highlights for Promise, a nice little divine judgment there to go ahead and yank down onto Lyon, and then they finish the job. The great synergy coming from that entire team.
Yeah, and for the roster change just coming into playoff, for them to be able to have that kind of team synergy is just unmatched. Have they played together before? We know that Wumpy, we're not sure who he is. We're like, who is this guy? What about Promise?
Hey man,
Promise?
he's a new face. He's a new face around. So it's a new name, it's a new face, and I think hopefully with the performance that he's putting out, he becomes a mainstay name, because at this point, a new generation of players need to be flooding in for North America and AMER as a whole, because how long can we cling on to the names that used to be? We got to move on and get to the point where there have to be new faces. So the esports ecosystem is growing. It's not going to stop. It's just about the new players that have to step up to the plate.
No, I feel like that's a huge point that a lot of people don't understand. I feel like for a long time there was almost this kind of gatekeep at the top of a lot of the regions when it comes to some of these players or who they'll play with, or you do one thing wrong and you get blackballed by a lot of these players. And I want to say, you asked if these guys had played together before. I want to say a lot, especially in North America. We're still kind of a very tight community when it comes to a lot of those players way up at the top. So I guarantee at one point or another, probably a lot of these guys have played together with one another. And like I said before, I'm very impressed if Wumpy, well, even if it's not a brand new player, but if it is a new player, congrats to Leviatan for taking that risk to allow somebody who I dare say is untested in the regional scene to come up on board, and they're doing a great job. Synergy wise, I made the complaint that maybe Lyon was going to be able to overwhelm them with their synergy, but it looks almost like the opposite. I feel like Lyon have not been able to get onto the same page because of the amount of pressure that Leviathan do right from the opening bell. When either you saw from the first game when they had that early pressure when it comes to their draft. I believe it was the Khalid that they had as well. They were able to kind of really enforce that. The second game, even when they didn't, I don't think that they really had an early game composition. It's just that everybody was on the same page when it came to invading, clearing out the jungle, and then leaving. And like right from the opening bell, you already had Leviathan stealing away two jungle minions from Lyon. So it's just like I said, this is what we initially thought when we saw Leviathan's roster before the playoffs. So before the Swiss stage, this is the type of impact that we were kind of hoping to see. And this kind of, I want to say, invigorates, a lot of fans when it comes to what they thought might have fallen off for this team.
And this team, coming into playoffs and the elimination series for today, definitely a great time to take that chance and change up the roster if needed, or take the chance to kind of pick the heroes that are not meta, but you still somehow make it work.
Hey, you know what? I did some digging, found some info about Wumpy. So he's always ran with the name Wumpy, all right? But the thing was, he was underage for a lot of these other tournaments. He wasn't allowed to play. So he's been grinding for quite some time. He's just pretty young. I think he's 17, if I'm not wrong. So, well, coming in, this is some new blood injected into the AMER scene for North America, and for him being so young, I think sky is the limit, and the ceiling is definitely grown a lot more. So hopefully he gets a lot more game time, a lot more that he can add on to his portfolio. You know what I mean, Private?
It's funny to me that you mentioned that he hasn't been on the scene for a long time. I take a look down and I take a look at his picture. He's the only one that hasn't been grizzled down by the esports scene in this little frown, that big ear-to-ear smile that he has. He's just ready, willing, and able, ready to be out there. I always get on this when it comes to like esports picture. I'm like, is there a problem with smiling? I want to see this new generation of players out there, ear-to-ear smiles, all whites on them. We're not UFC. We're not taking prize fights out there. Let's just show a smile out there and then get the job done. Going on to the draft of what we see here, still respect paid to the Kufra pickup, but it seems like the Kufra being taken off there is just stalled out Lyon. Not just the Kufra pick, but I feel like Leviatan had just had some great answers back to back that Lyon have just been completely unprepared for.
Yeah, talking about that, I'm just happy to be here. Smile on Umbi. Yeah. So I'm just interested, what kind of heroes that he's gonna be picking for this stage. I think also they're just gonna have fun, right, at this point. So very interested on what other kind of combination we can come up with.
I don't know, man. When Private mentioned smiles, I was looking at ISO and it's like, yo, his smile is just dead on the inside, if you ask me at this point for him, right? So, but then again, like looking at what it's there on the side of Lyon, they get themselves a Freya. So I think Leviathan oozing with confidence and they don't care. And instantly as the Freya was picked up, look at the reply, the Phoveus. It's a straight counter to the Freya. And Leviathan get the Valentina to prevent any sort of shenanigans on the other side. You can't go for the Sora. You can't go. Whatever you go for is going to be for me too. So Leviathan already looks super strong right off the bat in the draft.
Yeah, and that just you hit a nail on the head. This is confidence speaking out of them. They said they're going to give up the Freya, and the draft allowed them to go ahead and pick up Valentina, who counters the Freya, and you take away Valentina's biggest counter or biggest threat out there, which is the Phoveus. It's going to be interesting. I've been saying before, I want to see how Lyon does with a good draft, and I feel like this is not a bad draft for them. The problem is their confidence kind of shot to the moment to where Leviathan have just been such a well-oiled machine from beginning to end. I don't think I remember too many opportunities in the last two games where I felt like Lyon had a leg up, or it's like, oh, they're actually turning this around. I feel like the pressure that has mounted from Leviathan, they haven't made a lot of mistakes. They have become very fast, very furious with a lot of the damage and the invades that they do. And there's been very little room in any of the objectives or any of these engagements for Lyon to be able to get that advantage. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how they can how they do against this comp.
I'm just gonna say something about the Cho pick right there. That is Promise main hero. So right now they're all, I am gonna show you my debut hero right now. So
what a debut as well, right? For Promise as well as Whoopi. If they're able to get a 3-0 stomp in what's an elimination round for Leviathan after losing a series to Lyon in the Swiss stages. Yeah, I think this is now all of a sudden we don't count Leviathan out, and all the standings and the predictions and all the talk about who's gonna be moving on into the next stage is kind of gone off the window. And next thing you know, we'll be talking about Alpha 7 who? I mean, we're not that far yet, but I think Leviathan looking super strong at the moment. And with the second phase of the bans as well, Hylos being taken off, Leomord's off the table, you're really looking to choke down the hero pool of Bernoulli, because they've got an early goal lane side with the Freya. You've got late game kind of locked down with this Alice. You got consistent damage throughout the board with this Kimi. You're looking to expand on the early game pressure that can keep up with this Cho in terms of rotation. I'm looking down at Khalid because they already picked up the Hilda. Glue is gone. Kufra is not present, so Raquel's not going to get his comfort pick. I don't really want to see the Minotaur come out from Raquel because you're giving away more early game pressure, and Valentina on the other hand can pick up the Minnow and Fury. So I'm only looking at the Khalid right now if you are Lyon to be picked up in the roam position, but Lyon banning another jungler. Okay, Baxia's gone, so Leviathan Assassin again. Suyo's gone. Fanny. Joy. Joy's still good.
I'm seeing
Joy.
here. Sorry, One Piece. 3 other heroes, or 2 other heroes are Ling and Lancelot. So we don't know if we're gonna see that. But
No.
so his favorite heroes, right?
Not
3.
Ling. Forget
Fanny,
about Ling.
Ling and Lancelot. Ling is not showing up in this meta, no.
A Ling, I feel like, what is it? Broken Walls pretty much killed Ling standing.
Yeah.
There's like.
Got nowhere to stand.
Here we've got Expanding River. Beatrix going to be making showing out here for Leviathan. It's going to be very interesting. I don't know where you go if you're going to go for a jungle on the side of Lyon here. You've got a pretty tanky front line in the name of the Freya. You got Alice who can come in from the back line or even try to get into your back line as well. The only problem is Kimmy and Freya are going to both have problems when it comes to Phoveus in the early bit of this game as well. And Valentina, I was trying to think when Valentina takes the ultimate from Freya, she doesn't. I don't think she gets the auto attacks and the she doesn't really get any of the other abilities, so it feels kind of useless for her to be able to take that. Ooh. Looks like they're going to answer back, try to answer back with something that we saw earlier from Leviathan.
I like it. Right, if you're gonna really don't hold back and pick all the heroes that you need to try to make this elimination stage. Joy.
They're confident, man. They are confident. They don't care about the
Joy
Kaja.
going into the Kaja, right? It's, okay.
They don't care about it. This is Leviathan. If Leviathan get this game, like, we can talk about, you know, a little better seeding for Leviathan in this playoffs. Last words, Layla? Great.
We're gonna locked in. We have, Leon really trying with this game to make it so that they have a chance to continue for the playoffs. A lot of the heroes that we do think are very meta in the moment are out. So we'll see what they can do with this lineup.
I mean, for me, it looks super solid in terms of what the matchups are, but of course Leon looking to get that early snowball in the hands of Fred as well as Bernoulli for Suyo. But Leviathan can always make the comeback, right, Private?
Yeah, and looking for the comeback here after weeks of, I'll say it, disappointing matches here. Coming back very strong and looking for a full 3-game sweep over Lyon in Game 3 of our second series of the night of the AMER North playoffs.
Yep, in we go, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see Wumpy already getting the clear as fast as possible against Bernoulli, who's supposed to be one of the fastest jungles in terms of the with the Suyo in hand. But I think in this case, again, Leviathan looking to push Leon off the edge with the early game that they have. They're able to get that EXP crab in the hands of Hayase. And you can see already Pav taking out super low. This is where Yato's at his best, right? His comfort pick, Valentina.
Yeah, I have a confession to get out there. I had Leviathan getting swept in my poker, my bingo cards. It was their performance, how they've shaped up in this playoffs. What we've seen here today is a completely different beast than we've seen throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage. I went on a little rant off screen about how a lot of North American teams or North teams, they juggle around their roster, and it really puts a hankering on a lot of the teams that you care about, that you want to do well, because they have to build that synergy over again. But the other edge of that sword is magical things like this, where a team like Leviathan has just found that it factor that they needed. Yato gets latched onto there by Bernoulli and is going to be able to find himself and escape toward his tower. Doesn't even use his flicker yet.
Yeah, and you're not wrong, Private. And so did I, so did Trex, and so did Layla. We all had a kind of 3-0 for Leon, but then again, with the way that they've been playing, it's so much more promising. But Leon, this time taking charge of the early game, something they weren't able to do for 2 games in a row. So I'd say it's working out well, forcing a flicker out of promise as well. So now you're really, you know, you've got the... You've got an anchor tied down onto Leviatan for them not to progress so much in the early game. It all comes down to how Whoompy can pop off, probably in the EXP side of things, or maybe... Oh, no, ISO.
Yeah, I saw the flicker with the Divine Judgment. ISO in trouble as Leonhardt finds and picks up the first kill of the game. And maybe Leviathan a little confident in that draft, allowing some of these picks out there. But I do know that they understand where these power spikes are. You can already see there from the Leviathan side. They're able to clear out a lot of the jungle coming up from Lyon. Promise finds a little bit of a pop-up there, takes some damage from Bernoulli. Whoompy dashes in, does not quite find the damage he wanted onto the back line as you see the electrifying beats come out to try to clear out that mid lane. Actually, Whoompy, Evil Queller lands and Promise as the rest of Lyon. It doesn't look like they really want this a fight just yet. Yato over there going ahead providing that protection for his team.
Yeah, I think at this point, Yato has to find the, you know, find the opening for Leviathan on this Valentina. Probably take the Divine Judgment. He does have the flicker, so they have 2 possible engage tools, but they need to play it around ISO or Whoompy because the damage is not going to be present otherwise. They've been able to get fast clears. River control right now in the hands of Leon. They've got about 500, 600 goal lead. That doesn't really matter at this point, and expanding River should allow Bethlehem to make it back into these fights, into these neutral objective fights, just equally as fast as Hayase on this Alice. So you can see already the IMU taking away the Divine Judgment. The item power spikes are almost there. I think ISO is looking to go for a BOD early first item. Was planning to go on the Malefic Gun, but changing the route and getting that longsword. So at this point, Leviathan looking for a play.
Yeah, they immediately latch on to Raquel there as well. Going to take him down very quickly, but now have to deal with Hayase on the back end. A big flicker comes out there as Leonhardt able to find a kill onto Bethlehem. On the backside, Whoompy able to find a kill onto POV. Bernoulli picks up the turtle, but on the back end, Promise might be in trouble against Leonhardt, who cannot close the distance.
Yeah, 1-1 traded, if I'm not wrong, in that fight. But at the same time, Leon getting the turtle is not looking good for Leviathan. You can see a lot of damage coming out from Bethlehem in these fights. But if you're a Phoveus, you want to be in these extended fights, right? That's where the Phoveus kind of excels. And so does the Valentina a certain way. So does the Beatrix. But on the top side, I think they're looking to get down on Leonhardt.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find that kill very quickly. And I kind of had the same thing in mind too. Bethlehem hasn't been a huge factor in a lot of these fights, and I feel like he was going to fall off when you start getting to that mid game. And we want to find a point where he's going to be useful. Ooh, Demonic Force does slam down, but Raquel able to create some distance between him and Leviathan. 2-3 right now, a small lead in favor of Leviathan.
And you can see on the bot side, though, Bernoulli needs to get a push going. No turtle, no neutral objective, but no minion waves to respond to either. So even Leviathan playing the macro game to almost to near perfection at this point. They just need to get a couple of towers maybe, and I think it has been on the top side. They need to keep this Freya at bay, who already has 2 kills in her pocket, and once the Freya starts popping off, it's going to get difficult for Leviathan to make any sort of comeback. And that's why you can see Bethlehem not really making a lot of oh no, never mind. Top side, Divine Judgment could come in.
Yeah, they were looking for it. 4 players actually go up there and they just don't find the target. I feel like Leviathan did such a great job reading the map, understanding what they see and what they don't see, and responding correctly. They didn't see the rest of Lyon. They're like, okay, let's just assume they're going to start coming for us. So they immediately backed up there. Oh, Promise dipping in and out, really dancing around. Divine Judgment, IMU coming out from Leviathan. Won't be able to find a kill onto Raquel as well. Leonhardt's going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Gets bounced back by Bethlehem. Is that going to be enough as Whoompy finds a kill onto Leonhardt? 2 down for the side of Lyon.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's what it was this time for Leon. Won't be able to pick up a double, and they get 1 more in the hands of ISO as well. So that's 3 kills if I'm not wrong. And Leviathan doing a fantastic job, able to get the third turtle of the game just when they needed to up the tempo. And now all of a sudden, whatever Lyon has done in the early few minutes, the first 6 minutes has kind of been rendered useless because Leviatan were able to maintain that goal lead. And now look at the way of the dragon.
Oh, another ultimate comes out there. Raquel's gonna have to try to find himself the safety of the tower. Promise comes out with a flicker of his own. Might be a little bit too much for him as he finds himself an escape with that Jeet Kune Do and that Cho. What a great disengagement there from Leviatan, even when you thought Lyon had the catch.
Yeah, I think Lyon kind of could have got that kill, right? Promise kind of lucky to get away with it. They get the tier 1 on the top side. They respond with another tier 1 on the bot side. So towers in the favor of Lyon. 1 gone on their side, 2 for the side of Leviatan. Bethlehem able to get that War Axe right now, so you know he's going to start hitting harder in these team fights. He's going to sustain a little bit longer. Promise, another way of the dragon.
Yeah, Raquel taking a heap of damage. Gonna have to use that flicker, but still not enough as Bethlehem comes in from the backside. Ooh, POV in trouble. Electrifying beats coming out from Woofy. Might not be able to make an escape. Evil Queller with some damage from Bernoulli, able to finish the job in reply as well. You can see the big pressure mounting at the mid lane, but Lyon able to clear out the minions.
Whoopi is fantastic on these assassins, bring a little bit of flavor to MCT North, if you ask me. And Leviathan just doing a fantastic job so far. Lyon able to get that shutdown onto Whoopi in the hands of Bernoulli. Now they need to find a way to scale, and Bernoulli needs to get more kills on the board. Otherwise, it's looking dire because Leviathan have nice late game power spike with that Beatrix, a marksman in the late game. Pav, on the other hand, hasn't had the best game so far. 0-2-3, and ISO just getting that malefic gun. Well, it's looking dicey. Pav gets the Bloodwing, so I'd say 50-50, but still, in terms of damage, Leviathan have a lot more to offer than Lyon. Bernoulli needs to find a way to pop off, otherwise it's going to get difficult for Lyon to do anything. And you can see they're already blitzing away this Lord, able to get this one in their hands, so buying some more time for themselves as Leviathan look to get a pick-off after pick-off.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lyon, we need to be able to kind of make some plays here. I feel like we've been very, very passive in the early game where we were supposed to have the advantage. Promise on the back end, putting some damage onto Bernoulli, getting stunned, might be in a little bit of trouble, is still able to find that escape. There was this little point at the beginning where Lyon had the advantage, but they weren't pressing it. They weren't looking for engagement. They were free to just let the Leviathan kind of pass them by. Now they might have a little bit of that opportunity out again as they go ahead and try to put some pressure onto this mid tower. In comes the demonic forces as well. Big pop-ups landing out of the Bethlehem, able to find a kill onto Raquel. Evil Queller coming out from Bernoulli, dashes in, looking for the soul sever, but the damage coming out from Bethlehem is more than enough to take him down. A big reply by Leonhardt gets answered by Bethlehem again, putting us into a 10-4 lead for Leviathan.
And this is why they let the Freya go, right? Knowing that they could pick up the Phobius, which is basically a straight counter to the Freya. And the problem with for Freya against the Phobius is when the Freya wants to pop off with a power spike, that's when the Phobius hits his power spike too. And when he got that War Axe, you know for a fact Leviathan were looking to pick more fights around Bethlehem, who was able to sustain a lot more in these team fights. And he was taking less than a quarter HP and was still able to make it out alive. Dreadnought armor to be able to tank quite a lot. Warrior boots even, along with the silence rope. So basically a force to be dealt with at this point.
Yeah, you can see right now we do already have the Holy Crystal picked up there by Woofy, so putting on the damage. But we do see already Radiant Armors being picked up by Lyon to try to offset the damage coming out from Woofy. Respect being paid there for the new jungler from Leviathan. 4-10 still, as both of these. I feel like this isn't it. It feels like, I was going to say, we do have a Divine Judgment goes on to Hayase. Big pop-up lands onto him, but there is no aggro coming out from the tower. So just a wasted ability comes out from the side of Leviathan. This is definitely not out of the woods for Leviathan just yet. There's no huge gold lead here, just under, not even under a K, like 500 gold difference, despite the huge disparity when it comes to the kills.
I mean, yeah, there's a massive disparity when it comes to the kills, but at the same time, Leon have been playing the macro game really well. They've got two towers on the top side, a tier 1 in the mid lane, a tier 1 on the bot side as well, and the tier 2 on the bot side's like barely hanging by a thread. And they definitely got the first lord doing a lot of work, and now the second lord seems like it's gonna be in their favor too. Yato getting that divine judgment earlier not only burned an ultimate but also a flicker, which basically didn't lead to anything fruitful. So if you are Leon, this is the moment where you need to take down the lord. The Freya's on the top side, so it might not be the best position, but you could get it started and find a way for Leonhardt to make it into the pit and then maximize what they can put out. Leviathan, having slowed down the pace of the game from game 1 and game 2, is helping Leon a lot, and this is the kind of pace that Leon like to play at. And you can see it's already gone past 12 minutes 45 seconds, 13 minutes, even longer than both the first and the second game went about, right? So I think getting the clear on top as well as bot side now from Leonhardt, and then they're going to convert this into a lord after adding that lane pressure. Raquel scouting out these bushes, looking for the right pull, and getting them poked down is going to be crucial for Bernoulli to find that finish.
Oh, you can see Bethlehem kind of getting baited out with some of those demonic forces. Oh, Promise goes in, even with the flicker, just misses the pop-up. Now he gets a divine judgment for his effort. Does have the immortality out there as well. Still going to be able to get away from the enemy team there. Big kick lands onto Raquel, putting on the damage with that dragon kick, but it's not enough. Whoopi on the back line, able to find a kick onto Bernoulli. Leviathan chasing down the rest of Lyon, who, underneath the tower. Divine judgment comes out onto Hayase as ISO picks apart the mid lane tower.
Oh, he had Renner on his hands. If it was Nibiru, that could have been a kill with the help of the divine judgment as well. He tried to get the Renner snipe on him, just not able to find it. They get the Lord for the side of Leon. They're trying to blitz it as fast as possible, but Leon making sure they're able to escort this Lord and maximize the macro ability on the map. They get the tier 2 on the bot side. I don't think it's going to be good for this Freya. Has to use the Valkyrie descent to get out of harm's way as well. Tier 2 in the mid lane is going to be the next target for Leon, while the Lord is still going to be marching down the top side slowly. So waiting for another set of minion waves that's going to be coming out in the next 10 seconds. So more super minion waves, the better for Leon. Meanwhile, Leviathan needs to find a way to capitalize, needs to find a way to turn things around, and Wumpi's doing a lot on the map.
Yeah, this is just a classic game of why kills are not as important as a macro. Leon doing a great job of kind of making sure even when they're losing fights on one side of the map, they're winning towers on the opposite side of the map, all the way down to almost the high ground towers at the mid lane as well. Leviathan kind of scrambling a little bit, starting to lose a little momentum as we're moving into the 15-minute mark. Already the longest game of this series for Leviathan, but they're on the back foot, and I feel like this is a pretty firm advantage on the side of Leon because there's not really too many entry points for the side of Leviathan to try to get in there, and they've just got I want to say an uncanny ability right now when it comes to really kind of syncing up these lanes, making sure that they're pushed before a lot of these objectives go out.
And you would think that Leon have the advantage, right? But look at the goal lead. It's 50-50. And that's one good thing for Leviathan, just because of the fact that they have a Beatrix, a Marskin that can pop up.
Ooh, big engagement comes in under electrifying beats onto the backside, trying to put on the damage. Whoopsie takes a heap of damage coming out from the side of Leon, but now being chased down by Leviathan, trying to focus down onto a target. They are not able to bring anybody down, and ooh, Bernoulli goes in against 5 members. What was that?
Bernoulli, what are you thinking, man? This is not the Bernoulli that we know from Leon. But right now, Leviathan, this is not a Leviathan we've known throughout the entire MCT record, the Swiss stage. This is a rejuvenated team. Again, this is like the 3rd time I've said it. Call me a broken record, but they've been so fantastic so far in the entire series. And if this is going to be a 3-0, it's a massive statement coming in from Leviathan. And you know that this is a team that can take it all. This is a team that can get the big wins. And with this newly added jungler, breathing in life to this lineup, allowing the rest of the team to play like they'd want to. Yato looks like a different player right now. ISO is allowed to play the game he wants. Promise coming to their own position. We're looking at a Cho 1-0 and 10. And how many times did he get pulled by the Divine Judgment? It's something we've not seen. The Immortalities are keeping him alive. Right now, he doesn't even have it. He's able to find the right pickoff. The communication is on point for Leviatan. Meanwhile, Lyon are looking like a shadow of their former selves, where Bernoulli's not able to get the victories, not able to get the kills that he wants to. And Raquel, without having the Kufra, is not able to find the right pace for the rest of the team. The shot calls have not been on point. They have had this Freya that could do a lot of work in the game. It's just not worked out. And I think Leviatan, at this point, with the help of this Lord, will be looking to push this game to a possible end like they have done for game 1 and game 2. So we're 17 minutes 45 seconds in, and they want to pull the trigger, and all flickers are available.
Yeah, right now, my draw was just stuck to the ground there, trying to figure out what Bernoulli was trying to do there. That enabled, they knew they had a retribution down. Leviathan immediately turned to go ahead and pick up the Lord. Now they've already matched up all of the towers out here as well. They do have to answer back, as the Leonhard is doing a great job of creating that pressure up at the top. But when you talk about, I mean, Leviathan was on the back foot too. They were disengaging from the team because they didn't want that fight. And Bernoulli went in. He maybe his boys rizzed him up so much he just got a head full of steam. He's like, "All right, boys," and against 5 members, which is super unfortunate for him, which allowed this for them. Now you're looking at about a 2K gold lead for the side of Leviathan. This kills are now starting to mean more and more, as you see about a 2K gold lead for Woomfy on this Joy pick.
Yeah, and you can see what was an even gold standpoint for both these teams now all of a sudden is in the hands of Leviathan. Divine Judgment coming through.
Yeah, I promise, but he does have that Immortality out as well. Finds himself a kick. Immortality has been procced for the side of Lyon, and down goes POV. Next is Hayase on the chopping block. 3 down for the side of Lyon as Leviathan looking to close up this game. Bernoulli, or Raquel, not Bernoulli, sorry. Raquel does take a little bit of damage, still has the Immortality, but the rest of Leviathan have to answer this Freya. Leonhard at the bottom lane, chopping away at this tower, now getting chased down. You can see that Yato and a Promise trying to chase him down. Leonhard gets hit with a Way of the Dragon kick there. Yato trying to rain on some more damage. Ooh, Promise actually has to get away. This is the strength you have of the Leonhard. But, ladies and gentlemen, with a clean sweep, Leviathan advance in the playoffs.
Somebody get the broom, because Leviathan just swept the Lyon in a dominating fashion. Yes, the third game went a little bit back and forth, but never did they lose control of the entire game.
They had control. I have to give it to Lyon for really giving it their best in this last game. Unfortunately, they just couldn't outplay Leviathan, and they will be eliminated today. Unfortunate, but great to see Leviathan. It's a kind of new team that we haven't seen this whole tournament, so really excited to see what else they can bring to the table for the rest of the playoffs.
I think you guys kind of touched on it a little bit. I feel like this is kind of a statement, and this is going to change around a lot of people's predictions for how these playoffs might go, especially with this brand new Leviathan who has just steamrolled through the competition. I mean, there's synergy there, great picks. They're very patient when it came to that game too, waiting for just the right mistake to come out of Lyon. Playing passively, you saw a lot of engagements they didn't like. They backed up, they took some deaths, and they just needed that one mistake from Bernoulli to be able to turn this immediately around and find their advantage.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I think that's what made the difference in that advantage that Lyon had, was the Bernoulli jumping into a whole team. Oh.
Well, I mean, they tried, right? It wasn't the best performance from Lyon, but then again,
they didn't really have a lot of opportunities because Leviatan just controlling the chaos in this game number 3, and also looking at game number 2's replay, they played really well where Yato was the one that kind of really popped off on this gourd, and Woompy, a new name in North America right now, impressing on debut. Promise, yes, he debuted, but we've seen him play at the highest stages and he's played super well. But Woompy here, not just in game number 2, not just in game number 1, in game number 3 as well, on this Joy, able to lock down the right target and making sure he gets them a lot of pressure right from the early game. And you could see making his entry at the right time, finding the right target, just doing everything right. This was the only time you gave a kill onto Bernoulli, but after that, they just weren't able to capitalize. Bernoulli went down 4 times after that fight, and picking a 1v5 in that purple buff area, I mean, we're not really sure what he was thinking. Like Private said, probably got, you know, got a lot of, what do you call it, adrenaline going in his favor, hyped up by his teammates, and all of a sudden he just sees the gray screen, which was never the right idea for Lyon. But Leviatan just able, even though they lost a lot of towers in the early game, not giving away a lot of gold. That's the moment, right? That's the moment. They didn't give away a lot of the they didn't give away a lot of kills. They didn't give away a lot of gold, and were able to hold their own. And once the opportunity presented itself, hey, they never let it go. And after that, it was just a one-way push down the mid lane, even though Leonhard tried to get the split in the end.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing game there. Promise, man, where has he been on these rosters? Because I want to say today he has played his heart out for the side of Leviathan. All 3 of these games, he's just been absolutely exceptional. I'm not sure if he will be getting the MVP, but I think we're about to find out.
Let's have a look. MVP goes to Promise. All right, he did a lot for the team there. Break it down for us, Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot for the team, and not just that, right? On a Cho against the Kaja, didn't get picked off a single time when he ate about 4 to 5 divine judgments. Yeah, and even the itemization, I love the itemization about how he went for the Chastis Pauldron in the early game, because you're kind of negating what the Freya can do with the attack speed, and then getting yourself that anti-cuirass, the immortality, just getting the right knockups of the Jeet Kundo and latching onto the right targets with the Way of the Dragon, the Flicker Way of the Dragon, into the Bennett's Rage, into a Divine Judgment pull from Yato, just making sure everything is clean and being the initiator for every single fight. Promise, showing a lot of promise for Leviathan in this playoffs run.
Yeah, and he's one of those players I've talked about before. He's always been one of those that you could depend on in some of your most important matches. Even, I think he's even been on BTK for some of the final matches as well. He's just one of those just great players that I wonder, I stutter to wonder why he just has not been like on like the starting rosters for many teams. Maybe it's schedule or something like that. But when he does come, he shows out, and just a pillar for one of the pillars, the many pillars for Leviathan's success here tonight.
Yes, amazing gameplay. I wonder where were they earlier, right? If Leviathan could have just started out with this roster, hey, you know,
that's a question. That's a question we gotta ask in an interview.
2, you know, we wanna know where. Where they could have possibly ended. All right, so with all those questions that we have, let's welcome Woompy to the interview. All right, joining us here, we have Woompy, the jungler from Leviathan, the new kid on the block, the kid with the smile that says, I'm just happy to be here. Welcome and congratulations on the victory. That was a crucial playoff match for everything on the line, and your team delivered when it mattered the most to secure the win and also continuing the playoff run. My first question for you would be, coming into a high pressure elimination series like this, what do you think helped your team stay confident and composed today?
Like this, it's just my team is like making sure that they'll calm and everything. Like especially Bodge, and I saw keep saying that just no pressure and everything, and Arashi as well. Yeah.
So they're like, don't worry about it, just come and play. We got you. How do you feel about your team backing you up as a jungler?
I feel really good that they actually DM'd me, that they said that, like, hey, Whoopi, come play for us and everything. And I was surprised because, this is my first time being pro, like playing professional and stuff. So I was kind of excited and everything.
I was actually kind of curious about that because I want to say you're relatively unknown. I've been casting since like 22 in North America, and I don't remember you at all. And I was very curious, like, what was it that they sent up the Whoopi sign, the Whoopi signal up into the sky to be able to call you down for that? And what was that like? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? You're brand new to North America, to the pro scene. So tell the viewers, everybody who's going to remember the name Whoopi, tell them a little bit about yourself and how long you've been playing this game and how you know a lot of these guys.
Okay, so like, the first time I played this game, it was actually like season 1 when I used to watch my brother plays, but I couldn't play because I was, little kids. And then I met my team Leviatan like just a year ago, like just like 2025, and they just saw me how I play good, and they just DM me to play a lot. Yeah.
Well, Whoopi, you made your debut in MCT AMER. How are you feeling first up? Are you feeling good? Feeling happy?
I feel happy, but I'm also kind of nervous during the first game. Yeah, I was kind of nervous in the first game. It was like my first match in the pro scene. But yeah,
trust me, we didn't see the nervousness at all. We saw the fanny pop off. It was fantastic, and hopefully this experience channels into a lot more for us to see you in the many more years to come for MLBB in North America. But where were you, bro? Where were you during the Swiss stage? Why didn't you get the call up earlier? I heard you were in another lineup in the qualifiers. What happened there?
I mean, I was put in as a sub, and after that, I just quit. Like I just didn't play. Like I just had no passion playing. And then ISO just DM me like 2 weeks ago, and they said if I want to do some scrim and play, so I just did. And here I am.
Okay. Now you're not going to be a sub anymore, bro. You're not going to be a sub anymore 100%. With that kind of a performance, with that kind of a dominating performance, hopefully we get to see a lot more from you. And are you looking forward to the next game that you have to go through in the series that's follow?
Yep.
I think the next one is against Vendetta. Are you confident to go against Tarzan in the jungle, the king of the jungle? You're trying to take that title?
I'm very confident. Yeah, I am trying to.
That's good,
I will. All right.
Keep the confidence going. We want to see a lot more from you, and hopefully we get to see a different angle and not just assassin, some of those tank jungles, fighter jungles as well, and be the full package. Because at the moment, with not a lot of names being there for the best jungler in NA, if you're coming in at the right time, hey, the throne is empty. It's just waiting for someone to take it. Be that one.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll definitely take it.
There you go. There's the confidence. Whoopi, your future, I feel like, is going to be brighter than your smile right now.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations on the victory, and thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck to you and your future tournament.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was it. That was
you know
yes,
what?
Kronos, what do you want?
I was gonna say,
yeah,
Whoopi was born in 2009. Are you guys feeling old yet? 2009.
You didn't have to throw that in our faces. Thank you.
I feel, hey, it's a fact that popped up. And I'm about to say a lot of people in the chat definitely might be impressed with Whoopi. I definitely am. And hopefully Whoopi can perform at the highest level, because if we need a name to get behind in the jungle for North America, Whoopi could be one of those mainstay names. Hopefully he doesn't burn out too early and quit like he said he did. And he's got to continue to play and doesn't get into like bad company and stuff like, Private, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and I know what he's talking about. He's referring to, and especially being on the reserves for a roster instead of like being able to kind of go out there and prove yourself. So, and now he's got that opportunity, and he's made a huge impression.
Yes, a huge impression on all of us, and we're definitely looking forward to what is to come from him. But first, we have a word for our sponsors. So today's broadcast is proudly supported by Runestone.gg, esports infrastructure built for the people, shaping the future for competitive gaming. From real-time data to live fan tools, Runestone works to make esports more interactive and more insightful and more rewarding for everybody involved. So make sure you go check out Runestone.gg and see how they're helping to power the next generation of esports experience. So talking about next generation, right? Whoopi is definitely gonna be, one of the names that to be mentioned in this next generation of jungles.
And you know what? I think we're gonna find out how good Whoopi really is tomorrow. I think that tomorrow is gonna be when he goes up against Vendetta. Right? Lyon's a different story. Lyon have their own pace in which they were playing, right? They like to go for a slow pace and extend the game as much as possible. Mm-hmm. But against Vendetta, which is a team that plays their own tempo regardless of how fast the opposition has, how much momentum the opposition has, that'll be a good test to see how Whoopi plays in the jungle, and so does Promise in the roam position, right? So with the true test is tomorrow, although there will be no eliminations tomorrow and they'll go down to the lower bracket. Vendetta against Leviatan looks like a matchup that could steal the show.
Yeah,
and it's definitely going to be one for the books, especially like I said, this completely turned around a lot of people's faces and how they thought that Leviathan was going to be performing, from something that could be etched as maybe a disappointing performance in the Swiss stage, that now that they, with just the change of 2 members, and I've been kind of going on this broadcast and even before the broadcast when I was talking with you guys, that sometimes the roster changes can be a bit frustrating to look at, especially as a fan of North America and a lot of the teams and what a lot of these people are capable of. That synergy always being shaken up because you have to get into new roster. But there are some of those diamonds in the rough that when you find that perfect team, that it just takes off. And I think that's what we saw here tonight when it comes to the inclusion of Promise, who I've already known and I knew he was going to do a stellar job, but Whoopi was that wild card for me. But I already knew from the first draft to see him pull out a Fanny, I was just like, oh, let's go. Like I've been one of the big things. If you're gonna be like a Fanny's got to be to pull out a Fanny, even especially in the current meta, you just have to be so confident with your ability out there. And you could see a little bit of those nerves maybe in the first game. He wasn't great, like it wasn't like jaw dropping on the Fanny, but he still did very, very well. And that coupled by the rest of his team, which has been a common denominator that we've been discussing here with a lot of these teams here, especially at the bottom 4 right now, where synergy, team cohesion has been a huge topic. Leviathan, I feel like we don't have to talk about that. What synergy, team cohesion for these guys, they've got that in the bag. So, I mean, a great game. Great games all around here today. I am so excited for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so let's look at tomorrow's schedule, what we have coming up. All right, so tomorrow in best of 5, first match, we have Influence Rage versus Stamina. And then for the second match, we have Vendetta versus Leviathan. And that's match that we are definitely really looking forward to now that we see what Leviathan can bring to the table, and really these two teams that we also think are really, really great North American team to battle it out.
Yeah, I think Influence, Rage, Origins versus Stamina. Again, I think after looking at Wumpi's performance, of course, we're looking forward to the second series, but also the first series, right? Influence, Rage, Origins have lost out to Stamina in the Swiss stage, but the way that they have found their footing, they found the groove, and this is an Influence, Rage of new that's in the playoffs that can really go toe-to-toe against Stamina, and if dare I say, even sweep the floor against Stamina. So Stamina coming off of a really strong performance will be amazing. But at the same time, this is the playoff bracket that we're getting to see right now. And Stamina Esports and Leviathan do move on to the next stage. But two Mexican teams, that's U2 Esports as well as Lyon, unfortunately bow out of the competition after having a great MCT AMER run.
Yeah, and as you can see here from the knockout stage, I feel like it gets more and more exciting as the days go on. You talked about the history, Stamina, Dez finally coming online, finding that synergy that was kind of lost with his teammates. They kind of had a little bit of a juggle around there. As the matches progressed, like I said, game 4 was that type of synergy is what we need to see always coming out from Stamina. That going up against this newly invigorated Rage Origins is going to be a huge match tomorrow. And I think we've already talked about, until we're blue in the face, about Vendetta and Leviathan and how exciting that match is going to be. And it just keeps on getting more and more exciting here in AMER North.
Yes, and because it's not single elimination, tomorrow it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what that first match of pretty much a brand new team going against the Vendetta, right? So we'll see how they match up, and then they kind of probably feel each other out and kind of see where they are at. And I'm really excited to see who moves on and potentially be top 2.
Top 2. We'll find out. As the days go by, we will find out. But sadly, although there's a lot of excitement on the board, it's also a sad time because we lost out U2 Esports as well as Lyon to the competition. But that's the nature of the beast. That's how it goes. And sadly, we're looking forward to them in the next season. However, along with the sad news, we do have some new blood injected into the competition with Wumpy being present. So a name that we can all look out for, not just today, maybe for the many days and seasons to follow. But yes, I think the competition is getting intense, and with it being double elimination, yes, there is a second chance. But I mean, do we really want to go down to the lower bracket?
All right, so that is it for today, guys. We had such an amazing matches today. Some surprising things that happened with Leviathan that we definitely did not expect. So make sure you follow our socials so that you don't miss what happened today. There's gonna be lots of highlights that are gonna be up and updates. Make sure you're following MLBB Esports across all our platforms. And I just want to mention quickly, during the diamond drops, you have to go to this one, okay? The MLBB Esports, the official channel. It will be diamond drop in the YouTube and TikTok platform. Yes, Kronos.
You know what? There's like barely like 5 people watching there, to be honest. So folks, if you wanna, if 5 people are there, all 5 of them are gonna get diamonds, man. If you wanna rack up those diamonds, make sure you head to the MLBB Esports, because that's definitely gonna help the NA community grow a lot more now that we have a dedicated channel for MLBB Esports. So yes, get there. Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, all that good stuff. Right, Private?
Yeah. I do want to give a little thank you out there to all the viewers and North America, everybody who's been watching us. It's been a pleasure to be back at the North American casting desk. A little bit of a break I've taken from the from casting in the South, which has been just as exciting. But you get that little cozy feeling of home sweet home when you see what's going on in the North and all the teams and all the familiar and unfamiliar faces. And the one question I have is, what surprises do we have left in store for the rest of these playoffs?
Yeah. And with that, we come to the end of day 13 here at MCT AMER North playoffs. Today, we witnessed the teams fighting under pressure, battling through elimination matches, and giving everything they had to try to keep their championship dream alive. Some teams continue their playoff journey, while others see their run come to an end. So I want to give a huge thank you to our players, our team, production, and of course all of you for watching from home and being part of an incredible first day of the playoffs. And of course, I want to thank you to my amazing casters, Kronos and Private, for joining me today. I'm your host, Layla, and on behalf of everyone here at MCT AMER North, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow back here for some more exciting playoffs. Good night, everyone.